Section 18 of History of the Catholic Church from the Renaissance to the French Revolution, Volume 1, by Rev. James MacCaffrey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. As an earnest student of canon law, Paul V was too inclined to maintain all the rights and privileges of the Church as they were expounded in the decretals of the Middle Ages. This attitude of mind brought him into a prolonged and inglorious conflict with the Republic of Venice. This latter state, regardless of the privilegium fori, imprisoned 2 clerics without reference to the ecclesiastical authorities, and about the same time gave great offence by passing laws rendering it difficult for the Church to acquire ownership of landed property, to build new churches or monasteries, or to found new religious orders or societies. Paul V lodged a solemn protest against these innovations. When his demands were not complied with, he issued a sentence of excommunication against the Doge, Senate, and government, and later on he placed Venice under interdict, 1606. The quarrel was so bitter that at one time it was feared that it might end in separating the Republic from the centre of unity. Cardinals Baronius and Bellarmine entered the list in defence of the Pope, while the notorious ex-Servite Paul Sarpi, 1552 to 1623, undertook to reply to them on behalf of Venice. The government forbade the promulgation of the interdict and threatened the most severe punishment against all clergy who should observe it. With the exceptions of the Jesuits, Capuchins, and Theatines, who were expelled, the clergy, both secular and regular, took no notice of the interdict. It was feared that in the end the issues could be decided only by war, in which Spain was prepared to support the Pope, but through the friendly intervention of Henry IV of France, peace was concluded without any very decisive victory on either side. 1607. The clergy who were expelled for obeying the interdict were allowed to return except the Jesuits. These latter were permitted to settle in Venice again only in 1657. On the death of Paul V, Cardinal Ludovisi ascended the papal throne under the title of Gregory XV, 1621-23. The new pope had been educated by the Jesuits and had risen rapidly in the service of the Church. At the time of his election he was old and infirm, but by the appointment of his nephew Ludovico to the College of Cardinals he secured for himself an able and loyal assistant. To put an end to several abuses that had taken place in connexion with papal elections, he published the bull Decent Romanum Pontificum, 1622, in which were laid down minute regulations about conclaves, the most important of which were that the cardinals should vote secretly, that they should vote only for one candidate, and that no elector should vote for himself. In providing funds for the assistance of the Catholic missions, Gregory XV was very generous, as was also his cardinal nephew. The success of the missionaries had been so great, and the conditions of the various countries in which they laboured so different, that proper supervision of the new provinces of the Church was by no means easy. Gregory XIII and Clement VIII had appointed commissions to look after the spiritual wants of particular districts, but it was reserved for Gregory XV to establish a permanent congregation, De Propaganda Fidei, Bull Inscrutabili 1622, to superintend the entire field of Catholic missions. He had the honour, too, of canonizing St. Ignatius of Loyola, St. Francis Xavier, and St. Philip Neri, and of approving the foundation of several new religious orders. During the 30 Years' War he afforded every possible assistance to Ferdinand II and helped to secure the Palatinate for Maximilian of Bavaria on the expulsion of Frederick. In return for this favour Maximilian presented the Pope with a goodly portion of the library of Heidelberg. By the judicious interposition of Gregory XV, war was averted between Spain and Austria on the one side, and France, Venice, and Savoy on the other, regarding the possession of the Valtelline, while in England, though the Spanish match which he favoured was broken off, he succeeded in securing some respite for the persecuted Catholics. In the conclave that followed upon the death of Gregory XV, Cardinal Barberini received the support of the electors and was proclaimed Pope as Urban VIII, 1623-44. The new Pope was a man of exemplary life, whose greatest fault was his excessive partiality towards his relatives, though it must be said that some of the relatives on whom he bestowed favours were by no means unworthy of them. As a native of Florence he seems to have caught up something of the spirit of classical learning for which that city had been so renowned, as was shown unfortunately too clearly in the breviary that he published in 1632. he issued the bull In Coena Domini in its final form, founded a national college in Rome for students from Ireland, and issued a series of strict and minute regulations on canonization and beatification, many of which remain in force till the present time. The interests of the foreign missions were especially dear to the heart of Urban VIII. To provide a supply of priests for them he established the celebrated Collegium Urbanum (1627), and established there a printing press for the use of the missionaries. He reduced the number of holidays of obligation, opened China and Japan, till then reserved for the Jesuits, to all missionaries, and forbade slavery of whatsoever kind in Paraguay, Brazil, and the West Indies. For many reasons the political policy of Urban VIII has been criticised very severely. Too much money was wasted by him in fortifying the Papal States, and on the disastrous war with the Duke of Parma (1641–44). He has been blamed also for his failure to support Ferdinand II. More energetically during the 30 Years' War, but in reality this hostile view is based largely on a distorted view of the war itself and of the policy of the Pope. It is not true that the Pope sympathised with Gustavus Adolphus or that he grieved over his death. Neither is it true that he procured the dismissal of Wallenstein from the imperial service. It is a fact undoubtedly that he did not take energetic measures to prevent the French from assisting the Protestant princes and the Swedes against the Emperor, but it remains to be proved that any remonstrances from the Pope, however strong, would have proved effectual in the circumstances. In the later stages, at any rate, the war could not be regarded at first sight as a religious one, but at the same time it is to be regretted that Urban VIII did not recognise that the triumph of the enemies of the Emperor meant a triumph for Lutheranism. In the war between Spain and Portugal, consequent upon the proclamation of the Duke of Braganza, he endeavoured to preserve an attitude of neutrality by refusing to appoint to episcopal sees in Portugal the candidates presented by the new king. The policy of Urban VIII in regard to England and Ireland will be dealt with under these countries. When the conclave met to elect a successor to Urban VIII, it was soon discovered that some of the cardinals wished to elect a pope friendly to Spain, while others favoured a pro-French pope. At length, as neither party was sufficiently strong to ensure the required majority for its nominee, a more or less neutral candidate was found in the person of Cardinal Pamphili, who took the title of Innocent X. (1644–55). He was a man of advanced years, who had served in many offices with success, and who possessed many of the qualifications required in a good ruler of the Church. Unfortunately his flagrant nepotism did him much harm, and gave occasion to ugly rumours utterly devoid of truth. Finding the papal treasury empty after his election, and believing that the relatives of the late Pope were responsible for this, he took steps to secure a return from them, but they fled to France, where they placed themselves under the protection of Cardinal Mazarin, who succeeded in bringing about a reconciliation. Innocent X restored order in the Papal States, punished the Duke of Parma for his crimes, especially for his supposed connection with the murder of the Bishop of Castro, and maintained friendly relations with Venice, which he assisted against the Turks. He was deeply pained by the terms of the Peace of Westphalia (1648), against which his representatives had protested in vain, and which he condemned in the Bull /Zelus Domus Dei/, published in November 1648. The religious orders and the Counter-Reformation. The religious orders, like most other institutions of the age preceding the Reformation, stood badly in need of reorganisation and reform. Various causes had combined to bring about a relaxation of the discipline prescribed by their holy founders, and to introduce a spirit of worldliness that boded ill both for the individual members as well as for the success of the work for which these orders had been established. The interference of outside authorities, lay or ecclesiastical, in the appointment of superiors, the union of several houses under one superior, the accumulation of wealth, the habitual neglect of the superiors to make their visitations, and a general carelessness in the selection and training of the candidates to be admitted into the various institutions, were productive of disastrous results. It is difficult, however, to arrive at a correct estimate as to the extent of the evil, because the condition of affairs varied very much in the different religious orders and in the different provinces and houses of the same order. At all times a large proportion of the religious of both sexes recognised and deplored the spirit of laxity that had crept in, and laboured strenuously for a return to the old ideals, long before the Lutheran campaign had made it necessary to choose between reform and suppression. The Benedictines, who had done excellent work for the promotion of the spiritual and temporal welfare of the people amongst whom they laboured, suffered more than any other body from the interference of lay patrons in the appointment of abbots, as well as from the want of any central authority capable of controlling individual houses and of insisting upon the observance of the rules and constitution. Various efforts were made, however, to introduce reforms during the 16th century. In France the most important of these reforms was that begun in the Abbey of St. Vannes by the abbot Didier de la Cour. Recognising the sad condition of affairs, he laboured incessantly to bring about a return to the strict rule of St. Benedict. His efforts were approved by Clement VIII. In 1604. Many houses in France having accepted the reform, it was resolved to unite them into one congregation under the patronage of St. Maur, the disciple of St. Benedict. The new congregation of St. Maur was sanctioned by Louis XIII. And by Pope Gregory XV. (1621). The Maurists devoted themselves to the study of the sacred sciences, more especially to history, liturgy, and patrology, and set an example of thorough scholarship which won for them the praise of both friends and foes. The names of D'Arcy, Mabillon, Runart, Martin, Thierry, Lamy, and Bouquet are not likely to be forgotten so long as such works as the Amplissima Collectio Veterum Scriptorum, Thesaurus Anecdotorum, Gallia Christiana, Histoire littéraire de la France, De Re Diplomatica, L'Art de Vere faire les Datus, the Recueil des Historiens des Galles, etc., survive to testify to the labours and research of the Congregation of St. Maur. The reform movement among the Dominicans had made itself manifest from the days of Raymond of Capua (1390), who ordered that in every province there should be at least one house where the rule of St. Dominic might be observed in its original strictness. The success of the reform varied in the different countries, and even in the different houses of the same province, but in the 16th century the general tendency was undoubtedly upwards. The religious rebellion inflicted serious losses on the order and led to the almost complete extinction of provinces that once were flourishing, but the Spanish and Portuguese discoveries in America and the spread of the missionary movement opened up for the order new fields where its members were destined to do lasting service to religion and to win back in the New World more than they had lost in the Old. Discipline among the Cistercians, too, had become relaxed, but a general improvement set in which led to the formation of new congregations, the principal of which were the Congregation of the Feuillants, approved by Sixtus V. (1587), and of the Trappists, which take their name from the monastery of La Trappe, and owe their origin to the zealous efforts of the Abbot de Reims (1626 1700). The Franciscans were divided already into the Observants and the Conventuals, but even among the Observants the deteriorating influence of the age had made itself felt. Matteo de Bassi set himself in the convent of Montefalco to procure a complete return to the original rule of St. Francis, and proceeded to Rome to secure the approbation of Clement VII. In 1528 by the bull /Religionis Zelus the Pope permitted himself and his followers to separate from the Observants, to wear the hood (caputio), hence the name Capuchins, which Matteo claimed to have been the dress of St. Francis, to wear the beard, to found separate houses in Italy, and to preach to the people. Soon the Capuchins spread through Italy, and so popular did they become that Gregory XIII. Withdrew the regulations by which they were forbidden to found separate houses outside of Italy. The new order suffered many trials, more especially after the apostasy of its vicar general Ochino in 1544, but with the blessing of God these difficulties were overcome. The Capuchins rendered invaluable service to religion by their simple, straightforward style of preaching, so opposed as it was to the literary vapourings that passed for sermons at the time, by their familiar intercourse with the poor whom they assisted in both spiritual and temporal misfortunes, by their unswerving loyalty to the Pope, and by the work they accomplished on the foreign missions, more especially in those lands which had once been the glory of the Church, but where religion had been extinguished almost completely by the domination of the Saracen. The revival was not confined, however, merely to a reform of the older religious orders. The world had changed considerably since the constitutions of these bodies had been formulated by their holy founders. New conditions and new dangers necessitated the employment of new weapons and new methods for the defence of religion. Fortunately, a band of zealous men were raised up by God to grapple with the problems of the age and to lay the foundation of religious societies, many of which were destined to confer benefits on religion hardly less permanent and less valuable than had been conferred in other times by such distinguished servants of God as St. Benedict, St. Dominic, and St. Francis of Assisi. The Theatines, so called from the Theate, the diocese of Peter Carafa, had their origin in a little confraternity founded by Gaetano de' Tini, a Venetian who gathered around him a few disciples, all of them like himself zealous for the spiritual improvement of both clergy and people. 1524. During a visit to Rome, Gaetano succeeded in eliciting the sympathy of Peter Carafa, then Bishop of Theate, and afterwards Cardinal and Pope, and in inducing him to become the first superior of the community. The institution was approved by Clement VII in 1524. Its founders aimed at introducing a higher standard of spiritual life amongst both clergy and laity by means of preaching and by the establishment of charitable institutions. The order spread rapidly in Italy, where it did much to save the people from the influence of Lutheranism, in Spain where it was assisted by Philip II, in France where Cardinal Mazarin acted as its patron, and in the foreign missions, especially in several parts of Asia, the Theatines won many souls to God. The regular clerics of St. Paul, better known as the Barnabites from their connection with the Church of St. Barnabas at Milan, were founded by Antony Maria Zaccaria of Cremona, Bartholomew Ferrari, and Jacopo Morigia. Shocked by the low state of morals then prevalent in so many Italian cities, these holy men gathered around them a body of zealous young priests, who aimed at inducing the people by means of sermons and instructions to take advantage of the sacrament of penance. The order was approved by Clement VII in 1533 and received many important privileges from his successors. Its members worked in complete harmony with the secular clergy and in obedience to the commands of the bishops. They bound themselves not to seek or accept any preferment or dignity unless at the express direction of the Pope. In Milan they were beloved by St. Charles Borromeo, who availed himself freely of their services, and they were invited to Annecy by St. Francis de Sales. Several houses of the Barnabites were established in Italy, France, and Austria. In addition to their work of preaching and instructing the people, they established many flourishing colleges, and at the request of the Pope undertook charge of some of the foreign missions. The founder of the Oblates was St. Charles Borromeo, 1538–84, who was created cardinal by his uncle Pius IV at the age of 23, and who during his comparatively short life did more for the reform of the Church and for the overthrow of Protestantism than any individual of his age. It was due mainly to his exertions that the Council of Trent was reconvoked, and to his prudent advice that it was carried to a successful conclusion. Once the decrees of the Council had received the approval of the Pope, St. Charles spared no pains to see that they were put into execution, not only in his own diocese of Milan, but throughout the entire Church. For a long time personal government of his diocese was impossible, as his presence in Rome was insisted upon by the Pope. But as soon as he could secure permission to hasten to Milan, where he repressed abuses with a stern hand, introduced regular diocesan and provincial synods, visited in person the most distant parts of the diocese, won back thousands who had gone over to heresy in the valleys of Switzerland, and defended vigorously the rights and the liberties of the Church against the Spanish representatives. In all his reforms he was supported loyally by the religious orders, more especially by the Jesuits and the Barnabites, with whom he maintained at all times the most friendly relations. At the same time he felt the need of a community of secular priests, who while remaining under the authority of the bishop would set an example of clerical perfection, and who would be ready at the request of the bishop to volunteer for the work that was deemed most pressing. He was particularly anxious that such a body should undertake the direction of the diocesan seminary, and should endeavour to send forth well-educated and holy priests. With these objects in view he established the Oblates in 1578, and the community fully justified his highest expectations. The Oratorians were established by St. Philip Neri, 1515–95, the reformer and one of the patrons of Rome. He was a native of Florence, who, when still a young man, turned his back upon a promising career in the world in order to devote himself entirely to the service of God. Before his ordination he laboured for 15 years visiting the sick in the hospitals, assisting the poor pilgrims, and instructing the young. He formed a special confraternity and gathered around him a body of disciples, both cleric and lay. After his ordination they were accustomed to hold their conferences in a little room, oratory, over the church of St. Girolamo. Here sermons and instructions were given on all kinds of subjects, particularly on the sacred scriptures, the writings of the Fathers, and the leading events in the history of the Church. The society was approved by Gregory XIII. 1575, under the title of the Congregation of the Oratory. It was to be composed of secular priests living together under a rule, but bound by no special vows. St. Philip Neri was convinced that the style of preaching in vogue at the time was responsible in great measure for the decline of religion and morality. Being a man of sound education himself, he insisted that his companions should devote themselves to some particular department of ecclesiastical knowledge, and should give the people the fruits of their study. Baronius, for example, the author of the celebrated Annales Ecclesiastici, is said to have preached for 30 years on the history of the Church. In this way St. Philip provided both for sound scholarship and useful instructions. Many branches of the oratory were founded in Italy, Spain, Portugal, and in the Spanish and Portuguese colonies in South America. Recognizing the need for an improvement in the education and lives of the French clergy, and mindful of the benefits conferred on Rome by the community of St. Philip Neri, the Abbé, afterwards Cardinal Pierre de Bérulle, determined to found an oratory in Paris. The Paris Oratorians were a community of secular priests, bound by no special vows, but living under a common rule, with the object of fulfilling as perfectly as possible the obligations they had undertaken at their ordination. The project received the warm support of Cardinal Richelieu, and was approved by Paul V. in 1613. At the time, clerical education in Paris and throughout France was in a condition of almost hopeless confusion. The French Oratorians, devoted as they were themselves to study, determined to organize seminaries on the plan laid down by the Council of Trent, and to take charge of the administration of such institutions. In philosophy the oratory produced scholars such as Malebranche; in theology Thomassin and Morin; in scripture Houbdegant and Richard Simon; and in sacred eloquence such distinguished preachers as Lejeune and Massillon. The Oratorians survived the stormy days of the Jansenist struggle, though the peace of the community was disturbed at times by the action of a few of its members, but it went down before the wild onslaught of the Revolution. It was revived, however, by Pierre Grétry in 1852. End of section 18. Section 19 of History of the Catholic Church from the Renaissance to the French Revolution by Rev. James MacCaffrey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Brothers of Charity were founded by a Portuguese, who having been converted by a sermon of St. John de Avila, devoted himself to the relief of human suffering in every form. On account of his great charity and zeal for souls, he received the surname St. John of God. He gathered around him a band of companions, who assisted him in caring for the sick in the hospital he had founded at Granada. After his death in 1550, the work that he had begun was carried on by his disciples, whose constitutions were approved by Pius V in 1572. Soon, through the generosity of Philip II and of the Spanish nobles, hospitals were established in various cities of Spain and placed under the control of the Brothers of St. John of God. They were invited by the Pope to open a house in Rome, and they went also to Paris on the invitation of the Queen, 1601. At the time of the French Revolution they had charge of 40 hospitals, from all of which they were expelled. The founder was canonized in 1690 and named as patron of hospitals by Leo XIII in 1898. The Piarists, or Patres Piarum Scholarum, were founded by St. Joseph Calazanza, 1556 to 1648, who had been Vicar General of the Diocese of Urgel in Spain, an office which he resigned in order to betake himself to Rome. Here he began to gather the poorer children for instruction, and as the teachers were unwilling to assist him unless they were given extra remuneration, he opened a free school in Rome in 1597. The school was taught by himself and 2 or 3 priests whom he had interested in the work. From these unpretentious beginnings sprang the Society of the Fathers of the Pious Schools. The object of the society, which was composed of priests, was the education of the youth both in primary and secondary schools. The society was approved by Paul V. and established finally as a recognized institution by Gregory XV. (1621). It spread rapidly into Italy, Austria, and Poland. Somewhat akin to the Piarists were the Fathers of Christian Doctrine, founded by Cesar de Bus for the purpose of educating the young. The society was composed of priests, and received the approval of Clement VIII. In 1597. Later on it united the Somaschans, who had been established by St. Jerome Emilian with a similar purpose, but on account of certain disputes that arose the 2 bodies were separated in 1647. The Brothers of the Christian Schools were founded by John Baptist de la Salle (1651 1719). The founder was a young priest of great ability who had read a distinguished course in arts and theology before his ordination. Having been called upon to assist in conducting a free school opened at Reims in 1679, he threw himself into the work with vigour, devoting nearly all his energies to the instruction of the teachers. These he used to gather around him after school hours to encourage them to their work, to suggest to them better methods of imparting knowledge, and generally to correct any defects that he might have noticed during the course of his daily visits to the schools. In this way he brought together a body of young men interested in the education of the children of the poor, from which body were developed the Brothers of the Christian Schools. At first he intended that some of the congregation should be priests, but later on he changed his mind and made it a rule that none of the brothers should become priests, nor should any priest be accepted as a novice. For a long time the holy founder was engaged in an uphill struggle, during which the very existence of the institute was imperilled. Distrusted by some of the ecclesiastical authorities, attacked by enemies on all sides, deserted by a few of his own most trusted disciples, a man of less zeal and determination would have abandoned the project in despair. But de la Salle was not discouraged. He composed a constitution for his followers, and in 1717 he held a general chapter, in which he secured the election of a superior general. From this time the Institute of Christian Brothers progressed by leaps and bounds. The holy founder of the society was a pioneer in the work of primary education. In teaching, in the grading of the pupils, and in constructing and furnishing the schools, new methods were followed. More liberty was given in the selection of programs to suit the districts in which schools were opened. Normal schools were established to train the young teachers for their duties, and care was taken that religious and secular education should go forward hand in hand. The society spread rapidly in France, more especially after it had received the approval of Louis XV. And had been recognized as a religious congregation by Benedict XIII. (1725). During the Revolution the society was suppressed, and the Brothers of the Christian Schools suffered much rather than prove disloyal to the Pope. In 1803 the institute was reorganized, and since that time houses have been opened in nearly every part of the world. John Baptist de la Salle was canonized by Leo XIII. In 1900. The Congregation of the Priests of the Mission, better known as Lazarists from the Priory of St. Lazare, which they occupied in Paris, and as Venetians from the name of their founder, St. Vincent de Paul, was established in 1624. St. Vincent was born at Puy in Gascony in 1576, received his early education at a Franciscan school, and completed his theological studies at the University of Toulouse, where he was ordained in 1600. 4 years later the ship on which he journeyed from Marseilles having been attacked by Barbary pirates, he was taken prisoner and brought to Tunis, where he was sold as a slave. He succeeded in making his escape from captivity (1607) by converting his master, a Frenchman who had deserted his country and his religion. He went to Rome, from which he was dispatched on a mission to the French court, and was appointed almoner to Queen Margaret of Valois. Later on he became tutor to the family of the Count de Gondi, the master of the French galleys. During his stay there St. Vincent found time to preach to the peasants on the estate of his employer and to visit the prisoners condemned to the galleys. The splendid result of his labours among these classes bore such striking testimony to the success of his missions that St. Vincent was induced to found a congregation of clergymen for this special work. Something of this kind was required urgently in France at this period. The absence of seminaries and the want of any properly organized system of clerical education had produced their natural consequences on the clergy. In the country districts particularly, the priests had neither the knowledge nor the training that would enable them to discharge their sacred functions. From this it followed that the people were not instructed and the sacraments were neglected. By opening a house in Paris in 1624, St. Vincent took the first practical step towards the foundation of a religious congregation that was destined to renew and to strengthen religion in France. Later on the society received the sanction of the Archbishop of Paris and of Louis XIII, and finally it was approved by Urban VIII in the Bull Salvatoris Nostri, dated 12th January 1632. In the same year St. Vincent took possession of the Priory of St. Lazare, placed at his disposal by the Canons Regular of St. Victor. The congregation of the mission was to be a congregation of secular clergymen, bound by simple religious vows. Its principal work, besides the sanctification of its own members, was to give missions to the poor, particularly in country districts, and to promote a high standard of clerical life. The bishops of France were delighted with the program of the new congregation. Invitations poured in from all sides on the disciples of St. Vincent, asking them to undertake missions, and wherever they went their labours were attended with success. As a rule, St. Vincent established a confraternity of charity in the parishes that he visited to help the poor, and above all to look after the homeless orphans. It was not long until he discovered that however successful his missions might be, they could effect little permanent good unless the priests in charge of the parishes were determined to continue the work that had been begun and to reap the harvest which the missioners had planted. At that time there were no seminaries in France, so that candidates for the priesthood were ordained on the completion of their university course, without any special training for their sacred office. At the request of some of the bishops, St. Vincent determined to give retreats to those who were preparing for holy orders. At first these retreats lasted only 10 days, but they were productive of such splendid results that they were extended to several months. Finally they led to the establishment of clerical seminaries, of which institutions St. Vincent and his associates took charge, in several of the dioceses of France. Before his death they had control of 11 French seminaries, and at the time of the Revolution fully 1/3 of the diocesan seminaries were in the hands of his disciples. By means of retreats for the clergy and spiritual conferences organized for their improvement, St. Vincent kept in close touch with those whom he had trained and afforded them an opportunity of renewing their fervour and completing their education. It was fortunate for France that God had raised up a man so prudent and zealous as St. Vincent to be a guide to both priests and people during the difficult time through which the country was then passing. From without, danger threatened the Church on the side of the Huguenot heretics, and from within, Jansenism and Gallicanism bade fair to captivate the sympathy of both clergy and people. At first St. Vincent was on friendly terms with the Abbot de St. Cyran, the leader of the Jansenists in France, but once he realised the dangerous nature of his opinions and the errors contained in such publications as the Augustus of Jansen and the Frequent Communion of Arnold, he threw himself vigorously into the campaign against Jansenism. At court, in his conferences with bishops and priests, in university circles, and in the seminaries, he exposed the insidious character of its tenets. At Rome he urged the authorities to have recourse to stern measures, and in France he strove hard to procure acceptance of the Roman decisions. And yet in all his work against the Jansenists there was nothing of the bitterness of the controversialist. He could strike hard when he wished, but he never forgot that charity is a much more effective weapon than violence. In his own person he set the example of complete submission to the authority of the Pope, and enjoined such submission on his successors. St. Vincent died in 1660. His loss was mourned not merely by his own spiritual children, the Congregation of the Mission, and the Sisters of Charity, but by the poor of Paris and of France, to whom he was a generous benefactor, as well as by the bishops and clergy to whom he had been a friend and a guide. To his influence, more than to any other cause, is due the preservation of France to the Church in the 17th century. But the work of the Congregation of the Mission was not confined to France. Its disciples spread into Italy, Spain, Portugal, Poland, Ireland, and England. They went as missionaries to northern Africa to labour among the Barbary pirates by whom St. Vincent had been captured, to Madagascar, to some of the Portuguese colonies in the East, to China, and to the territories of the Sultan. At the Revolution most of their houses in France were destroyed, and many of the Vincentians suffered martyrdom. When the worst storms, however, had passed, the Congregation was re established in France, and its members laboured earnestly in the spirit of its holy founder to recover much of what had been lost. The founder of the Sulpicians was Jean-Jacques Ollier (1608 57), the friend and disciple of St. Vincent de Paul. Impressed with the importance of securing a good education and training for the clergy, he and a couple of companions retired to a house in Vaugirard (1641), where they were joined by a few seminarists who desired to place themselves under his direction. Later on he was offered the parish of St. Sulpice, then one of the worst parishes in Paris from the point of view of religion and morality. The little company of priests, working under the rules compiled by Ollier for their guidance, soon changed completely the face of the entire district. House-to-house visitations were introduced, sermons suitable to the needs of the people were given, catechism classes were established, and in a very short time St. Sulpice became the model parish of the capital. In 1642 a little seminary was opened and rules were drawn up for the direction of the students, most of whom attended the theological lectures at the Sorbonne. Priests and students formed one community, and as far as possible followed the same daily routine. During their free time the students assisted in the work of the parish by visiting the sick and taking charge of classes for catechism. At first Ollier had no intention of founding seminaries throughout France. His aim was rather to make St. Sulpice a national seminary from which young priests might go forth properly equipped, and qualified to found diocesan institutions on similar lines if their superiors favoured such an undertaking. But yielding to the earnest solicitations of several of the bishops, he opened seminaries in several parts of France and entrusted their administration to members of his own community. The first of these was founded at Nantes in 1648. During the lifetime of the founder a few of the Sulpicians were dispatched to Canada, where they established themselves at Montreal and laboured zealously for the conversion of the natives. Like St. Vincent, the founder of the Sulpicians worked incessantly against Jansenism, and impressed upon his followers the duty of prompt obedience to the bishops and to the Pope, lessons which they seem never to have forgotten. The Sulpicians, according to their constitution, are a community of secular priests, bound by no special religious vows. The religious order, however, that did most to stem the advancing tide of heresy and to raise the drooping spirits of the Catholic body during the saddest days of the 16th century were undoubtedly the Society of Jesus, founded by St. Ignatius of Loyola. By birth St. Ignatius was a Spaniard, and by profession he was a soldier. Having been wounded at the siege of Pampeluna in 1521, he turned his mind during the period of his convalescence to the study of spiritual books, more particularly the lives of the saints. As he read of the struggles some of these men had sustained and of the victories they had achieved, he realised that martial fame was but a shadow in comparison with the glory of the saints, and he determined to desert the army of Spain to enrol himself among the servants of Christ. With the overthrow of the Moorish kingdom of Granada fresh in his mind, it is not strange that he should have dreamt of the still greater triumph that might be secured by attacking the Mohammedans in the very seat of their power, and by inducing them to abandon the law of the Prophet for the gospel of the Christians. With the intention of preparing himself for this work, he bade goodbye to his friends and the associations of his youth, and betook himself to a lonely retreat at Manresa near Montserrat, where he gave himself up to meditation and prayer under the direction of a Benedictine monk. The result of his stay at Manresa and of his communings with God are to be seen in the Spiritual Exercises of St. Ignatius, a work which in the hands of his disciples has done wonders for the conversion and perfection of souls, and which in the opinion of those competent to judge has no serious rivals except the Bible and the Imitation of Christ. From Manresa he journeyed to the Holy Land to visit its sacred shrines and to labour for the conversion of the infidel conquerors. But having found it impossible to undertake this work at the time, he returned to Europe. Realising that his defective education was a serious obstacle to the establishment of the religious order that he contemplated, he went to work with a will to acquire the rudiments of grammar. When this had been accomplished successfully, he pursued his higher studies at Alcala, Salamanca, and Paris, where he graduated as a doctor in 1534. But while earnest in the pursuit of knowledge, he never forgot that knowledge was but a means of preparing himself for the accomplishment of the mission to which God had called him. While at Paris he gathered around him a group of students, Francis Xavier, Lainez, Samarin, Botadilla, Rodriguez, and Faber, with which body Leger, Codure, and Brouet were associated at a later period. On the Feast of the Assumption, 1534, Ignatius and his companions wended their way to the summit of Montmartre overlooking the city of Paris, where having received Holy Communion they pledged themselves to labour in the Holy Land. Having discovered that this project was almost impossible, they determined to place themselves at the disposal of the Pope. In Rome Ignatius explained the objects and rules of the proposed society to Paul III. And his advisers. In September 1540 the approval of the Pope was obtained, though with certain restrictions, which were abolished in 1543, and in the following year Ignatius was elected First General of the Society of Jesus. St. Ignatius had the greatest respect for the older religious orders, the Benedictines, the Dominicans, and the Franciscans, to all of which he was deeply indebted, but he believed that the new conditions under which his followers would be called upon to do battle for Christ necessitated new rules and a new constitution. The Society of Jesus was not to be a contemplative order seeking only the salvation of its own members. Its energies were not to be confined to any particular channel. No extraordinary fast or austerities were imposed, nor was the solemn chanting of the office or the use of a particular dress insisted upon. The Society was to work for the greater glory of God, in whatever way the circumstances demanded. On one thing only did St. Ignatius lay peculiar emphasis, and that was the absolute necessity of obedience to superiors in all things lawful, and above all of obedience to the Pope. The wisdom of this injunction is evident enough at all times, but particularly in an age when religious authority, even that of the successor of St. Peter, was being called in question by so many. Members of the Society were forbidden to seek or accept any ecclesiastical dignities or preferments. The constitution of the Society of Jesus was not drawn up with undue haste. St. Ignatius laid down rules for his followers, but it was only when the value of these regulations had been tested by practice that he embodied them in the constitution endorsed by the First General Congregation held in 1558. According to the Constitution, complete administrative authority is vested in the General, who is elected by a General Congregation and holds office for life. He is assisted by a council consisting of a representative from each province. The provincials, rectors of colleges, heads of professed houses, and masters of novices are appointed by the General, usually, however, only for a definite number of years, while all minor officials are appointed by the provincial. The novitiate lasts for 2 years, during which time candidates for admission to the order are engaged almost entirely in prayer, meditation, and spiritual reading. When the novitiate has been completed, the scholasticate begins. Students are obliged to read a course in arts and philosophy, and to teach in some of the colleges of the Society, after which they proceed to the study of theology. When the theological course has been ended, they are admitted as coadjutors or professed members according to their ability and conduct. Between these two bodies, the coadjutors and the professed, there is very little difference, except that the professed, in addition to the ordinary vows, pledge themselves to go wherever the Pope may send them, and besides, it is from this body as a rule that the higher officials of the order are selected. Lay brothers are also attached to the Society. When the Society of Jesus was founded, Protestantism had already made great strides in Northern Europe, and though the Latin countries were not then affected, no man could foresee what change a decade of years might bring. St. Ignatius adopted the best precautions against the spread of heresy. While he himself remained in Rome, engaged in organising the members of his society and in establishing colleges and charitable institutions, he sent his followers to all parts of Italy. Bishops availed themselves freely of their services as preachers and teachers. Colleges were opened in Venice, Naples, Bologna, Florence, and in many other leading cities. St. Charles Borromeo became the patron and defender of the Society in Milan. Everywhere the labours of the Jesuits led to a great religious revival, while by means of their colleges they strengthened the faith of the rising generation. In Spain, too, the home of St. Ignatius, the Jesuits received a friendly welcome. Their colleges were crowded with students, as were their churches with the faithful. Difficulties, indeed, arose owing to the tendency of some of the Spanish Jesuits to have none but Spanish superiors, but with a little prudence these difficulties were overcome in 1593. Most of the best known writers on ecclesiastical subjects, Vasquez Suarez de Lugo and Ripalda on dogmatic theology, Sanchez on moral theology, and Maldonatus and Pereira on Scripture belonged to the Spanish province. In France the society met with serious difficulties at first. Hatred of Spain and of everything that savoured of Spanish origin, dislike of what was considered the excessive loyalty of the society to the Pope, and jealousy on the part of the University of Paris were the principal obstacles that were to be overcome. But notwithstanding these, the Jesuits found a home in Paris where they opened the college to Clermont, Louis le Grand, and they founded similar colleges in several of the leading cities of France. In the struggle against the Calvinists they were of great assistance to the Catholic body. The progress of their numerous colleges and the influence which they acquired over the young men roused the fierce opposition of the University. But being befriended by the court, where they were retained as royal confessors, the Jesuits were enabled to hold their ground. During the wars of the League against Henry III. And Henry of Navarre, though their position was one of extreme delicacy, the prudent action of their general Aquaviva in recommending his subjects to respect the consciences of both parties saved the situation. They were, however, expelled from Paris in 1594, but Henry IV. Allowed them to return in 1603. In the German states and Poland, where the fate of Catholicity seemed trembling in the balance, the Jesuit fathers stayed what threatened to be a triumphal progress for Protestantism. St. Ignatius soon dispatched some of his disciples to the scene of conflict under the leadership of the Blessed Peter Canisius. By his sermons, his lectures as professor, his prudent suggestions to those in authority, as well as by his controversial writings, and more particularly his celebrated Catechism, Canisius did more to stay the advance of Protestantism in Germany than any single individual of his age. Colleges were founded in Vienna, Ingolstadt, Treves, Mainz, and in most of the cities of Germany that were not subject to the Protestant princes. From these colleges went forth young men who were determined to resist the further encroachment of heresy. Maximilian of Bavaria and the Emperor Ferdinand II., both of whom took such a prominent part in the Catholic Counter-Reformation, were pupils of the Jesuits and were but types of the men who left their colleges. In Hungary, too, and in Poland the tide was turned in favour of the Catholic Church, mainly by the exertions of the Jesuits. In Ireland, England, and Scotland, in the Netherlands and Sweden, in a word, wherever Catholic interests were endangered, the Jesuits risked their lives in defence of the Catholic religion. It is on account of the defeats that they inflicted on heresy at this period that the hatred of the Jesuits is so deep-rooted and so universal amongst Protestants, even to the present day. The Ursulines, so called from their patron St. Ursula, began as a religious association of pious ladies formed by Angela de Merici (Angela of Brescia) in 1537. At first the aim of the association was to reclaim fallen women, to visit the sick, and to educate the young. The members lived in their own homes according to a scheme of life drawn up for their guidance, meeting only for certain spiritual exercises. In 1535 the foundress succeeded in bringing a few of them together into a small community. After her death in 1540 the community increased in numbers and was approved by Paul III, who allowed the Ursulines to change their rules according to circumstances. For a long time the Ursulines did not spread outside Brescia, but as their work became known, particularly their work as educationalists, they were invited to other parts of Italy. In Milan they had a warm friend in the person of its Cardinal Archbishop, St. Charles Borromeo. The first community of the Ursulines was formed in France by Madame de Beuve. A roll was drawn up by Father Gonterey, S.J., and others of his society, and approved by Paul V. (1612). In a comparatively short time the Ursulines spread over most of the Catholic countries of Europe, so that nearly all the most modern and best equipped schools for Catholic girls were in their hands. In 1639 they went to Canada, where they opened the convent known as the Hôtel Dieu at Quebec, and in 1727 they settled in New Orleans. St. Theresa (1515–82) is the reformer rather than the foundress of the Carmelite nuns. Being anxious from an early age to follow her religious vocation, much against the wishes of her father, she entered the convent of the Carmelite nuns at Avila (1535). After her profession she fell ill, and for years was subject to excruciating torture. During this period she turned her mind completely to spiritual subjects, and was visited by God with most extraordinary marks of divine favour. an account of which is to be found in her life written by herself, in her Relations, and in many other of her works. She determined to return to the primitive austerity of the Carmelite rule, and in 1562 she founded the first convent of Discalced Carmelite nuns at Avila. Through her exertions other convents of the order adopted the reform, and in 1580 the existence of the Discalced Carmelites as a separate order was approved. She died in 1582, and 40 years later she was canonized by Gregory XV. The Sisters of the Visitation were established by St. Francis de Sales and St. Francis de Chantal. St. Francis de Sales, 1567 1622, so called from the castle of Sales in Savoy at which he was born, made his rhetoric and philosophical studies at Paris under the Jesuits. From Paris he went to Padua for law, and having received his diploma he returned to his native country, where his father had secured for him a place as senator and had arranged a very desirable marriage. But St. Francis, feeling that he had been called by God to another sphere of life, threw up his position at the bar, accepted the office of provost of the chapter of Geneva, and received holy orders (1593). A great part of the diocese of Geneva was at this time overrun by the heretics. St. Francis threw himself with ardour into the work of converting those who had fallen away, especially in the district of La Champleuse, where he won over thousands to the faith. He became coadjutor bishop of Geneva, and on the death of his friend Claude de Granier he was appointed to the see (1602). In conjunction with Madame de Chantal he established a community of women at Annecy in 1610. His idea at first was that the little community should not be bound by the enclosure, but should devote themselves to their own sanctification and to the visitation of the sick and the poor. Objections, however, having been raised against such an innovation, he drew up for the community a rule based mainly on the rule of St. Augustine. In 1618 the society received recognition as a religious order under the title of the Order of the Visitation of the Blessed Virgin. The order undertook the work of educating young girls as well as of visiting the sick. It spread rapidly in Italy, France, Germany, Poland, and later on in the United States. The Sisters of Charity, or the Grey Sisters as they were called, were founded by St. Vincent de Paul. While St. Vincent was curate of Chantalon-les-Dombes, he established in the parish a confraternity of charitable ladies for the care of the sick, the poor, and the orphans. The experiment was so successful that he founded similar confraternities in Paris and wherever he gave missions throughout the country. Having found, however, that in Paris the ladies of charity were accustomed to entrust the work to their servants, he brought a number of young girls from the country who could be relied upon to carry out his wishes. These he looked after with especial solicitude, and in 1633 Madame Legras took a house in Paris, where she brought together a few of the most promising of them to form a little community. In 1642, after the community had moved into a house opposite St. Lazare, some of the sisters were allowed to take vows. The Sisters of Charity have been at all times exceedingly popular in France. By their schools, their orphanages, their hospitals, and by their kindness to the poor and the suffering, they won for themselves a place in the hearts of the French people. For a while, during the worst days of the Revolution, their work was suspended and their communities were disbanded. But their suppression was deplored so generally that in 1801 the Superioress was commanded to reorganize the society. Outside France, the Sisters of Charity had several houses in Poland, Switzerland, Spain, and Germany. Mary Ward (1585 1645) was born of a good Catholic family in England. She joined the Poor Clares at St. Omer in 1600, but preferring an active to a contemplative life, she gathered around her a few companions and formed a little community at St. Omer, mainly for the work of education. According to her plan, which was derived in great measure from the constitution of the Society of Jesus, hence the name Jesuitesses given to her followers by her opponents. Her sisters were not bound by the enclosure, were not to wear any distinctive dress, and were to be subject directly only to Rome. Serious objections were raised immediately against such an institute, particularly as Pius V had declared expressly that the enclosure and solemn vows were essential conditions for the recognition of religious communities of women. Branches were opened in the Netherlands, Austria, and Italy under the patronage of the highest civil authorities. As the opponents of the community continued their attacks, the foundress was summoned to Rome to make her defence (1629), but in the following year the decree of suppression was issued. The house in Munich was allowed to continue, and at the advice of the Pope she opened a house in Rome. The principal change introduced was that the houses should be subject to the bishops of the diocese in which they were situated. At last, in 1703, on the petition of Maximilian Emmanuel of Bavaria and of Mary, the wife of James II., the rule was approved formally by Clement XI. The society continued to spread, especially in Bavaria. The followers of Mary Ward are designated variously: the Institute of Mary, Englische Fräulein, and Loretto Nuns, from the name given to the Rathfarnham, the mother house of the Irish branch, founded by Francis Ball in 1821. End of section 19. Section 20 of History of the Catholic Church from the Renaissance to the French Revolution, Volume 1, by Rev. James MacCaffrey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The 30 Years' War. The religious peace of Augsburg, 1555, did not put an end to the struggle between the Catholics and Protestants in Germany. Feeling on both sides was too intense to permit either party to be satisfied with the arrangement or to accept it as a permanent definition of their respective rights. The German Catholics were indignant that a party that had sprung up so recently and that had done such injury to their church and country should be rewarded for heresy and disloyalty to the Emperor by such concessions. Nor was their indignation likely to be appeased by the manner in which Lutheran and Calvinist preachers characterized and denounced the doctrines and practices of the Catholic world. Possibly it was, however, the clause of the Augsburg Peace, known as the Ecclesiasticum Reservatum, that gave rise to the most heated controversies, and played the greatest part in bringing about civil war. By this clause it was provided that in case any of the bishops and abbots passed over to the reformed religion, they could not bring with them the ecclesiastical property attached to their office. The Lutherans, who had benefited so largely by such secessions from the Church in the past, objected to this clause at the Diet, and protested against the decision when their objections were overruled. Having realized that the Emperor was unable or unwilling to prevent them, they continued to act in open defiance of the Ecclesiasticum Reservatum. Where the territories of a Catholic bishop were situated in close proximity to the states of Protestant princes, recourse was had to various devices to acquire the lands of the Church. Sometimes the bishop was induced to surrender them in return for a fixed grant or pension. Sometimes the chapter was persuaded to elect as bishop some scion of a princely family who was well known to have leanings towards Protestantism, and in a few cases the bishops themselves solved the problem by seceding from the Catholic Church while continuing to administer the territories to which their episcopal office was their only title. In this way 2 archbishoprics and 14 bishoprics, amongst them being such wealthy sees as Magdeburg, Bremen, Brandenburg, and Osnabrück, had passed into the hands of the Lutherans, and it required a very special effort to prevent 2 such important centres as Cologne and Aachen from meeting with a similar fate. Gebhard, Bishop of Cologne, a man of scandalously immoral life, completed his infamous career by taking as his wife one who had been his concubine, announcing at the same time that he had gone over to Calvinism. The chapter of Cologne Cathedral, backed by the people, took steps to rid themselves of such a superior, and the chapter was supported warmly by both Pope and Emperor. Gebhard was obliged to escape to Strasbourg, in the cathedral of which he held a canonry, and where he succeeded in creating confusion. 2 archbishops claimed the See of Strasbourg, one loyal to the Catholic Church and one favouring Protestantism. This disgraceful contention went on for years, till at last the Protestant champion was induced to surrender on the payment of a large composition. The See of Aachen was seized by force in 1581 and was held for 15 years, at the end of which the Protestants were obliged to abandon their claims. Unfortunately for the Catholics, the emperors who succeeded Charles V were not strong enough to deal with such a dangerous situation. Ferdinand I, sincere Catholic though he was, mindful of the terrible disasters brought upon his country by the religious wars, strove with all his might against their renewal. His successor, Maximilian II (1564–76), was so strongly inclined towards Protestantism that he made many concessions to the Protestants even in his own hereditary dominions. He invited distinguished Lutheran preachers to Vienna, conferred on Protestants influential positions at court, and gave permission for Protestant religious services, at least to the nobles of Bohemia, Silesia, and Hungary. Several of the prince-bishops, anxious to stand well with the Emperor, attempted to introduce reforms in Catholic liturgy and Catholic practices without any reference to the Holy See. The alarming spread of Protestantism in Austria, Hungary, Bohemia, and Silesia, fostered as it was by the general policy of the Emperor, tended to make the position of the Catholic Church extremely insecure. But fortunately at that time a strong Catholic reaction began to make itself felt. The reforming decrees of the Council of Trent did not fail to produce a decided improvement in the condition of the bishops and clergy. The new religious orders, particularly the Jesuits, had thrown themselves into the work of defending the Catholic position, and the colleges established by the Jesuits were turning out the younger generations of Catholics well equipped for the struggle that lay before them. The catechisms which the Jesuit preachers scattered broadcast throughout the country, and the attention paid by them to the proper religious instruction of the people, helped to remove the bad impressions produced by the misrepresentations of the Lutherans, and tended to arouse a strong, healthy, educated Catholic opinion in public life. Fortunately, too, at the time when the emperors were a danger rather than a protection to the Church, the rulers of Bavaria undertook boldly the defence of the old religion and placed themselves at the head of the Catholic forces. Albert V. (1550–79) insisted on the promulgation of the decrees of the Council of Trent, and made an oath of loyalty to the Catholic Church an indispensable condition for office in his kingdom. He favoured the Jesuits, encouraged their schools, and did everything in his power to strengthen Catholicism amongst his subjects. His policy was continued by Maximilian I. (1598–1651), who became the recognised leader of the advanced Catholic party in Germany. This general unexpected revival, the success of which was shown by the fervour of the people, the unwillingness of the authorities to make any further concessions, and the determination of all parties to insist on the strict observance of the Ecclesiasticum Reservatum, filled the Protestants with such alarm that their princes began to insist on new guarantees. The Emperor Rudolph II. (1576–1612), though, unlike his predecessor, a good Catholic, was a most incompetent ruler, devoting most of his time to alchemy and other such studies rather than to the work of government. He endeavoured to solve the religious difficulties in Silesia and Bohemia by yielding to the Protestant demands (1609), but the interference of his brother Matthias led to new complications, and finally to Rudolph's abdication of the sovereignty of Bohemia (1611). Frederick IV. Of the Palatinate was a strong Protestant, and was closely connected with the reforming party in England, Holland, and France. He thought he saw in the strife between the members of the House of Habsburg an opportunity of improving the position of Protestantism in the Empire, of weakening the claims of the House of Habsburg to the imperial dignity, and possibly also of establishing himself as ruler of a united Germany. An incident that took place at Donauworth, a city near the Rhine, helped him to realise his scheme of a great Protestant federation. This city was almost exclusively Catholic in 1555, but in one way or another the Protestants had succeeded in improving their position till at last only the Abbey Church remained to the Catholics. Here on the feast of Corpus Christi in the year 1606 the customary procession of the Blessed Sacrament was attacked and dispersed, and the Catholics were treated with the greatest cruelty. When the matter was brought before the Emperor, the city was placed under the ban of the Empire, and Maximilian I. of Bavaria was entrusted with the task of carrying out the decree. He advanced with a strong army and captured the city. As the war indemnity could not be raised, he retained possession of it, restoring to the Catholics everything they had lost. Frederick IV. Made a strong appeal to the Protestant princes to show their resentment at such an act of aggression, pointing out to them that the fate of Donauworth would be the fate of all their territories unless they took united action. As a consequence, when both parties met at the Diet of Regensburg (1608), the excitement was intense, and when the Emperor appealed to his princes for support against the Turks, the Protestants refused to lend their aid unless they received satisfactory explanations. The Catholics, encouraged by Maximilian, were equally unconciliatory, with the result that the Diet disbanded without having been able to arrive at an agreement. A short time after the Diet most of the Protestant princes met at Ahausen and formed a confederation known as the Union (1608), at the head of which stood Frederick IV. of the Palatinate. while a little later a large number of the Catholic princes bound themselves together in the League and accepted Maximilian of Bavaria as their leader (1609). Thus Germany was divided once again into two hostile camps, and only a very trifling incident was required to plunge the country into another civil war. For a time it seemed as if the succession to the Duchy of Cleves was to be the issue that would lead to the catastrophe. Duke John William of Cleves had died without any direct heir, and as the religious issue was still undecided in his territory, the appointment of a successor was a matter of the greatest importance to both parties. The Emperor, with the approval of the League, nominated his brother Leopold as administrator, while the Union, having strengthened itself by an alliance with France, was prepared to take the field in favour of a Protestant. Henry IV. of France, anxious to turn the disputes that had broken out between the different members of the imperial family to the advantage of himself and his country, was actually on his way to take part in the campaign when he was assassinated. On his death both parties agreed to a temporary truce (1610), and thus the outbreak of the war was delayed for some time. The delay was very fortunate for the Catholics in Germany. With such an emperor as Rudolph pitted against a man like Henry IV, there could have been very little doubt about the issue. Even in his own territories Rudolph could not maintain his authority against his brother Matthias, in whose interests he was obliged to abdicate the throne of Bohemia (1611). On the death of Rudolph (1612), Matthias succeeded, though not without considerable difficulty. As emperor he showed himself much less favourable to the Protestants than he had been during the years when he was disputing with his brother, but however well inclined he was powerless to put an end to the division that existed or to control the policy of the League or the Union. The Duchy of Cleves was still an object of dispute. While the German Protestants invoked the aid of William of Orange and the Dutch Calvinists, the Catholics called in the forces of Spain. The Emperor could merely look on while his subjects allied themselves with foreigners to settle their own domestic troubles. Meanwhile far more serious trouble was brewing in Bohemia, where the followers of Huss had blended with the disciples of Luther, and where in many centres there was a strong feeling against the Catholic Church. According to the concessions granted by Rudolph (1609), knights and free cities were at liberty to build Protestant churches, but a similar concession was not made to the subjects of Catholic lords. Regardless of or misinterpreting the terms of the concession, however, the Protestant tenants of the Archbishop of Prague and of the Abbot of Braunau built churches for their own use. The Archbishop and Abbot, considering themselves aggrieved, appealed to the imperial court. According to the decision of the court, the church built on the lands of the Archbishop was to be pulled down, and the other on the lands of the Abbot was to be closed (1618). A deputation representing the Protestant party was appointed to interview the imperial representatives at Prague, and the reply to their remonstrances being regarded as unfavourable, the mob attacked the building and hurled the councillors, who were supposed to be responsible for it, through the window. Under the direction of Count Thurn and some other Protestant nobles, a provisional government was established in Bohemia. Arrangements were made to organise an army, and as a beginning in the work of reform the Jesuits were expelled. Owing to the strong anti-German feeling of the populace, the rebellion spread rapidly in Bohemia, and Count Mansfeld hastened to the relief of the insurgents with an army placed at his disposal by the Union. Most of the cities of Bohemia were captured by the rebels, and the whole of northern Austria stood in the gravest danger. At this critical moment the Emperor Matthias passed away and was succeeded by Ferdinand II (1619–37). The latter was a devoted Catholic, trained by the Jesuits, and had already done immense service to the Church by wiping out almost every trace of heresy in his hereditary dominions. That such a man should succeed to the imperial dignity at such a time was highly distasteful to the Protestants of Bohemia. It was not, therefore, to be wondered at that they refused to acknowledge him as king and elected in his stead Frederick V. of the Palatinate (1619). The situation looked exceedingly serious for Ferdinand II. On the one side he was being pressed hard by the Turks, and on the other he was beset so closely by the Bohemian rebels that even the very city of Vienna was in danger of falling into their hands. His opponent, Frederick V., could rely upon the forces of the Union in the campaign, and besides, as the son-in-law of James I. of England and the nephew of Maurice of Orange, the successful leader of the Dutch and the sworn ally of the French Huguenots, Frederick had little difficulty in persuading himself that at last Europe was to be free from the domination of the House of Habsburg. He marched into Bohemia and was crowned solemnly at Prague in 1619. But if Frederick could count upon support from many quarters, so too could Ferdinand. Maximilian II. of Bavaria was active on his side, as were indeed the whole forces of the League. Saxony, too, which was devoted to Lutheranism and detested the Calvinist tendencies of Frederick, fearing that a victory for him might mean a victory for Calvinism, ranged itself under the banner of the Emperor. The Pope sent generous subsidies, as did also Spain. Finally, during the course of the campaign, Ferdinand was fortunate in having the service of two of the ablest generals of their time, Tilly, who commanded the forces of the League, and Wallenstein, who had charge of the imperial troops. Maximilian of Bavaria marched into Austria at the head of the army of the League, and drove the rebels back into Bohemia, whither he followed them, and inflicted upon them a severe defeat in the Battle of the White Mountain (1620). Frederick was obliged to save himself by flight after a reign of a few months. The leaders of the rebellion were arrested and put to death. In return for the services he had rendered, Maximilian of Bavaria became ruler of the Palatinate, from which Frederick had been deposed. But though Frederick was defeated, the struggle was by no means finished. The Count of Mansfeld, acting on behalf of the Union, espoused the cause of the Palgrave, and was supported by an army led by Christian IV. of Denmark, Frederick's brother-in-law, who marched into Germany to the aid of his friends. James I. of England, though unwilling to dispatch an army, helped by grants of money. The war was renewed with great vigour, but the allies had little chance of success against two such experienced generals as Tilly and Wallenstein. Christian IV. suffered a terrible defeat at the Barenberg near Lutter (1626), and 3 years later he was forced to agree to the Peace of Lubeck (1629), by which he promised to withdraw from Germany and never again to mix himself up in its domestic affairs. The forces of the Emperor and of the League were so victorious all along the line that the former felt himself strong enough to deal with the burning question of the ecclesiastical property that had been seized. In a short time he issued what is known as the Edict of Restitution (1629), by which he ordered that all property acquired by the Protestants contrary to the Ecclesiasticum Reservatum clause of the Peace of Augsburg (1555) should be restored. He commanded, besides, that the terms of the Peace of Passau-Augsburg should be strictly observed, allowing Catholic and Protestant princes the right of establishing their own religion in their own territories (cuius regio illius religio), and permitted Protestant subjects of Catholic princes who felt their consciences aggrieved to emigrate if they wished to do so. About the justice of this decree there could be very little dispute, for it dealt only with the return of what had been acquired by open or veiled spoliation, but it may well be doubted whether it was prudent considering the circumstances of the case. In the first place it meant the loss of enormous territories for some of the Protestant princes who had enriched themselves from the lands of the bishops and abbots. During the earlier stages of the war many of those men had stood loyally by the Emperor in his struggle against rebels and foreign invaders, but now, mindful of their own temporal interests and the future of their religion, they were prepared to range themselves on the side of the co-religionists in what had become purely a religious war. France, too, alarmed by the victory of Ferdinand II, and fearing that a victory for the House of Habsburg might lead to the establishment of a united empire and the indefinite postponement of the project of securing for France the provinces along the Rhine, was only too glad to pledge its support to the Protestant princes in the war against the Emperor. The young and valiant King of Sweden, Gustavus Adolphus, was a keen spectator of the trend of affairs in Germany, and was anxious to secure for his country the German provinces along the shores of the Baltic. He was not without hopes also that, by putting himself forward as the champion of Protestantism and by helping the Protestant princes to overthrow the House of Habsburg, he might set up for himself on the ruins of the Holy Roman Empire a great Protestant confederacy, embracing most of northern Europe. Finally, even though Saxony had been induced by special concessions to accept the Edict of Restitution, it might have been anticipated that in a purely religious struggle between Catholics and Protestants, hatred of the Roman Church would prove stronger than the prejudices against Geneva, and its ruler would be forced to join the enemies of the Emperor. Gustavus Adolphus, having strengthened himself by a formal agreement with France, marched into Germany at the head of a body of picked troops (1630). He issued a proclamation announcing that he had come to free the Germans from slavery, and he opened negotiations with the Protestant princes, some of whom, to do them justice, showed themselves very reluctant to become allies of a foreign invader. Ferdinand II. was but poorly prepared to meet such an attack. The imperial troops had been disbanded, and what was much worse, Wallenstein had retired into private life. Many of the Catholic princes, notably Maximilian of Bavaria, resented his rapid promotion and the grant that had been made to him of the Duchy of Mecklenburg. They prejudiced the mind of Ferdinand against him just at the time his services were most urgently required. Nor, when the first fit of zeal had passed away, were all the Catholic princes anxious to hasten to the support of the Emperor. Tilly, with the forces of the League, advanced to bar the progress of the Swedes. He was defeated at Breitenfeld (1631), and his army was nearly destroyed. Gustavus Adolphus pushed rapidly forward towards Bavaria, captured the cities of Wurzburg, Mainz, and Augsburg, and for a time it seemed as if his advance to Vienna was going to be a triumphal march. Overjoyed with the success of his campaign, he began to act as if he were really Emperor of Germany, thereby giving great offence to many of his German followers. His dreams of power were, however, brought to an abrupt termination. In April 1632 he fought an indecisive battle at Rain on the Lech, where Tilly was wounded mortally, but in November he was slain at Lutzen, though his army was victorious. Ferdinand found himself in great danger. He appealed for aid to Urban VIII. And to Spain, but at first the former, believing that the struggle was more political than religious, refused to assist him, though later on, when he realised that the very existence of the Catholic Church in the Empire was endangered, he changed his mind and forwarded generous subsidies. Maximilian of Bavaria, who had held aloof for a time, espoused warmly the cause of the Emperor, and Wallenstein, who had been recalled in the hour of danger, raised an immense army in an incredibly short space of time. Oxenstierna, the Chancellor of Sweden, took up the work of his master Adolphus, and succeeded in bringing about an alliance with the Protestant princes (1633). So low had the national feeling sunk in the Empire that the Protestant princes consented to appoint this upstart as director of the campaign, and to fight under his command. France supplied the funds to enable the Swedes to carry on the war. For some time very little was done on either side. Negotiations were carried on by Wallenstein with the Swedes, with Saxony, and with France. It was represented to the Emperor that his chosen general was guilty of gross disloyalty. Though the charge of absolute disloyalty has not been proved, still certain actions of Wallenstein, coupled with his inactivity, gave good colour to the accusation. The Emperor dismissed him from his command, and a little later he was murdered by some of his own soldiers. The war and the negotiations were renewed alternately, but without any result, as peace was not desired by either Sweden or France. At last the forces of the Emperor gained a signal victory at Nordlingen (1634). This success had at least one good result in that it detached the Elector of Saxony from the side of Sweden. He had never thrown himself wholeheartedly into the struggle, as he disliked the idea of supporting a foreign invader against his own emperor, and was not sorry to escape from a very awkward position. The Peace of Prague was concluded between the Emperor and Saxony (1635), according to which the Edict of Restitution was abandoned in great measure and religious freedom was guaranteed to the Protestants of Silesia. But to promote their own interests the Swedes and the French insisted on complete equality between the Protestants and Catholics as an indispensable condition for peace. From this time onward it was a purely political struggle, inspired solely by the desire of these two countries to weaken Germany and to break the power of the House of Habsburg. On the death of Ferdinand II. in 1637 it was thought that the war might have been ended, but these hopes were disappointed. Ferdinand III. 1637–57, who succeeded, offered a general amnesty at the Diet of Regensburg (1641), without avail. French soldiers crossed the frontiers to support the Swedes and the Protestants. Finally, after long negotiations, the Peace of Westphalia (1648) put an end to a struggle in which Germany had suffered enormously and from which foreigners were to derive the greatest benefits. The Peace of Westphalia was dictated to Germany by France and Sweden. As a reward for the injury they had inflicted on the country, both received large slices of German territory. France insisted on getting possession of Alsace, while Sweden received large grants of territory along the Baltic, together with a war indemnity of 5,000,000 thalers. In order to provide compensation for the secular princes, portion of whose territories had been ceded to these two powers, and also to reward others who had suffered for their alliance with Sweden, the secularization of a considerable amount of the ecclesiastical states was arranged. Saxony, Brandenburg, Hesse-Kassel, Brunswick, and Mecklenburg were enriched by the acquisition of lands formerly ruled over by the bishops and abbots. This step meant that the Protestant states of Germany were strengthened at the expense of the Catholic Church, and that the people of these districts, being now transferred to Protestant rulers, were in great danger of being drawn over to the religion of their new masters. The jurisdiction of the bishops was abolished in these territories, and even in some of the new chapters, as for example Osnabrück, Protestant canons were installed side by side with Catholics. Furthermore, it was arranged that the terms of the Peace of Augsburg should be observed with this important change, that the rights guaranteed in it to the Lutherans should be extended even to those who did not accept the Augsburg Confession. This concession was intended to meet the demands of the Calvinists. Again, complete equality was established between Catholics and Protestants in the Empire. To give effect to this clause, it was arranged that in all imperial committees and courts both parties should be represented in equal numbers. In case religious issues were discussed at the Diet, where the Catholics still had the majority, it was agreed that the matter should not be decided by voting but by friendly compromise. The princes were permitted to determine the religion of their subjects, the principal restriction being that these subjects who were in the enjoyment of a certain form of public or private religious worship in 1624 should not be forced to change their religion. For the others nothing remained but to seek a home where their conscientious convictions might be respected. In regard to ecclesiastical property, the year 1624 was taken as the normal year, the property that the Protestants held in that year being allowed to remain in their hands. The Ecclesiasticum Reservatum clause was retained and made obligatory on both parties. These terms, it was provided, should not extend to the Protestants in the hereditary dominions of the Emperor. The Peace of Westphalia, by its practical recognition of state neutrality in religious matters, put an end to the constitution of the Holy Roman Empire, and reduced the Emperor to the position of a mere figurehead, depending for strength entirely on his own hereditary states. Instead of preventing disunion, it made national unity almost impossible, and exposed Germany to attack from any hostile neighbour who might wish to strengthen himself by encouraging strife among its various states. Besides, it inflicted a severe injury on the Church, not merely by its recognition of the Protestant religion, but by the seizure of ecclesiastical property, the abolition of bishoprics, the interference with cathedral chapters, and the recognition of the right of the temporal sovereign to determine the religion of his subjects. It was no wonder then that the papal legate, Fabio Chigi, lodged a strong protest against the peace, and that the protest was renewed in the most solemn form by Innocent X. (1648). This action was not inspired by the Pope's opposition to peace. On the contrary, again and again during the Civil War the Holy See had sought to bring about a friendly understanding. But no Pope, unless he was disloyal to the trust confided in him, could permit such interference in purely religious matters, without making it clear that he was not a consenting party. Innocent X. foresaw that this was but the herald of new claims on the part of the civil rulers, and that in a short time even the Catholic sovereigns would endeavour to regulate the ecclesiastical affairs of their subjects without reference to the authority of the Church. Nor was it long until events showed that his suspicions were not without good foundation. End of chapter 4. End of section 20. Section 21 of History of the Catholic Church from the Renaissance to the French Revolution, Volume 1, by Rev. James MacCaffrey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5. Catholic Missions. While heresy was spreading with such alarming rapidity that it threatened to deprive the Church of her fairest provinces in Europe, New continents were being opened up in the East and the West, and Christian missionaries were being sent forth to bear an invitation to strange races and peoples to take the place of the millions who had strayed from the fold. The restless energy and activity, so characteristic of the 15th century, manifested itself strikingly in the numerous naval expeditions planned and carried out in face of enormous difficulties, and which led to such important geographical discoveries. The Portuguese pushed forward their discoveries along the west coast of Africa, till at last Bartholomew Diaz succeeded in doubling the Cape of Good Hope (1487), thereby opening the way for Vasco da Gama's voyage to the Malabar coast in 1498. Spain, jealous of the new South Sea route to the East Indies discovered by her rival, availed herself of the offer of Christopher Columbus to provide a western route, and it was while engaged in this attempt that he discovered the great continent of America. The importance of these discoveries in both East and West, both from the spiritual and temporal point of view, was understood clearly enough by both Spain and Portugal. The rulers of these countries, while anxious for the spread of Christianity among the pagan races of Asia and America, were not unmindful also of the important service that might be rendered by religion to their work of colonization. Fortunately, these new fields for the Christian missionaries were opened up at a time when the religious spirit of Western Europe was beginning to recover from the state of lethargy to which it had been reduced by abuses, and the cry went forth for volunteers in an age when the older religious orders had begun to feel the influence of reform, and when the new religious orders, particularly the Jesuits, were at hand to render invaluable assistance. The foundation of the Congregation de Propaganda Fide (1622), the establishment of the Collegium Urbanum (1627), for the education and training of missionary priests, and the organization of the Société des Missions Étrangères (1663) in Paris helped to unify the work and to put it upon a solid and permanent basis. The first place in this remarkable missionary development must be assigned to St. Francis Xavier (1506 52), the friend and disciple of St. Ignatius of Loyola and the most successful Christian missionary since the days of St. Paul. On the invitation of John III of Portugal, who had heard something about the contemplated new Society of Jesus, St. Francis sailed from Lisbon and landed at Goa, the capital of the Portuguese Indian colony (1542). Franciscans and Dominicans had preceded him thither, but the scandalous example of irreligion and immorality set by the colonists had made it nearly impossible for these devoted men to win converts among the pagan races. St. Francis threw himself generously into the work of reawakening the faith of the Portuguese before attempting the conversion of the natives. When the condition of affairs in Goa had undergone a complete change for the better, he set out for West India, where he preached with wonderful effect, and succeeded in extending his efforts as far as the island of Ceylon. He next visited Malacca, the Molucca Islands, and Sumatra. Everywhere he went thousands to the faith. His extraordinary kindness and charity, his untiring zeal, his simple, straightforward exposition of Catholic doctrine, and the numerous miracles by which God confirmed the truth of his preaching, were the principal causes of his success. In the meantime, several other members of the Society of Jesus had arrived. These he dispatched to different parts of India to tend the flock whom he had won for Christ, while at the same time he established a novitiate and a house of studies to prepare a native clergy for carrying on the work. Not content with what had been accomplished in India, he set out for Japan (1549) in company with a Japanese convert, who assisted him to acquire a knowledge of the language. He landed at Kagoshima, where he remained nearly a year, learning the language and preparing a short treatise in Japanese on the principal articles of faith. When he had overcome these preliminary difficulties, he began the work of evangelization, and notwithstanding the energetic opposition of the bonzes, or native priests, he formed a flourishing community. Through central Japan he made his way, preaching with success in the principal towns, but the political troubles then raging in the capital proved a serious obstacle to the success of his work. For 2 years and a half St. Francis continued his apostolic labours in Japan, and then returned to Goa, not indeed to rest, but only to prepare for a still more hazardous mission. In Japan he discovered that one of the principal arguments used against the acceptance of the Christian faith was the fact that the Chinese, to whom the people of Japan looked with reverence, still preferred Confucius to Christ. Inspired by the hope of securing the celestial empire for the Church and of ensuring thereby the conversion of the entire Eastern races, he had himself appointed ambassador to China and set off to reach the capital. On the voyage, however, he became so seriously ill that it was necessary to land him on the little island of Sancian, where in a rude hut constructed to shelter him he breathed his last. During the 10 years of his mission he had won close on 1 million people to the faith, and he had given Christianity a hold on the people of India and Japan which no political revolutions or religious persecutions could ever loosen. He was canonized in 1622. After the death of the Apostle of India, the work that he had begun was carried on by his brethren of the Society of Jesus in face of very serious difficulties. They were opposed by the Brahmins, who tried to stir up persecutions, and their progress was impeded by political disturbances. The arrival of the Jesuit Robert de Nobili (1577 1656) in 1605 marked a new stage in the history of the conversion of India. After a visit paid to the city of Madura, where one of his brethren had been labouring for years without any visible fruit, de Nobili came to the conclusion that the comparative failure of the Christian missionaries was due to the contempt of the Brahmins for them as Portuguese or friends of the Portuguese, and as associates of the pariahs, who were regarded as the Brahmins as being little better than beasts. He determined to adopt new methods, to come to them not as a Portuguese but as a Roman, to avoid all contact with the pariahs or outcasts, to respect the national customs and caste divisions of the country, and to secure a sympathetic hearing from the Brahmins by his learning and especially by his intimate knowledge of the Indian literature. His method was crowned with instant success. In a short time he had made hundreds of converts in the very city where his colleague had laboured in vain for years, and he had secured his converts not by minimizing or corrupting Catholic truth, but by a prudent regard for the caste system and for certain rites and customs connected with it, which he tolerated as partaking of a national rather than of an essentially religious character. Objections were raised against his methods by his fellow Jesuit in Madura. He was charged with countenancing superstition by allowing the use of pagan rites, and with encouraging schism and dissension by permitting no intermingling between the Brahmins and the pariahs even in the churches. In justice to Father de Nobili and to those who favoured his methods, it ought to be said that they did not like the system of castes. They hoped that under the influence of Christian charity such divisions might disappear, and that just as the Church undermined rather than condemned slavery in the first centuries, so too the missionaries in India might respect the prejudices of the Brahmins, till these prejudices should have been extinguished by a closer acquaintance with the doctrines and spirit of Christianity. The highly coloured reports sent in against him produced an unfavourable impression on his superiors, but when his defence was received at Rome, Gregory XV refused to issue any condemnation (1623). During the lifetime of Father de Nobili he pursued his own method with success, though at the same time he never neglected an opportunity of providing secretly for the spiritual welfare of the poorer classes. After his death in 1656, many of the Jesuits continued his policy, notwithstanding the fact that grave objections were raised by some of the other religious orders. A crisis came, however, in Pondicherry, which belonged to the French. The Capuchins were in charge of the mission and attended both to the colonists and the natives. The bishop decided to share the work between the Capuchins, who were left in charge of the colonists, and the Jesuits, who were entrusted with preaching to the natives (1699). The Capuchins appealed to Rome and brought forward against the Jesuits the old charges that had been levelled against Father de Nobili, and that had given rise to such bitter controversies. The question of the Malabar rites was carried once more to Rome, and de Tournon, Patriarch of Antioch, was sent as legate to investigate the case (1703). After remaining 8 months in the country, and before he had an opportunity of considering both sides of the question, he decided against the Jesuits (1704). This decision was confirmed by the Pope in 1706. The controversy continued, however, till 1744, when Benedict XIV, in the Bull /Omnium Sollicitudinem, issued a final condemnation of the Malabar rites (1744). In deference to the prejudices of the Brahmins, a scheme was then formulated with the approval of the Pope for organising 2 classes of missionaries, one for the Brahmins and another for the outcasts. But the suppression of the Jesuits in the Portuguese dominions (1756) put an end to this system. The Carmelites did good service by their efforts to reconcile the Nestorian Christians with the Church. The further progress of the Catholic Church in India was impeded by the suppression of the Jesuits, the invasion of India by the Dutch, the insistence of Portugal upon its rights of patronage over all the churches of India, the downfall of the religious spirit in Europe during the 18th century, and finally by the destruction during the French Revolution of the colleges and religious houses that supplied workers for the mission. St. Francis Xavier had planned to introduce the Christian faith into the Celestial Empire, but he died almost in sight of the coast. The first missionary who made any progress in that country was another Jesuit, Father Matteo Ricci (1552 1610), who arrived in China in 1582. He was a man of great ability, well versed in mathematics and in the natural sciences, and well qualified to make an excellent impression on the educated classes. He was protected by the mandarins and respected by the Emperor, who invited him to the imperial palace of Pekin (1600). Although it was his scholarly attainments that attracted the Chinese rather than his religion, Father Ricci never failed to seize every opportunity of directing the thoughts of his pupils and admirers towards Christianity. At his death in 1610, many of the mandarins had been converted, and most of the old prejudices against the new religion had disappeared. Other Jesuits equally learned and equally prudent were ready to take his place. His successor, Father Shaw, was summoned by the Emperor to Pekin, and was appointed president of the Mathematical Society. By his influence at court he obtained permission for his fellow workers to open Christian churches in China, and secured the publication of various Christian books in the Chinese language. The revolution that preceded the establishment of the Manchu dynasty, 1644, led to some persecution, but the trouble was only of a temporary character. On the death of Father Shaw in 1666, he was succeeded by Father Verbiest, who was also patronized by the court on account of his scholarly attainments. Finally, in 1692, an imperial rescript was issued giving the Christian missionaries full permission to preach the gospel throughout the empire. At that period the number of converts was about 20,000. 2 bishoprics were erected, one at Pekin and one at Nankin. In the beginning, as the Jesuits were practically speaking the only missionaries in China, it was reserved for them as their special mission field by Gregory XIII (1585). But later on Clement VIII allowed the Franciscans to go to China, and finally the country was opened to all Christian missionaries by Urban VIII. The presence of the new labourers in the vineyard was not productive of so good results as might have been expected. A fierce controversy that broke out regarding the Chinese rites, principally between the Dominicans and Jesuits, did much to retard the progress of the Catholic Church in the Celestial Empire for a long period. To understand the meaning of this controversy, it should be remembered that the Chinese people, deeply attached to the memory of their ancestors and to their veneration of Confucius, were accustomed to perform certain rites and ceremonies at fixed periods in memory of their departed relatives and in honour of Confucius. To prohibit these was to put an end to all hope of conversion, and to tolerate them looked like tolerating paganism. Father Ricci decided to tolerate them mainly on the ground that they partook more of a civil than of a religious character, that in themselves they were harmless, that the Church has always been very prudent in regard to the national and civil customs of its converts, and that with the acceptance of Christianity all danger of misunderstanding would soon disappear. Furthermore, for want of better names for the deity, Father Ricci allowed the use of Tien Shu, Lord of Heaven, Tien and Shang Ti, Supreme Emperor, words that had been used hitherto in an idolatrous sense, but which in themselves, and as explained by the Jesuit missionaries, were orthodox enough. Both parties in the controversy meant well, and each could adduce very convincing arguments in favour of its own views. The Dominicans commissioned one of their number to denounce these customs to Rome as idolatrous. He submitted 17 articles dealing with the Chinese rites to the Inquisition, and after a long discussion a provincial condemnation was issued by Innocent X (1645). Father Martini went to Rome to defend the Chinese rites and to point out the serious consequences which such a sweeping condemnation might have upon the whole future of Christianity in China. In 1656 a decision more or less favourable to the Jesuits was given by Alexander VII. The decision helped to prolong rather than to settle the controversy. A crisis was reached, however, when Maigrot, Vicar Apostolic of Fujian, one of the priests belonging to the Society for Foreign Missions, denounced the Chinese rites as pure paganism, and interdicted their observance to all converts within his jurisdiction. The case was carried once more to Rome, and de Tournon was dispatched as papal legate to decide the case. In 1707 he issued a decree prohibiting the Chinese rites, incurring thereby the enmity of the Emperor, who had him thrown into prison, where he died (1710). All missionaries who obeyed his orders were banished. The decision of the legate was supported by several decrees from Rome, and at last in 1742 Benedict XIV condemned the Chinese rites and ordered that all missionaries to China should take an oath against further discussion of the question. The controversy was carried on with considerable earnestness on both sides on account of the importance of the issues at stake, and was embittered considerably by political and religious disputes in Europe that had no concern either with China or the Chinese rites. The condemnation had a disastrous effect on the missions. Nearly all the missionaries were banished from the country, and the Christians were obliged to choose between apostasy and death. In Japan, St. Francis Xavier had begun the work of conversion. He left behind him 2 of his brethren, who were joined soon by other members of the Society of Jesus, with the result that about the year 1582 there were between 100 and 200,000 Catholics in the country. An embassy consisting of 3 of the native princes visited Rome in 1585. In many districts the local chiefs granted full liberty to the missionaries, and in a short time the number of Christians rose to 300,000. Some of the authorities, alarmed by the rapid growth of foreign powers in the country, began to whisper among the people that the Christian missionaries were only spies working in the interest of Spain and Portugal. A violent persecution broke out against the Christians in 1587 and lasted for several years. Notwithstanding the savagery of the pagans and the punishments decreed against the missionaries, the Jesuits weathered the storm, and fresh labourers arrived to support them in the persons of the Dominicans, the Franciscans, and the Augustinians. But national jealousy of the foreigners, more especially of the Spanish and Portuguese, fomented as it was by the Dutch and English, led to new troubles for the Christian communities. In 1614 a royal decree was issued against the Christians, and a determined attempt was made to destroy the work of the missionaries. Punishments of the most awful kind were inflicted on those who would not abjure the Christian faith, and many, both priests and people, were put to death. From 1614 to 1640 the persecution was carried on in a systematic and determined manner, so that by that time all the missionaries were either dead or banished, and the whole of the young communities they had formed were scattered. For years Japan remained closed against the missionaries, who made various attempts to escape the vigilance of the authorities. Whatever may be the explanation, whether it was due to the severity of the climate or to the savage character of the inhabitants, the Christian missions in Africa were not productive of much fruit. St. Vincent de Paul sent some of his community to work in the district around Tunis and in the island of Madagascar. Missionaries from Portugal made various attempts to found Christian communities along the whole western coast of Africa. In the Congo the results at first were decidedly promising. Here the work was begun by the Dominicans, who were assisted at a later period by the Capuchins, the Augustinians, and the Jesuits. Many of the inhabitants were won over to the faith, but as years passed, and as the supply of missionaries failed, much of what had been accomplished was undone, though the Capuchins still continued their efforts. In Angola the Jesuits led the way, in Upper and Lower Guinea the Jesuits and the Carmelites, in Morocco and in Egypt the Franciscans, while various religious bodies undertook the work of evangelizing the Portuguese colonies in Eastern Africa. By far the greatest triumph of the Church during this age of missionary effort was that which was achieved by the conversion of the native races in the territories occupied by Spain and Portugal in the western continent. The hope of extending the boundaries of the Church was one of the motives that induced Columbus and his supporters to undertake their voyage of discovery, as it was also one of the motives urging the rulers of Spain to increase the sphere of their jurisdiction. Hence from the very beginning great care was taken to provide for the conversion of all the natives. Priests were dispatched from Spain with all the expeditions, Dominicans, Franciscans, Carmelites, Augustinians, Fathers of the Order of Our Lady of Mercy, and after the establishment of the Society of Jesus, Jesuits vied with each other in their eagerness to risk their lives in the work. Generous provision was made by the rulers of Spain for the support of the clergy and the maintenance of religion. Episcopal and archiepiscopal sees were founded and endowed. Colleges and monasteries were established by the various religious orders, and in the course of less than a century the Church had gained in the New World almost as much as she had lost in the Old. The Spanish rulers were not inclined to destroy or to maltreat the native races, but they were unable to supervise the greedy officials, many of whom acted savagely towards the Indians, killing hundreds of them and forcing the others to work as slaves. The hatred of the Indian races for the Spaniards made the work of the missionaries more difficult, but from the beginning the Church espoused the cause of the Indians, sought to secure protection for them against the officials, and to restrain, if not to extinguish, entirely the practice of enslaving the natives. Bartholomew de las Casas, 1474 to 1566, at first a secular priest, then a Dominican, and afterwards a bishop, took a prominent part in the struggle on behalf of the natives, and though his methods were not always of the most prudent character, he helped to put down some of the most glaring abuses. Charles V. was most sympathetic towards the Indians, laid down very strict rules for his subordinates, and invited the bishops to become protectors of the Indians, while Paul III. Insisted strongly on the freedom of the natives and their rights as men (1537). Some of the West Indian islands which Columbus discovered were thickly populated. The Franciscans and Dominicans set to work at once to convert the native people of Haiti, many of whom were destroyed by the Spaniards despite the efforts of the missionaries. Cuba was taken possession of by the Spaniards in 1511, and Mexico, or New Spain, was conquered by Hernando Cortes in 1519. The people that inhabited this country were much more intelligent and cultured than the other native races. They had flourishing towns, beautiful temples and public buildings, and a fairly well organized form of government. Cortes invited the Franciscans to undertake the work of conversion. They were followed by the Dominicans, by the Order of Our Lady of Mercy, and by the Jesuits. Bishop Zumarraga, the first bishop in Mexican territory, opened schools for the education of the Indians, as did also the Franciscans and the other religious orders. The Jesuits established the great college of San Ildefonso, and in 1553 the Royal and Pontifical University of Mexico was opened for the reception of students. By the bull Universalis Ecclesiae Regimini, full rights of patronage over all the churches of New Spain were conferred on the rulers of Spain, and religious affairs were placed under the control of the Council of the Indies. From the West Indies, Christianity made its way into Central America, which was acquired by Spain in 1513. The Dominicans, Capuchins, and Jesuits preached the faith in Guiana. Venezuela was evangelized at first by the Franciscans, 1508, and by the Dominicans, 1520. Later on, Capuchins, Jesuits, and Augustinians took part in the work. By the year 1600, fully 2/3 of the natives were converted. Peru was conquered for Spain by Francis Pizarro in 1532. The inhabitants of this country were highly civilized, with a regular government, and with a form of religious worship much superior to any of the pagan systems with which the Spaniard had come into contact. For a while the conversion of the country was delayed owing to the cruelties inflicted on the natives and the conflicts between the Spanish leaders, but in a short time the Franciscans and Dominicans undertook missions to the natives with great success. In 1546 Lima was created an archbishopric, and in a few years a university was opened. St. Rose of Lima, 1586 to 1617, was the first saint of American birth to be canonized officially, 1671. By the beginning of the 17th century, the majority of the natives were converted. End of section 21. Section 22 of History of the Catholic Church from the Renaissance to the French Revolution, Volume 1, by Rev. James MacCaffrey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Brazil was discovered by the Portuguese, Alvarez de Cabral, 1500, who named it Vera Cruz, because his ship came to anchor there on Good Friday. The Franciscans were early in the field to tend to the spiritual wants of the natives, who stood in need of some defenders to protect them from the greed of the Portuguese officials. At the request of King John III, St. Ignatius dispatched some of his followers to Brazil, 1549. A great college was opened by the Jesuits for the education of young men. The wars with the French, the invasion of Brazil by the Dutch, and the opposition of officials who were annoyed at the protection afforded the natives by the missionaries rendered the work of conversion exceedingly difficult, but reductions or settlements of Indians were formed by the Jesuits, Capuchins, Carmelites, and others, and episcopal sees were established throughout the country. The expulsion of the Jesuits in 1759 was a severe blow to the missions in Brazil. Paraguay was taken possession of by Spain in 1536. The Franciscan Fathers, who accompanied the expedition, addressed themselves at once to the conversion of the natives, but the difficulty of making themselves understood, the cruelty of the first conquerors towards the natives, and the bad example of the early colonists made their work much more difficult than it might have been. The Dominicans, the Augustinians, and the Order of Mercy came to the assistance of the first missionaries, and 3 episcopal sees were established. One of the bishops, a Dominican, invited the Jesuits to come to Paraguay (1586). They established colleges in several of the leading centres, and sent out their members in all directions to preach to the Indians, over whom they acquired in a short time a very salutary influence. But the harshness of the Spanish officials and the bad example they gave to the native converts made it necessary for the Jesuits to form reductions or special settlements where the Indians might live apart from the Spaniards, and where they might be free from oppression and the corrupting influence of their Spanish masters. Philip III of Spain approved this plan and ordained that the reductions should be subject directly to the crown. In these settlements the Jesuits trained the natives in agriculture and in trades, but the peace of the communities was disturbed frequently by the slave hunters against whom the Spanish officials refused to take action. As a last resource the Jesuits organized an Indian force and provided them with arms for self-protection. Close on 1 million converted natives were attached to the 31 reductions that formed a kingdom of independent principalities subject only to Spain. This happy condition of affairs was not destined to last for ever. By a treaty made in 1750, Spain, in return for some territory ceded by Portugal, handed over to Portugal 7 of the reductions. The Jesuits pleaded for delay in carrying out the eviction of the Indians who were settled in this territory, and when their appeal was refused they advised the Indians to submit. Some of them followed this advice, while others of them flew to arms only to be defeated (1756). The blame for the rebellion was attributed to the Jesuits by Pombal and the other enemies of the Society in Portugal. By a royal decree issued in 1767 the Jesuits were expelled from Paraguay, and in a few years the flourishing communities which they had established were completely dissolved. Christianity reached the territory now known as the United States from 3 distinct sources, namely the Spanish colonies in the south, the French settlements in the north, and from the English Catholic colony of Maryland in the east. The sphere of influence of the Spanish missionaries was Florida, California, New Mexico, and Texas. In 1526 an expedition under the command of de Narvaez and accompanied by several Franciscan Fathers was sent to explore Florida, but the expedition ended in complete failure. Several other attempts of a similar kind were made with no better results, till at last, aroused by the danger of a French occupation, Menendez established a permanent settlement at Fort St. Augustine and prepared the way for Spanish occupation (1565). Menendez, zealous for the conversion of the natives, invited the Jesuits to come to Florida, as did also the Franciscans. At first the work of conversion was attended with great difficulties and proceeded very slowly, but by the year 1700 many Christian villages had been established. The attacks of the English on Florida injured the missions, and the cession of Florida to England (1763) completed the work of destruction. Lower California was discovered by Cortez in 1533, and Upper California by Cabrillo 11 years later. In the beginning the missionaries encountered great opposition, but after 1697 the Jesuit Fathers were very successful. They formed the natives into permanent settlements or reductions, and so rapidly did the work of evangelization proceed that in 1767, the year in which the Jesuits were expelled by Spain, nearly all the Indians were converted. The Franciscan Fathers succeeded the Jesuits, continuing their reductions in Lower California and introducing missions of a similar kind among the Indians of Upper California. The Dominicans also rendered valuable assistance. In 1822 California was ceded to the United States, and the missions were broken up owing to the hostility of the civil authorities. The Franciscans were the first to undertake missions in New Mexico (1539). Several of the missionaries suffered martyrdom in their attempts to convert the natives, but it was only after 1597 that any considerable progress was made. In Texas, the earliest real effort at introducing Christianity among the natives was made in the last quarter of the 17th century. The work of the Franciscans was disturbed by rebellions among the Indians and by war, but notwithstanding these obstacles several flourishing Indian settlements were established. In 1813 the Spanish Cortes issued a decree that the missions in Texas should be secularized. Although others had preceded him, yet the honour of discovering Canada is assigned generally to Jacques Cartier, who made 3 voyages to the country (1534 42). Early in the 17th century the 2 Jesuits, Bayard and Masse, arrived and began the conversion of the Indian tribes settled in Acadia, which embraced Nova Scotia and New Brunswick. In 1608 Samuel de Champlain, the father of New France, arrived and laid the foundation of Quebec. He invited the Franciscan Recollects to preach to the Indian tribes, namely the Algonquins and the Hurons (1615). The Franciscans went to work with a will, preaching to the people and opening schools for the young, but finding their numbers too few for the mighty task, they invited the Jesuits to come to their assistance (1625). Several Jesuits, including Father Brebeuf and Lalemant, hastened to Canada and undertook missions to the Hurons. The invasion and capture of Quebec in 1629 by the English interrupted the work for a time, but on the restoration of the territory to France in 1632 the Jesuits continued their labours with renewed vigour. The fierce tribe of the Iroquois were the strongest opponents of the Christian missionaries, many of whom they put to death. Father Jogues was put to death in 1646, and a little later Fathers Daniel, Brebeuf, and Lalemant, together with several of their companions, met a similar fate. But notwithstanding these reverses, the work of Christianizing the native races of Canada proceeded apace. In 1642 the city of Montreal was founded, and in 1657 the superior of the Sulpicians dispatched several of his community to labour in the new colony. 2 years later Francois de Montmorency Laval arrived as first bishop and vicar apostolic of New France. West and east the missionaries continued to win new conquests for the Church. The English, however, gave great trouble to the missionaries by stirring up the Indian tribes to make war on the Christian settlements, nor was the French colony, practically deserted as it had been by the mother country, able to hold its own against the English colonists. In 1713 France ceded to England Acadia, Newfoundland, and the Hudson Bay territory. In Acadia the Catholic missions had been very successful, but in 1755 the unfortunate Catholics, who refused to take the oath that was tendered to them, were seized and deported. In 1759 Quebec was taken, and by the Treaty of Paris (1763) Canada passed under the dominion of the English. Many French missionaries from Canada worked in the districts stretching from the St. Lawrence to Lake Superior, and missions were established by the Jesuits in the states of Michigan, Wisconsin, and Illinois. In 1673 Father Marquette (1636 75) undertook a journey southward to visit the Great River, about which he had heard from the Indians, and to open up new fields of work for himself and his associates. He succeeded in reaching the Mississippi, and sailed down the river as far as the mouth of Arkansas. As a result of the information acquired from those who returned from this voyage of exploration, expeditions were sent out by the French to take possession of the new territories and to erect fortifications against the further advance westward of the English colonists. The city of New Orleans was founded in 1717. Missionaries, Capuchins, Jesuits, and priests of the Society of Foreign Missions preached the gospel with great success to the natives in Louisiana, Mississippi, Iowa, Arkansas, and Ohio. The Jesuits, under the leadership of Father White, who settled in the colony founded in Maryland (1534), devoted themselves to the conversion of the Indians. But the expulsion of Lord Baltimore in 1644 and the victory of the Puritans led to the almost complete destruction of these Indian missions. End of chapter 5. End of section 22. Section 23 of History of the Catholic Church from the Renaissance to the French Revolution by Rev. James MacCaffrey, This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6. Theological Controversies and Studies. Bayesianism. The Catholic doctrine on grace, around which such fierce controversies had been waged in the 5th and 6th centuries, loomed again into special prominence during the days of the Reformation. The views of Luther and Calvin on grace and justification were in a sense the very foundation of their systems, and hence it was of vital importance that these questions should be submitted to a searching examination, and that the doctrine of the Catholic Church should be formulated in such a way as to make cavilling and misunderstanding impossible. This work was done with admirable lucidity and directness in the 5th and 6th sessions of the Council of Trent, but nevertheless these decrees of the Council did not prevent the theories of Luther and Calvin being propagated vigorously, and from exercising a certain amount of influence even on some Catholic theologians who had no sympathy with the religious revolt. Amongst these might be reckoned Michael Baius de Bay (1513–89), a professor at the University of Louvain, and John Hessels, one of his supporters in the theological controversies of the day. They believed that Catholic apologists were handicapped seriously by their slavish regard for the authority and methods of the scholastics, and that if instead of appealing to the writings of St. Thomas as the ultimate criterion of truth, they were to insist more on the authority of the Bible and of the works of the early Fathers such as St. Cyprian, St. Jerome, and St. Augustine, they would find themselves on much safer ground, and their arguments would be more likely to command the respect of their opponents. Hence at Louvain, in their own lectures, in their pamphlets, and in private discussions, they insisted strongly that scholasticism should make way for positive theology, and that the Scriptures and patristic literature should take the place of the Summa. Not content, however, with a mere change of method, they began to show their contempt for traditional opinion, and in a short time alarming rumours were in circulation both inside and outside the university that their teaching on original sin, grace, and free will was not in harmony with the doctrine of the Church. The Franciscans submitted to the judgment of the Sorbonne a number of propositions selected from the writings or lectures of Baius and his friends, and the opinion of the Sorbonne was distinctly unfavourable. As the dispute grew more heated and threatened to have serious consequences for the university and the country, Cardinal Granvelle, believing that the absence of the two professors might lead to peace, induced both to proceed to the Council of Trent as the theologians of the King of Spain (1563). Though the opinions of Baius found little sympathy with the Fathers of Trent, yet since the subjects of original sin and grace had been discussed and defined already, nothing was done. On his return (1564) from the Council of Trent, Baius published several pamphlets in explanation and defence of his views, all of which were attacked by his opponents, so that in a short time the university was split into two opposing camps. To put an end to the trouble, the rector determined to seek the intervention of Rome. In October 1567 Pius V issued the bull Ex Omnibus Afflictionibus, in which he condemned 79 propositions selected from the writings or lectures of Baius without mentioning the author's name. The friends of Baius raised many difficulties regarding the reception and the interpretation of the papal document, and though Baius himself professed his entire submission to the decision, the tone of his letter to the Pope was little short of offensive. The Pope replied that the case having been examined fully and adjudged, acceptance of the decision was imperative. Once more Baius announced his intention of submitting (1569), and so confident were his colleagues of his orthodoxy that he was appointed Dean of the Theological Faculty, and later on Chancellor of the University. But his actions did not correspond with his professions. Various arguments were put forward to weaken the force of the papal condemnation, until at last Gregory XIII was forced to issue a new bull, Provisionis Nostrae (1579), and to send the learned Jesuit Francisco Toledo to demand that Baius should abjure his errors, and that the teaching of Pius V should be accepted at Louvain. The papal letter was read in a formal meeting of the university, whereupon Baius signed a form of abjuration, by which he acknowledged that the condemnation of the propositions was just and reasonable, and that he would never again advocate such views. This submission relieved the tension of the situation, but it was a long time before the evil influence of Bayesianism disappeared, and before peace was restored finally to Louvain. The system propounded by Baius had much in common with the teaching of Pelagius, Luther, and Calvin. His failure to recognize the clear distinction between the natural and the supernatural was the source of most of his errors. According to him, the state of innocence in which our first parents were created, their destination to the enjoyment of the beatific vision, and all the gifts bestowed upon them for the attainment of this end were due to them, so that had they persevered during life they should have merited the eternal happiness as a reward for their good works. When, however, man sinned by disobedience, he not merely lost gratuitous or supernatural endowments, but his whole nature was weakened and corrupted by original sin, which, in the system of Baius, was to be identified with concupiscence, and which was transmitted from father to son according to the ordinary laws of heredity. This concupiscence, he contended, was in itself sinful, as was also every work which proceeds from it. This was true even in the case of children, because that an act be meritorious or demeritorious, free will was not required. So long as the act was done voluntarily, even though necessarily, it was to be deemed worthy of reward or punishment, since freedom from external compulsion was alone required for moral responsibility. From the miserable condition into which man had fallen, he was rescued by the redemption of Christ, on account of which much that had been forfeited was restored. These graces procured for man by Christ may be called supernatural, not because they were not due to human nature, but because human nature had been rendered positively unworthy of them by original sin. The justice, however, by which a man is justified consisted not in any supernatural quality infused into the soul, by which the individual was made a participator of the divine nature, but implied merely a condition in which the moral law was observed strictly. Hence justification, according to Baius, could be separated from the forgiveness of guilt, so that though the guilt of the sinner may not have been remitted, still he may be justified. In sin two things were to be distinguished: the act and the liability to punishment. The act could never be effaced, but the temporal punishment was remitted by the actual reception of the sacraments, which were introduced by Christ solely for that purpose. The Mass possessed, he held, any efficiency that it had only because it was a good moral act, and helped to draw us more closely to God. The Molinist Controversy. The teaching of St. Thomas on grace was a teaching followed generally, not merely by the Dominicans, but by most of the theologians belonging to the secular clergy and to the other religious orders. When, however, the systems of Calvin and Luther began to take root, some of those who were brought into close contact with the new doctrines arrived at the conclusion that the arguments of their opponents could be overcome more effectually by introducing some modifications of the theories of St. Thomas concerning the operation of grace and free will. The Jesuits particularly were of this opinion, and in 1584 the General Aquaviva allowed his subjects to depart in some measure from the teaching of the Summa. This step was regarded with disfavour in many influential quarters, and induced scholars to be much more critical about Jesuit theology than otherwise they might have been. In their college at Louvain there were two Jesuit theologians, Lessius (1584 1623) and Hamel, who both in their lectures and theses advanced certain theories on man's cooperation with grace and on predestination that were deemed by many to be dangerously akin to the doctrine of the Semi-Pelagians (1587). The fact that the Jesuits had been the consistent opponent of Baianism induced Baius and his friends to cast the whole weight of their influence against Lessius. A sharp controversy broke out once more in the Netherlands. The universities of Louvain and Douay censured 34 propositions of Lessius as semi-Pelagian, while the universities of Ingolstadt and Mainz declared in favour of their orthodoxy. The matter having been referred to Rome, Sixtus V imposed silence on both parties without pronouncing any formal condemnation or approval of the propositions that had been denounced (1588). The controversy in the Spanish Netherlands was only the prelude to a much more serious conflict in Spain itself. In 1588 the well-known Jesuit Luis de Molina (1535 1600) published at Lisbon his celebrated work /Concordia Libri Arbitri cum gratiae donis etc., with the approbation of the Dominican Bartholomew Ferreira and the permission of the Inquisition. Hardly had the work left the printing press than it was attacked warmly by Domingo Banez (1528 1604), the friend and spiritual director of St. Therese, and one of the ablest Dominicans of his time. He had been engaged already in a controversy with the Jesuit Montemayor on the same subject of grace, but the publication of Molina's book added new fuel to the flame, and in a short time the dispute assumed such serious proportions that bishops, theologians, universities, students, and even the leading officials of the state were obliged to take sides. The Dominicans supported Banez, while the Jesuits, with some few exceptions, rallied to the side of Molina. The latter's book was denounced to the Inquisition, but as a counterblast to this, Banez also was accused of very serious errors. If Molina was blamed for being a semi-Pelagian, Banez was charged with having steered too closely to Calvinism. In the hope of restoring peace to the Church in Spain, Clement VIII reserved the decision of the case to his own tribunal (1596). To get a grasp of the meaning of the controversy, it should be borne in mind that in all theories concerning the operation of grace, 3 points must be safeguarded by all Catholic theologians, namely, man's dependence upon God as the first cause of all his actions, natural as well as supernatural, human liberty, and God's omniscience or foreknowledge of man's conduct. Following in the steps of St. Thomas, the Dominicans maintain that when God wishes man to perform a good act, He not only gives assistance, but He actually moves or predetermines the will so that it must infallibly act. In this way the entire act comes from God as the first cause, and at the same time it is the free act of the creature, because the human will, though moved and predetermined by God, acts according to its own nature, that is to say, it acts freely. In His eternal decrees by which God ordained to give this premotion or predetermination, He sees infallibly the actions and conduct of men, and acting on this knowledge He predestines the just to glory, ante previsa merita. According to this system, therefore, the efficaciousness of grace comes from the grace itself, and is not dependent upon the cooperation of the human will. Against this Molina maintained that the human faculties, having been elevated by what might be called prevenient grace, so as to make them capable of producing a supernatural act, the act itself is performed by the will cooperating with the impulse given by God. Man is, therefore, free, and at the same time dependent upon God in the performance of every good act. He is free because the human will may or may not cooperate with the divine assistance, and he is dependent upon God because it is only by being elevated by prevenient grace, freely given by God, that the human will is capable of cooperating in the production of a supernatural act. It follows, too, that the efficaciousness of grace arises not from the grace itself, but from the free cooperation of the will, and that a grace in itself truly sufficient might not be efficacious through the failure of the will to cooperate with it. The omniscience of God is safeguarded because, according to Molina, God sees infallibly man's conduct by means of the scientia media, or knowledge of future conditional events, so called because it stands midway between the knowledge of possibilities and the knowledge of actuals. That is to say, He sees infallibly what man would do freely in all possible circumstances were he given this or that particular grace, and acting upon this knowledge He predestines the just to glory, post previsa merita. The main difficulty urged against Molina was, that by conceding too much to human liberty, he was but renewing in another form the errors of Pelagius, while the principal objection brought forward against the Dominicans was, that by conceding too much to grace they were destroying human liberty, and approaching too closely to Calvin's teaching on predestination. Needless to say, however much they differed on the points, both the followers of St. Thomas and the friends of Molina were at one in repudiating the doctrines of Calvin and Pelagius. A special commission, Congregatio de Auxiliis, presided over by Cardinals Madrucci and Aragon, was appointed to examine the questions at issue. The first session was held in January 1598, and in February of the same year the majority of the members reported in favour of condemning Molina's book. Clement VIII requested the commission to consider the evidence more fully, but in a comparatively short time the majority presented a second report unfavourable to Molina. Representatives of the Dominicans and Jesuits were invited to attend in the hope that by means of friendly discussion an agreement satisfactory to both parties might be secured. In 1601 the majority were in favour of condemning 20 propositions taken from Molina's work, but the Pope refused to confirm the decision. From 1602 till 1605 the sessions were held in the presence of the Pope and of many of the cardinals. Among the consultors was Peter Lombard, Archbishop of Armagh. The death of Clement VIII in March 1605 led to an adjournment. In September 1605 the sessions were resumed and continued till March 1606, when the votes of the consultors were handed in. In July 1607 these were placed before the cardinals for their opinions, but a little later it was announced that the decision of the Holy See would be made public at the proper time, and that meanwhile both parties were at liberty to teach their opinions. Neither side was, however, to accuse the other of heresy. Since that time no definite decision has been given. and, so far as the dogmas of faith are concerned, theologians are at full liberty to accept Thomism or Molinism. Jansenism. The influence exercised by Baius and the ideas that he implanted in the minds of his students had a very disturbing effect on the University of Louvain. Amongst those who fell under the sway of Baianism at this period, the best known, if not the ablest, was Cornelius Jansen (1585 1638). He studied at Utrecht, Paris, and Louvain. While in this latter place he formed a resolve to join the Society of Jesus, but for some reason or another he was refused admission, a slight which accounts in some measure for the continued antipathy he displayed during his life toward the Jesuits. At Louvain, too, he was associated very closely with the brilliant young French student, John de Verger de Hauranne (1581 1643), better known as the Abbot of St. Cyran, whom he accompanied to Paris and afterwards to Bayonne, where both lived for almost 12 years. During these years of intimate friendship they had many opportunities of discussing the conditions and prospects of the Catholic Church, the prevalence of what they considered Pelagian views amongst theologians, the neglect of the study of the Fathers, above all of St. Augustine, the laxity of confessors in imparting absolution and allowing their penitents to receive Holy Communion, and the absolute necessity of returning to the strict discipline of the early Church. In 1617 the two friends separated, Jansen returning to Louvain, where he was appointed to a chair of scriptural exegesis, and de Verger to Paris, where he took up his residence, though he held at the same time the commendatory abbacy of St. Cyran. As professor of Scripture, Jansen showed himself both industrious and orthodox, so that in 1636, on the nomination of Philip IV. Of Spain, he was appointed Bishop of Ypres. From that time till 1639, when he passed away, he administered the affairs of his diocese with commendable prudence and zeal. During the greater portion of his life he had devoted all his spare moments to the study of the works of St. Augustine, especially those directed against the Pelagians, and he had prepared a treatise on grace, in which treatise he claimed to have reproduced exactly the teaching of St. Augustine. This work was finished but not published when he took seriously ill, and the manuscript was handed over by him to some friends for publication. Before his death, however, he declared in the presence of witnesses that "if the Holy See wishes any change, I am an obedient son, and I submit to that Church in which I have lived to my dying hour." Notwithstanding various efforts that were made to prevent publication, Jansen's book /Augustinus/ was given to the world in 1640. Like Baius, Jansen refused to recognise that in the condition of innocence in which man was constituted before the fall, he was endowed with numerous gifts and graces that were pure gifts of God in no way due to human nature. Hence he maintained that by the sin of our first parents human nature was essentially corrupted, and man fell helplessly under the control of concupiscence, so that, do what he would, he must of necessity sin. There was therefore in man an irresistible inclination impelling him towards evil, to counteract which grace was given as a force impelling him towards good, with the result that he was drawn necessarily towards good or evil, according to the relative strength of these two conflicting delectations. It followed from this that merely sufficient grace was never given. If the grace was stronger than the tendency towards evil, it was efficacious; if it was weaker, it was not sufficient. Yet, whether he acted upon the impulse of grace or of concupiscence, man acted freely, because, according to Jansen, absence of all external pressure was all that was required to make an act free and worthy of praise or blame. The book /Augustinus/ created a profound sensation among theologians. It was hailed as a marvel of learning and ability by those who were still attached secretly to the school of Baius, as well as by the enemies of the Jesuits. A new edition appeared in Paris, only to be condemned by the Holy Office (1641) and by Urban VIII in the Bull In Eminenti (1642). Various difficulties were raised against the acceptance of the papal decision in Louvain and in the Netherlands, and it was only after a long delay and by threats of extreme measures that the Archbishop of Mechlin and those who followed him were obliged to submit (1653). The real struggle regarding Augustinus was to be waged, however, in Paris and France. There the Abbot of St. Cyran, who had been busily at work preparing the way for Jansen's doctrine by attacking the modern laxity of the Church and advocating the necessity of a complete return to the rigorous discipline of the early centuries. He had made the acquaintance of the family of the celebrated lawyer Antoine Arnauld, 6 of whose family had entered the convent of Port Royal, of which one of them, Angelique, was then superioress, while his youngest son, Anton, a pupil of St. Cyran, was destined to be the leader of the French Jansenists. St. Cyran insisted on such rigorous conditions for the worthy reception of the Eucharist that people feared to receive Holy Communion lest they should be guilty of sacrilege, and for a similar reason many priests abstained from the celebration of Mass. He attacked the Jesuits for their laxity of doctrine and practice in regard to the sacrament of penance. He himself insisted on the absolute necessity of perfect contrition and complete satisfaction as an essential condition for absolution. These views were accepted by the nuns at Port Royal and by many clergy in Paris. On account of certain writings likely to lead to religious trouble, St. Cyran was arrested by order of Cardinal Richelieu, 1638, and died in 1643. His place was taken by his brilliant pupil, Antoine Arnauld, who had been ordained priest in 1641, and who, like his master, was the determined opponent of the Jesuits. In 1643 he published a book entitled De la Frequente Communion, in which he put forward such strict theories about the conditions required for the worthy reception of the Eucharist that many people were frightened into abstaining even from fulfilling their Easter Communion. Despite the efforts of St. Vincent de Paul and others, the book was read freely and produced widespread and alarming results. Into Section 23. Section 24 of History of the Catholic Church from the Renaissance to the French Revolution, Volume 1, by Rev. James MacCaffrey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The condemnation pronounced by Urban VIII, 1642, against Augustinus, though accepted by the king, the Archbishop of Paris, and the Sorbonne, found many staunch opponents. It was contended that the condemnation was the work of the Jesuits rather than of the Pope, that it was based on the groundless supposition that the system of Jansen was identical with that of Baius, and that as no individual proposition in Augustinus had been condemned, people were perfectly free to discuss the views it contained. To put an end to all possibility of misunderstanding, Cornet, syndic of Paris University, selected from Augustinus 5 propositions which he believed contained the whole essence of Jansen's system, and submitted them to the Sorbonne for examination, 1649. Owing to the intervention of the Parliament of Paris in favour of the Jansenists, the propositions were referred to the Assembly of the Clergy, 1650, but the vast body of the bishops considered that it was a question on which a decision should be sought from Rome. Accordingly, 85 of the bishops addressed a petition to Innocent X, 1651, requesting him to pronounce a definitive sentence on the orthodoxy or unorthodoxy of the 5 propositions, while a minority of their body objected to such an appeal as an infringement of the liberties of the Gallican Church. A commission, some of the members of which were recognized supporters of the Jansenists, was appointed by the Pope to examine the question, and after prolonged discussions, extending over 2 years, Innocent X issued the Bull Convocatione 1653, by which the 5 propositions were condemned. The bull was received so favourably by the king, the bishops, and the Sorbonne that it was hoped the end of the controversy was in sight. The Jansenists, however, soon discovered a new method of evading the condemnation and of rendering the papal letters null and void. They admitted that the 5 propositions were justly censured, but they denied that these propositions were to be found in Augustinus, or if they were in Augustinus, they contended they were there in a sense quite different from that which had been condemned by the Pope. To justify this position, they introduced the celebrated distinction between law and fact. That is to say, while admitting the authority of the Church to issue definite and binding decisions on doctrinal matters, they denied that she was infallible in regard to questions of fact, as for example, whether a certain proposition was contained in a certain book, or what might be the meaning which the author intended to convey. On matters of fact such as these the Church might err, and the most that could be demanded of the faithful in case of such decisions was respectful silence. At the same time, by means of sermons, pamphlets, and letters, by advice given to priests, and by the influence of several religious houses, notably Port Royal, the sect was gaining ground rapidly in Paris, and feeling began to run high against the Jesuits. The antipathy to the Jesuits was increased and became much more general after the appearance of the Lettres Provinciales, 1656-57, written by Pascal, 1623-62. The writer was an exceedingly able controversialist, and in many respects a deeply religious man. From the point of view of literature, the Provincial Letters were in a sense a masterpiece, but they were grossly unfair to those whom they attacked. The Sorbonne offered a strong opposition to the Jansenists, as did also the bishops (1656). In the same year Alexander VII. Issued the bull /Ad Sanctam Petrus Sedem/, by which he condemned the distinction drawn between law and fact, and declared that the 5 propositions were to be found in Augustinus and were condemned in the sense in which they were understood by the Jansenists. The assembly of the clergy, having accepted this bull, drew up a formulary of faith based on the teaching it contained. The greater part of the Jansenists either refused entirely to subscribe to this formulary or else subscribed only with certain reservations and restrictions. The nuns at Port Royal were most obstinate in their refusal. As they persisted in their attitude, notwithstanding the prayers and entreaties of the Archbishop of Paris, he was obliged reluctantly to exclude them from the sacraments. One of the principal objections urged against the acceptance of the formulary being that the assembly of the clergy had no authority to prescribe any such profession of faith. Alexander VII., at the request of many of the bishops, issued a new constitution, Regiminus Apostolici (1664), in which he insisted that all priests, secular and regular, and all members of religious communities should subscribe to the anti-Jansenist formulary that he forwarded. Most of the Jansenists refused to yield obedience even to the commands of the Pope. They were strengthened in their refusal by the fact that 4 of the French bishops set them a bad example, by approving publicly in their pastorals the Jansenist distinction between law and fact. The Council of State promptly suppressed these pastorals (1665), and at the request of Louis XIV, Alexander VII. Appointed a commission for the trial of the disobedient bishops. In the meantime, before the commission could proceed with the trial, Alexander VII. Died and was succeeded by Clement IX. (1667). Several of the French bishops addressed a joint letter to the new Pope, in which, by a rather unfair use of extracts from the works of theologians, they sought to excuse the attitude of their brother bishops, and at the same time they hinted to the king that the controversy was taking a course likely to be fraught with great danger to the liberties of the Gallican Church. Louis XIV., who had been hitherto most determined in his efforts against the Jansenists, began to grow lukewarm, and the whole situation in France was becoming decidedly critical. Some of the French bishops offered their services as mediators. Through their intervention it was agreed that without expressly retracting their pastorals, the bishops should consent to sign the formulary drawn up by the Pope and induce the clergy to do likewise. The bishops signed the formulary and held synods in which they secured the signatures of their clergy, but at the same time in their conversations and in their addresses they made it perfectly clear that they had done so only with the Jansenist restrictions and reservations. The announcement of their submission, pure and simple, was forwarded to the Pope without any reference to any conditions or qualifications, and the Pope informed the king that he was about to issue letters of reconciliation to the 4 bishops. Before the letters were forwarded, however, rumours began to reach Rome that all was not well, and a new investigation was ordered. Finally, in view of the very critical state of affairs, it was decided that the Pope might proceed safely on the documents received from the nuncio and the mediators without reference to the information acquired from other sources. In January 1669 the letters of reconciliation were issued. The Jansenists hailed the Clementine peace as a great triumph for their party, and boasted publicly that Clement IX. Had receded from the position taken up by his predecessor by accepting the Jansenist distinction between law and fact. That their boasting was without foundation is sufficiently clear from a mere cursory examination of the papal letters. The Pope makes it perfectly evident that the letters were issued on the assumption that the bishops had subscribed without any reservation or restriction. He states expressly that he was firmly resolved to uphold the constitutions of his predecessors, and that he would never submit any restriction or reservation. The Immaculate Conception. From the days of Duns Scotus, the doctrine of the Immaculate Conception was received very generally by the universities and theologians. The Dominicans, feeling themselves called upon to support the views of St. Thomas, who argued against the Immaculate Conception as understood in his own time, opposed the common teaching. The question was brought before the Schismatical Assembly at Basel (1439), where it was defined that the Immaculate Conception of the Blessed Virgin was in harmony with reason and Scripture, and should be approved and accepted by all Christians. This teaching was confirmed by several provincial synods in France and Germany, as well as by many of the universities. Paris and Cologne, for example, obliged all their members to swear to defend the doctrine. Sixtus IV bestowed indulgences on those who would observe the Feast of the Immaculate Conception (1476), but although favouring the doctrine he forbade the defenders or opponents to charge each other with heresy (1483). When in the discussions on Original Sin at the Council of Trent the subject was raised, no formal decision was given because the Fathers were determined to direct all their attention to the doctrines that had been rejected by the Reformers. At the same time the opinion of the Fathers was expressed clearly enough, since they declared that in their decrees regarding the universality of Original Sin they did not mean to include the Immaculate Virgin Mary (5th Session, 1546). Pius V condemned a proposition of Baius, in which it was laid down that Christ alone escaped the guilt of Original Sin, and that the Blessed Virgin suffered death on account of the guilt she contracted by her descent from Adam (1567). A Spanish Franciscan, Francis of Santiago, having claimed that he had a vision in support of the doctrine, a sharp controversy broke out in Spain, to end which Philip III besought the Pope to give a definitive decision. Paul V contented himself, however, with renewing the decrees of his predecessors Sixtus IV and Pius V, forbidding charges of heresy to be bandied about by the disputants (1616), but in the following year he forbade any public defence of the theses directed against the doctrine of the Immaculate Conception. Gregory XV, though unwilling to yield to the request of the Spanish court for a formal definition, prohibited either public or private opposition to the doctrine, unless in case of those who had received special authorization from the Holy See. Finally, in 1661, Alexander VII, in the Constitution Solicitudo Omnium Ecclesiarum, explained the true meaning of the doctrine, and forbade any further opposition to what he declared to be the common and pious belief of the Church. Tyrannicide. Whether tyrannicide is lawful or unlawful was a question on which different views were held by theologians. The murder of the Duke of Orleans by orders of the Duke of Burgundy (1407) helped to stir up the controversy. Among the dependents of the Duke of Burgundy was a priest, John Parvus, Petit or Le Petit, who accompanied the Duke to Paris, and in a public assembly defended the Duke of Burgundy on the ground that it was lawful to murder a tyrant (1408). 9 propositions selected from the speech were condemned by the Bishop of Paris, by the Inquisition, and by the University (1414). The Duke of Burgundy appealed to Pope John XXIII, while the representatives of France at the Council of Constance were instructed to seek the opinion of the Assembly. The discussion of the subject was complicated by political issues. As the Council of Constance was anxious to avoid all quarrels with the King of France, the Duke of Burgundy, or the Emperor, it contented itself with issuing a very general condemnation of tyrannicide. Before the council closed, however, the question was raised once more, in connexion with a book published by the Dominican John of Falkenberg, who was a strong partisan of the Teutonic Knights in their struggle against the King of Poland, and who maintained that it was lawful to kill the King of Poland. He undertook the defence of Petit's work and wrote strongly against the representatives of the University of Paris. The Poles demanded his condemnation, but though he was arrested and detained in prison, his book was not condemned by the council. A Dominican chapter held in 1417 repudiated Falkenberg's teaching. For a long time the subject was not discussed by Catholic theologians, though tyrannicide was defended by the leading reformers, including Luther and Melanchthon, but during the religious wars in France and in Scotland it was advocated in theory by some of the French Calvinists such as Languet and Bottcher, as well as by the Scotch leader John Knox, and put into practice by their followers against the Duke of Guise and Cardinal Beaton. The Jesuits in France were accused of sympathising with this doctrine during the reign of Henry IV, but there was not sufficient evidence to support such a charge. Some of their theologians may have defended the legality of rebellion in certain circumstances, but this was a doctrine in no way peculiar to the Jesuits. The only serious argument brought forward by the opponents of the Jesuits was drawn from a work published by a Spanish Jesuit, Mariana (1536 1624). It was written for the instruction of some of the princes of Spain and was dedicated to Philip III. In many respects it was an exceedingly praiseworthy work, but the author's reference to the murder of Henry III of France and his defence of tyrannicide, hedged round though it was by many restrictions and reservations, gave great offence in France, and provided the enemies of the Society with a splendid weapon for a general attack upon the entire body. As a matter of fact, Mariana's book did not represent the views of the Jesuits. In 1610 the General Aquaviva forbade any of his subjects to defend the teaching on tyrannicide it contained. The Copernican System. Galileo Galilei. Nicholas Copernicus, Copernic or Copernig, 1473 to 1543, was born at Thorn and was educated principally at Cracow, Bologna, Padua, and Ferrara. He was a canon of the chapter of Fromberg, and most probably a priest. During his stay in Italy he was brought into contact with the new views put forward by Cardinal Nicholas of Cusa and others regarding the position of the earth in the system of the universe. His own studies led him to the conclusion that the sun was the centre around which the earth and all the heavenly bodies moved in their course. He communicated his conclusions to some of his special friends in 1531, but he hesitated to publish them on account of the ridicule that such a novel opinion was sure to excite. One of his pupils lectured at Rome on the subject and explained the theories of Copernicus to Clement VII. 1533. Yielding at last to the entreaties of Cardinal Schomberg, Archbishop of Capua, and Bishop Geiss of Culm, he entrusted his work for publication to one of his pupils, Eureticus, professor at Wittenberg, but the opposition of the Lutheran professors made it impossible to bring out the book in that city. It was finally published under the editorship of Osiander at Nuremberg in 1543. In the preface to the work Osiander made considerable changes out of deference to the views of Luther and Melanchthon, the most important of which was that he referred to the system of Copernicus as an hypothesis that might or might not be true. The work De Revolutionibus Orbium Coelestium was dedicated to Pope Paul III. The principal opposition to the novel views of Copernicus came from the side of the Lutheran theologians, and it was only years later, when feeling was aroused by the controversy regarding Galileo, that any suspicion of unorthodoxy was directed against Copernicus by Catholic writers. Needless to say, Copernicus died as he had lived, a devout Catholic, fully convinced that he had done good service for religion as well as for science. Galileo Galilei, 1564 to 1642, was remarkable from a very early age for his abilities as a student of mathematics and mechanics. Indeed, it was in these subjects and not in astronomy that he achieved his most brilliant and most lasting successes. He taught at Pisa and Padua, and was afterwards employed at the court of the Grand Duke of Tuscany. In 1609 he perfected the telescope, by means of which he was enabled to make observations of the heavenly bodies, and from these observations and discoveries he was led to the conclusion that the heliocentric system, as advocated by Copernicus, was the only one scientifically tenable. He came to Rome, where he was welcomed by the Pope and the cardinals, and set up his telescope in the Vatican Gardens (1611). At first Galileo's views excited no great opposition, but owing to the imprudent propaganda carried on by some of his own friends, notably by the Carmelite Foscarini, a violent controversy broke out in which the scientific side of the theory was almost completely forgotten. Against Galileo it was contended that his system contradicted the Scripture, which spoke of the sun standing still in its course at the prayers of Joshua, and that it was therefore inadmissible. At the time in Italy the ecclesiastical authorities were remarkably conservative and hostile to innovations, particularly as there was then a strong party in Italy, of whom Paul Sarpi might be taken as a typical example, who were liberal and Lutheran in their tendencies and sympathies. Had the discussion been confined to learned circles no notice might have been taken of it, but once an appeal was made to the masses of the people it was almost inevitable that Galileo should have been denounced to the Inquisition. In the circumstances a decision favourable to Galileo could hardly have been expected. The old Ptolemaic system was so closely bound up with the philosophic and scientific teaching of the age that its abandonment meant little less than a complete revolution in the world of learning. As yet the vast body of those who were specially versed in the subject treated the new theory with derision, while the arguments put forward by Galileo in its defence were so weak and inconclusive that most of them have been long since abandoned. The hostile attitude, too, of the Lutheran divines could hardly fail to exercise some influence on the Roman consultors. In 1615 Galileo appeared before the Inquisition to defend his views, but without any result. The heliocentric system was condemned as being opposed to Scripture and therefore heretical, and Galileo was obliged to promise never again to put it forward (1616). The work of Copernicus and those of some others who advocated the Copernican system were condemned donec corrigantur. The decision of the Congregation was wrong, but in the circumstances not unintelligible. Nor can it be contended for a moment that from this mistake any solid argument can be drawn against the infallibility of the Pope. Paul V. was undoubtedly present at the session in which the condemnation was agreed upon and approved of the verdict, but still the decision remained only the decision of the Congregation and not the binding ex cathedra pronouncement of the head of the Church. Indeed, it appears from a letter of Cardinal Bellarmine that the Congregation regarded its teaching as only provisional, and that if it were proved beyond doubt that the sum was stationary, it would be necessary to admit that the passages of Scripture urged against this view had been misunderstood. Galileo left Rome with no intention of observing the promise he had made. After the election of Urban VIII, who as Cardinal Barberini had been his faithful friend and supporter, Galileo returned to Rome (1624) in the hope of procuring a revision of the verdict. But though he was received with all honour and accorded an annual pension from the papal treasury, his request was refused. He returned to Florence, where he published 8 years later a new book on the subject, couched in the form of a dialogue between supporters of the rival system, the Ptolemaic one and the Copernican, in which Simplicissimus, the defender of the old view, was not only routed but covered with ridicule. Such a flagrant violation of his promise could not pass unnoticed. He was summoned to appear once more before the Inquisition, and arrived in Rome in February 1633. At first he denied that he had written in favour of his views since 1616. Then he pleaded guilty, confessed that he was in error, and appealed to the court to deal gently with an old and infirm man. He was found guilty, and was condemned to recite the 7 penitential psalms once a week for 3 years, and to be imprisoned at the pleasure of the Inquisition. It is not true to say that Galileo was shut up in the dungeons of the Inquisition. He was detained only for a few days, and even during that time he was lodged in the comfortable apartments of one of the higher officials. Neither is it correct to state that he was tortured or subjected to any bodily punishment. He was released almost immediately on parole, and lived for a time at Rome in the palace of the Grand Duke of Tuscany. Later on he retired to his villa at Arcetri, and finally he was allowed to return to Florence. In 1642, fortified by the last sacraments and comforted by the papal benediction, he passed away. His body was laid to rest within the walls of the Church of Santa Croce at Florence. Most of his misfortunes were due to his own rashness and the imprudence of his friends and supporters. His condemnation is the sole scientific blunder that can be laid to the charge of the Roman Congregation. That his condemnation was not due to any hatred of science or to any desire of the Roman ecclesiastics to oppose the progress of knowledge is evident enough from the favours and honours lavished upon his predecessors in the same field of research, Cardinal Nicholas of Cusa, Purbach, Mueller, Regiomontanus, and Copernicus. End of section 24. Section 25 of History of the Catholic Church from the Renaissance to the French Revolution by Rev. James MacCaffrey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Progress of Theological Studies. In the latter half of the 15th and the first quarter of the 16th centuries, theological studies had reached a very low ebb. The great philosophico-theological movement of the 13th century had spent its force, and it seemed highly probable that in the struggle with Humanism, theology would be obliged to abandon its position of preeminence in favour of the classics. Yet as events showed, the results of the Humanism were far from being so harmful to theology as seemed likely at first. Zeal for the pagan authors of antiquity helped to stir up zeal for the writings of the Fathers, new editions of which were published in various centres, while at the same time the value of the spirit of historical and literary criticism, so highly prized by the devotees of Humanism, was recognized by theologians and availed of largely in defending the authority of the documents that they cited. In the controversies with the Reformers, who rejected entirely the authority and the methods of the Scholastics, Catholic authors and controversialists were obliged to fix their attention upon the Scriptures and on the historical side of theology, as evidenced in the doctrines and usages of the early centuries. The revival, too, at this period of the older religious orders, particularly the Benedictines and the Dominicans, and the establishment of new bodies such as the Jesuits and the Oratorians, were in the highest degree providential. It gave to the Church the services of trained and devoted scholars, who were free to devote all their energies to the defence of Catholic interests. In the remarkable theological movement of the 16th century, Spain and Italy held the leading place. The University of Salamanca contended with the Collegium Romanum for the supremacy once yielded freely to the Theological Faculty of Paris. The founder of the new school of theology, which had its seat in Salamanca, but which exercised a very considerable influence on the Jesuit teachers in Rome, Ingolstadt, and Prague, was the Dominican Francis of Vitoria (1480 1546). Realising the necessity of the age better than most of his contemporaries, he put to an end the useless discussions and degenerate style of his immediate predecessors, reintroduced the Summa of St. Thomas, insisted on supplementing it by a close study of the Scriptures and the writings of the Fathers, and inaugurated a new style of theological Latinity, freed both from the barbarisms of the later scholastics and the pedantry of the classical enthusiasts. Among the Catholic theologians of Germany who defended the Church against the attacks of the Reformers may be mentioned John Eck (1486 1543), connected for the greater part of his life with the University of Ingolstadt, who in his publications proved himself the leading champion on the Catholic side against Luther; John Faber (1478 1541), the friend of Erasmus and the staunch though moderate opponent of Luther and Zwingli, whose work /Malleus Hereticorum/ (1524) secured for him the title of the Hammer of Heretics; John Cochlus (1479 1552), who published more than 200 treatises against the Reformers, nearly all of which suffered from the haste and temper in which they were prepared; John Gripper (1503 59), whose early training as a lawyer led him at first to favour proposed compromises hardly compatible with Catholic doctrine, but who laboured earnestly to save Cologne for the Catholic Church; John Knoss (1534 90), the Franciscan Bishop of Brixen; and the Blessed Peter Canisius, S.J. (1521 97), who did more than any other man to save the entire German nation from falling under the sway of Lutheranism, thereby meriting the title of the second apostle of Germany. Tommaso de Vio (1469 1534), surnamed Cajetan from his place of birth, Gaeta, joined the Dominicans at an early age, taught at Padua and Pavia, and was elected general of his order (1508). 7 years later he was created cardinal and was entrusted with a mission to Germany (1518), in the course of which he sought vainly to procure the submission of Luther. During the closing years of his life he acted as one of the principal advisers of Clement VII. By his example and advice he did much to revive theological studies amongst the Dominicans and to recall them to the study of St. Thomas. As a theologian and an exegetist he showed himself to be a man of great ability and judgment, sometimes slightly erratic and novel in his theories, while from the point of view of style he was vastly superior to most of his predecessors. His principal works are the Commentary on St. Thomas (1507 22) and his explanations of nearly all the books of the Old and New Testament. Ambrosius Catharinus (1487 1553) was born at Siena, graduated a Doctor of Canon and Civil Law at the age of 16, pleaded as a lawyer in the consistorial court of Leo X, joined the Dominicans at an advanced age, and took a prominent part in the discussions at the earlier sessions of the Council of Trent, was appointed bishop in 1546, and died in 1553, when, as it is said, he was on the point of receiving the cardinal's hat. Catharinus was a keen controversialist, but as a theologian he was brilliant rather than solid. His strong leaning toward novelties brought him into conflict with Cajetan and in fact with the whole Dominican order, the most cherished opinions of which he loved to attack. Dominic Soto (1494 1560) was a student of Alcala and Paris, joined the Dominicans in 1524, taught theology at Salamanca from 1532 to 1545 when he went to the Council of Trent, where his services were invaluable especially on the question of grace and justification, acted for a time as confessor to Charles V, and returned finally to his chair at Salamanca. He was the last of the great commentators on the Sentences of Peter Lombard. His principal works were De Natura et Gratia, written for the information of the Fathers of Trent, and De Justitia et Jure (1556). Another of the distinguished Spanish Dominicans of this period was Melchior Cano 1509–60, who had as his professor at Salamanca Francis of Vitoria. He taught at Alcalá and Salamanca, accompanied Soto to the Council of Trent, was appointed bishop but resigned almost immediately, and served for some time as provincial of the Dominicans. His greatest work was the De Locis Theologicus (1563), in which as a kind of introduction to theology he endeavoured to establish scientifically the foundations of theological science. He discusses the 10 loci or sources which he enumerates, namely Scripture, tradition, the Catholic Church, the Councils, the Fathers, the Roman Church, the Scholastics, reason, the authority of philosophers, and the authority of historians. His style is simple, concise, and elegant. Robert Bellarmine (1542–1621) was born in Tuscany, joined the Society of Jesus (1560), studied at the Collegium Romanum and at Louvain, where he taught for some time, was recalled to Rome to assume charge of the new chair of controversy in the Collegium Romanum, took a prominent part in the preparation of the Clementine edition of the Vulgate, in the Congregatio de Exilis, and in the trial of Galileo, engaged in controversy with James I of England in regard to the Catholic oath, was created cardinal (1599), and appointed Archbishop of Capua (1602). Cardinal Bellarmine was a deeply religious man, severe only with himself, an indefatigable student, always anxious to be just to his opponents, and specially gifted as a lecturer and writer. His greatest work was undoubtedly the Disputationes de Controversies Christianae Fidei Articulis, in which he displayed a most minute and accurate knowledge of the religious tenets of all the sects of the Reformers. The book created such an enormous sensation in Europe at the time that special lecturers were employed at some of the Protestant universities to undertake its refutation. His commentary on the Psalms and the Catechism prepared by him at the request of Clement VIII. Also deserve special notice. The last complete edition of his writings was published at Paris in 1870. Francis Suarez (1548–1617) was born at Granada, joined the Society of Jesus in Salamanca (1564), and taught at Valladolid, Rome, Alcalá, Salamanca, and Coimbra. Like Bellarmine, Suarez was a man of great personal piety, well versed in the writings of the Fathers and in the literature of the Reformers. His works are clear and well arranged, but somewhat too diffuse. The last edition, Vives, of his works was published at Paris (1856–61). John de Lugo (1583–1660) was born at Madrid, went to Salamanca to study law, and there joined the Jesuits. He lectured first at Valladolid and later on at Rome, where he attracted crowds of students, and he was created cardinal in 1643. In his works he has covered practically the entire field of dogmatic and moral theology. The best known are perhaps De Justitia et Jure, and his treatises on the Incarnation, the Sacraments, the Eucharist, and the Sacrifice of the Mass. The last edition of his published works was issued at Paris, 1868–9. Dionysius Petavius (Patua, 1583–1652) was born at Orleans, studied arts and theology at Paris, entered the Society of Jesus (1605), and taught theology at Paris for 22 years. He was one of the best known and most respected scholars of his age. Quite apart from his merits as a theologian, his works on chronology, notably the De Doctrina Temporum and the Tabulae Chronologicae, would have been sufficient to place him in the first rank of the scholars of his period. In theology he is chiefly remarkable for the introduction and application of the historical method in his discussion of dogma, and hence he is referred to rightly as the "father of the history of dogma." His principal theological work is the Dogmata Theologica (1644–50). The splendid example of a scientific treatment of moral theology set by St. Thomas produced very little effect during the 14th and 15th centuries, for the simple reason that the Sentences and not the Summa was the textbook used generally in the schools. Following along the lines marked out by Raymond of Penafort in his Summa de Poenitentia et Matrimonio (1235), a large number of summae, or manuals for the use of confessors, were published during the 14th and 15th centuries, the last of them being that of Sylvester Prierias, one of the earliest opponents of Luther. One of the few writers of this period who undertook to give a scientific explanation of moral principles is St. Antoninus (1389–1459), the Dominican Archbishop of Florence, in his /Summa Theologica Moralis. The rejection of the sentences in favour of the Summa and the reform decrees of the Council of Trent gave a new impetus to the study of moral theology during the 16th and 17th centuries. Most of the great writers of this period, Gregory of Valencia (1550–1603), Vasquez (1549–1604), Lessius (1554–1623), Banez (1528–1604), Medina (1527–81), Sanchez (1550–1610), Suarez, and De Logo devoted special attention to the underlying principles of moral theology, and in some cases to their practical application. The De Potentia and the Responsa Moralia of De Lugo served as models of what might be called mixed treatment, partly scientific and partly casuistical. The Theologia Moralis of the Jesuit writer Paul Laymann (1574–1635), the Instructio Sacerdotum of Cardinal Toledo, and the Medulla Theologiae Moralis of Hermann Busenbaum (1600–68), which went through 40 editions in his own lifetime, may be cited as examples of this method. The controversy regarding probabilism did not assume a serious aspect till the rise and condemnation of Jansenism. During this period the enemies of the Jesuits pointed to the approval given to probabilism by the Fathers of the Society as a proof of the laxity of view introduced by Jesuit theologians. Whatever may be said of the system, one thing is certain, namely that the Jesuit theologians were not the first to put it forward. It was followed in practice long before the institution of the Society of Jesus, was enunciated clearly enough as a theory by the Spanish Dominican Bartholomew Medina (1527–81), and was adopted, at least in their solutions of particular cases, by most of the great writers during the latter half of the 16th and the first half of the 17th centuries. Amongst the most notable writers on ascetical theology of this period were St. Ignatius of Loyola, the author of the Spiritual Exercises, St. Therese (1515–82), the zealous reformer of the Carmelites, St. John of God (1495–1550), the founder of the Brothers of St. John of God, the Dominican Louis of Granada (1504–88), St. Francis de Sales (1567–1622), the two Jesuit writers Alphonsus Rodriguez (1526–1616) and Louis de Ponte (1554–1624), and Jean-Jacques Ollier (1608–57), the founder of the Sulpicians. Many causes combined to bring about a great revival in scriptural studies. The Humanist movement ensured that commentators would bring to their task a ready knowledge of Greek and a critical appreciation of the age and value of manuscripts. The study of Hebrew was taken up enthusiastically by scholars like Reuchlin, and was rendered comparatively easy by the grammars and dictionaries published by Reuchlin, Santes, Pagnino, Pelican, and Cardinal Bellarmine. The contention of the early reformers that the Bible was the sole source of divine revelation, though never accepted by Catholic scholars, necessitated a close study of the words and literal meaning of the sacred text. In opposition to the private interpretation of the reformers, Catholics contended that the teaching authority of the Church and the interpretation of the Fathers were the only sure guides. The distinction between deuterocanonical and protocanonical books was ended for Catholics by the decision of the Council of Trent, attributing to both equal authority. The question of the extent of inspiration was left by the Council of Trent practically in the position in which it stood when the Council of Florence defined that God was the author of the sacred books. Many writers were inclined to hold the view that the divine assistance extended to the style and the words, while others rejected verbal inspiration. A few Catholic scholars, for example Lessius and Hamel, seem to maintain that a book composed by human industry and without the assistance of the Holy Ghost might be regarded as inspired if afterwards the Holy Ghost testified that it contained no errors. Since the Vatican Council such a view is no longer tenable. The activity in the field of scriptural studies is witnessed to by the edition of the Greek and Latin texts of the New Testament prepared by Erasmus, by the Complutensian Polyglot, published under the direction of Cardinal Ximenes (1514–17), to be followed by similar publications at Antwerp (1569–72) and at Paris (1628–45), by the edition of the Septuagint at the command of Sixtus V, and the edition of the Vulgate under Clement VIII. Amongst the great Catholic commentators of the age may be mentioned Cardinal Cajetan (died 1534), the Dominican Santos Pagnino, died 1541, Cornelius Jansen, 1576, the Jesuit John Maldonatus, died 1583, whose commentary on the four Gospels is still unrivalled, William Estius, died 1613, professor at Douay, whose views on grace were not unaffected by the controversies then raging at Louvain, and Cornelius a Lapide, S.J., died 1673, professor at Louvain in Rome, who published an excellent commentary on the entire Scriptures. Ecclesiastical history profited largely from the Humanist movement, which brought to light many new documents and tended to awaken a spirit of scholarly criticism. The contention put forward by the Reformers that primitive Christianity had been completely corrupted by so many pagan novelties during the Middle Ages made it imperative on Catholic scholars to direct their attention to the practices and teaching of the early centuries. New editions of the writings of the Fathers were prepared by the Dominican Jesuits and by the Benedictines of St. Maur. The attempt made by the Magdeburg Centuriators to justify Lutheranism at the bar of history called forth the Annales Ecclesiastici of Cardinal Baronius, 1538 to 1607. These annals dealt with the history of the Church from the beginning till the year 1198. The work was continued by the Oratorians, Rinaldus and Laudrucci, by Desponde, Bezoldus, and Augustin Thiner. The history of the Popes was written by the Augustinian Panvinio, died 1568, and by the Dominican Cioconius, died 1599. Hagiographical studies were pursued by Surius, died 1578, and by the Jesuit Heribert Eraswade, 1569 to 1629. It was the latter who first conceived the plan of publishing the Lives of the Saints in one series. He died without having done much except to collect an immense mass of materials. The scheme was, however, taken up by other members of the Society, notably John van Bolland, Bollandus, 1596 to 1665, Godfrey Hinschen, 1601 to 81, and Daniel von Papenbroek, 1628 to 1714. These were the first of the Bollandists, and the first volume of the Acta Sanctorum appeared in 1643. End of section 25. Section 26 of History of the Catholic Church from the Renaissance to the French Revolution by Rev. James MacCaffrey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7. The Age of Absolutism and Unbelief. New Controversies and Errors. The centralization movement that began in the 15th century and that tended to increase the power of the sovereign at the expense of the lesser nobles and of the people was strengthened and developed by the religious revolt. The Protestant reformers appealed to the civil rulers for assistance against the ecclesiastical authorities, and in return for the aid given to them so generously, they were willing to concede to the king all power in civil and ecclesiastical matters. Thenceforth the princes were to be so supreme in spirituals as well as in temporals that their right to determine the religion of their subjects was recognized as a first principle of government. During the days of the Counter-Reformation, when religious enthusiasm was aroused to its highest pitch, the Catholic sovereigns of Europe fought not so much for the aggrandizement of their own power as for the unity of their kingdoms and the defence of the religion of their fathers, threatened as it was with complete overthrow. But once the first fervour had passed away, and once it was recognized that religious harmony could not be secured by the sword, Catholic sovereigns began to understand that the Protestant theory of state supremacy meant an increase of power to the crown and might be utilized to reduce the only partially independent institution in their kingdoms to a state of slavery. Hence they increased their demands, interfered more and more in ecclesiastical matters, set themselves to diminish the jurisdiction of the Pope by means of the royal placet and other such legal contrivances, and asserted for themselves as much authority as could be reconciled with Catholic principles, interpreted in their most liberal sense. They urged the bishops to assert their independence against the Holy See, and the bishops, forgetful of the fact that freedom from Rome meant enslavement by the state, cooperated willingly in carrying out the programme of their royal masters. Men like Bossuet, carried away by the new theories of the divine right of kings, aimed at reducing the power of Rome to a shadow. They were more anxious to be considered national patriots than good Catholics. They understood only when it was too late that in their close union with the Holy See lay their only hope of resisting state aggression, and that by weakening the authority of the Pope they were weakening the one power that could defend their own rights and the rights of the Church. Their whole policy tended to the realisation of the system of national churches, and were it not for the divine protection guaranteed by Christ to the society that He Himself had founded, their policy might have been crowned with success. The principle, too, of individual judgment introduced by the Reformers was soon pushed to its logical conclusions. If by means of this principle Luther and his disciples could reject certain doctrines and practices that had been followed for centuries by the whole Catholic Church, why could not others, imitating the example that had been given to them, set aside many of the dogmas retained by Luther as being only the inventions of men, and why could their successors not go further still and question the very foundation of Christianity itself? The results of this unbridled liberty of thought made themselves felt in religion, in philosophy, in politics, in literature, and in art. Rationalism became fashionable in educated circles, at the courts and at the universities. Even Catholics who still remained loyal to the Church were not uninfluenced by the spirit of religious indifference. It seemed to them that many of the dogmas and devotions of the Church were too old-fashioned and required to be modernized. The courts in many cases favoured the spread of these anti-religious views because they meant the weakening of the power of the Church. They joined with the apostles of Rationalism in attacking the Society of Jesus, because the Rationalists realised that the Jesuits were their strongest opponents, while the politicians believed them to be the most strenuous supporters of the jurisdiction of Rome. It was only when the storm of revolution was about to burst over Europe that the civil rulers understood fully the dangerous tendency of the movement which they had encouraged. They began to open their eyes to the fact that war against Christianity meant war against established authority, and that the unbridled liberty of thought and speech which had been tolerated was likely to prove more dangerous to the cause of monarchy than to the cause of religion. Gallicanism. For centuries France had been the zealous defender of the Church and of the Holy See. From the days of Clovis the French nation had never wavered in its allegiance to the successors of St. Peter, many of whom had been obliged to seek refuge on the soil of France. In return for this support, given ungrudgingly in many a dangerous crisis, several important privileges were conferred by the popes on the French rulers, in which privileges moderate supporters of Gallicanism were inclined to seek the origin and best explanation of the so-called Gallican liberties. But the extreme Gallicans, realising that such a defence could avail but little against the Pope, who could recall what his predecessors had granted, maintained that the Gallican liberties were but the survival of the liberty possessed by individual churches in the early centuries, that these liberties had been restricted gradually by the Holy See, which succeeded in reducing the national churches to servitude, and that the French Church alone had withstood these assaults and had maintained intact the discipline and constitution of the Apostolic age. The rulers of France, well aware that every restriction upon the authority of the Church meant an increase of the power of the Crown, gladly fostered this movement, while the French bishops, unconscious of the fact that independence of Rome meant servitude to the king, allowed themselves to be used as tools in carrying out the programme of state absolutism. The pragmatic sanction of Louis IX, referred to by many writers as the first indication of Gallicanism, is admitted by all scholars to be a forgery. The exorbitant demands formulated by Philip the Fair during his quarrel with Boniface VIII are the first clear indication of the Gallican theory that confronts the historian. The principles laid down by the rulers of France during this quarrel were amplified considerably in the writings of William Occam, Jean of Jandun, and Marsilius of Padua, and were reduced to definite form in the time of the Great Western Schism. At that time, mainly owing to the influence of Gerson, d'Ailly, and other French leaders, the doctrine of the superiority of a general council over the Pope was accepted, and received official confirmation in the decrees of the 4th and 5th sessions of the Council of Constance (1414–17) and in the Council of Basel (1431–6). The decrees passed by the Synod of Bourges (1438) were strongly anti-papal, and despite of the efforts of Nicholas V and his successors to procure their withdrawal, many of them remained in force till the Concordat of 1516. Partly owing to this Concordat, by which the right of nomination to all bishoprics and abbacies in France was secured to the crown, and partly to the strong feeling aroused in France during the conflict with Calvinism, little was heard of Gallicanism during the 16th century. It was mainly, however, as a result of the opposition of the French bishops that the decree of the Council of Florence, regarding papal supremacy was not renewed at the Council of Trent, and it was in great measure due to the influence of Gallican principles that the decrees of the Council of Trent were not received in France for years. Gallicanism was renewed in the beginning of the 17th century by Edmund Richer (1559 1631), syndic of the Paris University and editor of the works of Gerson. He was a man who held novel views about the constitution both of Church and State, and who professed a sincere admiration for Gerson's exposition of the relations that should exist between a General Council and the Pope. In 1610 one of the Dominican students undertook to defend publicly the supremacy and infallibility of the Pope, whereupon a violent controversy broke out, but it was settled for a time by the prudent intervention of Cardinal du Perron. The Parliament of Paris, however, undertook the defence of Richer and of the work that he had published, in explanation of his theories. In this book, De Ecclesiastica et Politica Potestate (1611), he laid it down that the Church is a limited, not an absolute monarchy, that the whole legislative power rested in the hands of the hierarchy, composed, according to him, of both bishops and parish priests, that this legislative power should be exercised in the General Council, which as representing the entire hierarchy was the repository of infallibility and was not subject to the Pope, that the power of executing the decrees of general councils and of carrying on the administration of the Church rested in the hands of the Pope, who could not act contrary to the canons, that neither Pope nor hierarchy could undertake to enforce ecclesiastical decrees by any other means except persuasion, and that if force were required it should be exercised only by the head of the State, who was the natural protector of the Church and responsible to God for the due observance of the canons. This book was condemned by the Provincial Synod of Sens, held under the presidency of Cardinal de Perron in 1612, by the Provincial Synod of Aix, by the Bishop of Paris, and by the Pope. The Parliament of Paris, however, supported Richer, who lodged an appeal with the civil authorities against the action of the bishops, and sought to secure for his theories the support of Sorbonne. Though forced by the king to resign his office at the university, he continued to defend his views stubbornly till 1629, when for political rather than for religious reasons he was called upon by Cardinal Richelieu to sign a complete recantation. Shortly before his death in 1631 he declared in the presence of several witnesses that this submission was made freely and from conviction, but some papers written by him and discovered after his death make it very difficult to believe that these protestations were sincere. The writings of Pithu, Richer, and Dupuy, and above all the rising influence of the Jansenist party, helped to spread the Gallican teaching among the French clergy, and to make them more willing to yield obedience to the king than to the Pope. The Abbot of St. Cyran attacked the authority of the Holy See, but fortunately the extreme nature of his views and the need felt by both the priests and the bishops of France for the intervention of the Holy See against the Jansenists served to restrain the anti-papal feeling and to keep the leading theological writers like Duval, du Perron, Usambert, and Abely free from any Gallican bias. The accession of Louis XIV. 1661 marked a new era in the history of the Gallican liberties. He was young, headstrong, anxious to extend the territories of France, and determined to assert his own supreme authority at all costs. With Louis XIV. Firmly seated on the French throne, and with the Jansenist party intriguing in the Parliament of Paris, which had shown itself hostile to papal claims, it was not difficult to predict that the relations with the Holy See were likely to become unfriendly. The Duke of Crequi, Louis XIV's ambassador at Rome, set himself deliberately to bring about a complete rupture. Owing to an attack made by some Corsicans of the Papal Guard on the French embassy, the ambassador refused to accept any apology and left Rome, while Louis XIV dismissed the nuncio at Paris, occupied the papal territories of Avignon and Venaissin, and dispatched an army against the Papal States. Alexander VII was obliged to yield to force and to accept the very humiliating terms imposed upon him by the Peace of Pisa (1664). The Jansenist party and the enemies of the Holy See took advantage of the policy of Louis XIV to push forward their designs. A violent clamour was raised in 1661 against a thesis defended in the Jesuit schools, Thesis Claremontana, in favour of papal infallibility, and a still more violent clamour ensued when it was maintained in a public defence of the Sorbonne (1663) that the Pope had supreme jurisdiction over the Church, and that general councils, though useful for the suppression of heresy, are not necessary. The Jansenist party appealed to the Parliament of Paris, which issued a prohibition against teaching or defending the doctrine of papal infallibility, but the majority of the doctors of the Sorbonne stood by their opinion, and refused to register the decree of Parliament. The opponents of the Sorbonne, hastening to avenge this first defeat, denounced the defence of a somewhat similar thesis by a Cistercian student as a violation of the prohibition. The syndic of the university was suspended from his office for 6 months, and the university itself was threatened with very serious reforms unless it consented to accept the Gallican theories. As a result of the interference of intermediaries, a declaration satisfactory to the Parliament was issued by the doctors of the faculty (1663). In this document they announced that it was not the teaching of the university that the Pope had any authority over the king in temporal matters, that he was superior to a general council, or that he was infallible in matters of faith without the consent of a general council. On the contrary, they asserted that it was the teaching of the university that in temporal affairs the king was subject only to God, that his subjects could not be dispensed from their allegiance to him by any power on earth, and that the rights and liberties of the Gallican Church must be respected. This decree was signed by 27 doctors and was published by the Parliament as a teaching of the entire theological faculty and as a guide that should be followed in all theological schools. A violent agitation was begun against all who attempted to uphold the rights of the Holy See, either in public disputations or in published works. An agitation that was all the more inexplicable, owing to the fact that at this time both the king and Parliament were endeavouring to persuade the Jansenists to accept as infallible the decrees by which the Pope had condemned their teaching. Before this agitation had died away, a new cause of dissension had come to the front in the shape of the Regalia. By the term Regalia was meant the right of the King of France to hold the revenues of vacant sees and abbacies, and to appoint benefices during the vacancy, and until the oath of allegiance had been taken by the new bishops and had been registered. Such a privilege was undoubtedly bad for religion, and though it was tolerated for certain grave reasons by the Second General Council of Lyons (1274), a degree of excommunication was levelled against anyone, prince or subject, cleric or layman, who would endeavour to introduce it or to abet its introduction into those places where it did not already exist. Many of the provinces of France had not been subject to the Regalia hitherto, but in defiance of a law of the Church, Louis XIV issued a royal mandate (1673–75), claiming for himself the Regalia in all dioceses of France, and commanding bishops who had not taken the oath of allegiance to take it immediately and to have it registered. The bishops of France submitted to this decree with 2 exceptions. These were Pavillon, Bishop of Alet, and Calet, Bishop of Pamiers, both of whom, though attached to the Jansenist party, were determined to maintain the rights of the Church. The king, regardless of their protest, proceeded to appoint the benefices in their dioceses on the ground that they had not registered their oath of allegiance. They replied by issuing excommunication against all those who accepted such appointments, and when their censures were declared null and void by the respective metropolitans, they appealed to the Holy See. During the contest Pavillon of Alet died, and the whole brunt of the struggle fell upon his companion. The latter was encouraged by the active assistance of Innocent XI, who quashed the sentence of the metropolitans, encouraged the bishop and chapter to resist, and threatened the king with the censures of the Church unless he desisted from his campaign (1678–79). The bishop himself died, but the chapter showed its loyalty to his injunctions by appointing a vicar capitular in opposition to the vicar capitular nominated by the king. A most violent persecution was begun against the vicar capitular and the clergy who remained loyal to him. Both on account of the important interests at stake and the courage displayed by the opponents of the king, the contest was followed with great interest, not only in France itself but throughout the Catholic world. While feeling was thus running high, another event happened in Paris that added fuel to the flame. The Cistercian nuns at Charonne were entitled, according to their constitution, to elect their own superioress, but de Harlay, Archbishop of Paris, acting in conformity with the orders of Louis XIV, endeavoured to force upon the community a superioress belonging to an entirely different order. The nuns appealed to Innocent XI, who annulled the appointment and insisted upon a free canonical election (1680). The Parliament of Paris set aside the papal sentence, and when this interference was rejected by the Pope, the papal document was suppressed. In view of the difficulties that had arisen, an extraordinary meeting of the bishops of France was summoned. 52 of them met in Paris, March to May 1681. The 2 leading men in favour of the king were Francis de Harlay, Archbishop of Paris, and Le Tellier, Archbishop of Reims. Acting under the influence of these men, the bishops agreed that it was their duty to submit to the claims of the crown in regard to the Regalia. They condemned the interference of the Pope in favour of the Paris community of Cistercian nuns, as well as his action against the Metropolitan of the Bishop of Pamiers, and they expressed the opinion that a General Assembly of the clergy of France should be called to discuss the whole situation. The General Assembly, consisting of 34 bishops and 37 priests, elected to represent the entire body of the French clergy, met at Paris, October 1681 to July 1682. The most prominent men of the Assembly were Francis de Harlay of Paris, Le Tellier of Reims, Colbert of Rouen, Choiseul of Tournai, and Bossuet, the recently appointed Bishop of Meaux. The latter, whose reputation as a preacher had already spread throughout France, delivered the opening address, which was moderate in tone and not unfriendly to the rights of the Holy See, though at the same time strongly pro-Gallican. Certain minor rights claimed by the king having been abandoned, the bishops gratefully accepted the Regalia and dispatched a letter to the Pope urging him to yield to the royal demands for the sake of peace. But the Pope, more concerned for the liberty of the French bishops than they were themselves, reminded them sharply of their duty to the Church, while at the same time he refused to follow their advice. In their reply to the Pope, the bishops took occasion to praise the spirit of religious zeal shown by Louis XIV, who, according to them, was forced reluctantly to take up the gauge of battle that had been thrown at his feet by Rome. Meantime, an attempt was made by the Assembly to formulate definitely the Gallican liberties. These were: 1. That St. Peter and his successors have received jurisdiction only over spiritual things. Kings are not subject to them in temporal matters, nor can the subjects of kings be released from their oath of allegiance by the Pope. 2. That the plenitude of power in spiritual things by the Holy See does not contradict the decrees of the 4th and 5th sessions of the Council of Constance, which decrees, having been passed by a general council and approved by the Pope, were observed by the Gallican Church. 3. That the apostolic authority of the Roman Church must be exercised in accordance with the canons inspired by the Holy Ghost, and with the rules, constitutions, and customs of the Gallican Church. 4. That though the Pope has the chief part in determining questions of faith, and though his decrees have force in the entire Church and in each particular Church, yet his decisions are not irreformable, at least until they are approved by the verdict of the entire Church. This declaration, the 4 Gallican Articles, was approved by the king, who ordered that it should be observed by all teachers and professors, and should be accepted by all candidates for theological decrees. Although the Archbishop of Paris recommended warmly the acceptance of the Gallican Articles, the doctors of the Sorbonne offered strong opposition to the new royal theology, so that it was only after recourse had been had to the most violent expedients that the consent of 162 doctors could be obtained, while the majority against the Gallican Articles was over 500. The decision of the minority was published as a decision of the faculty, and steps were taken at once to remove the opponents of the Articles and to make the Sorbonne strongly Gallican in its teaching. While protests against the Articles poured in from different universities and from many of the countries of Europe, the Pope kept silent. But when 2 priests who took part in the Assembly of 1682 were nominated for vacant bishoprics, Innocent XI refused to appoint them until they should have expressed regret for their action. The king would not permit them to do so, nor would he allow the others who were nominated to accept their appointments from the Pope, and as a result in 1688 35 of the French sees had been left without bishops. In this same year another incident occurred that rendered the relations between the Pope and Louis XIV even more strained. The right of asylum possessed by various ambassadors at the papal court had been a very serious abuse. Formerly it was attached only to the residence of the ambassador, but in the course of time it was extended until it included the whole of the quarter in which the embassy was situated, with the result that it became impossible for the guardians of the peace to carry out their duties. For this reason the right of asylum was suppressed by the Pope. All the other nations submitted to such a reasonable restriction, but Louis XIV, anxious rather to provoke than to avoid a quarrel, refused to abandon the privilege. He sent as his ambassador to Rome (1687) the Marquis de Lavardin, who entered Rome at the head of a force of 500 armed men, and whose conduct from first to last was so outrageous that Innocent XI was obliged to excommunicate him and to lay the Church of St. Louis under interdict. Immediately Louis XIV occupied Avignon and Venaissin, assembled an army in southern France to be dispatched against the Papal States, in order that an appeal to a future General Council should be prepared for presentation. 26 of the bishops expressed their approval of this appeal, and so successful had been the dragooning of the university that nearly all the faculties adopted a similar attitude (1688). For a time it seemed as if a schism involving the whole of the French Church was unavoidable, since neither Pope nor King seemed willing to give way. But Louis XIV had no wish to become a second Henry VIII. The threatening conditions of affairs in Europe made it impossible for him to dispatch an army against Rome. At the same time, the fear of civil disturbance in France, in case he rejected completely the authority of the Pope, and the danger that such a step might involve for French interests abroad, kept him from taking the final plunge. He recalled the obnoxious ambassador from Rome (1689), abandoned the right of asylum as attached to the quarter of the French embassy (1690), and restored Avignon and Venaissin to the Pope. Alexander VIII demanded the withdrawal of the royal edict of March 1683, enjoining the public acceptance of the Gallican Articles. He required also a retraction from the clergy who had taken part in the assembly, and issued a bull denouncing the extension of the rights of the Regalia, and declared the Gallican Articles null and void (1690). Louis XIV, finding that the public opinion of the Catholic world was against him, and that a reconciliation with the Papacy would be very helpful to him in carrying out his political schemes, opened friendly negotiations with Innocent XII. In the end an agreement was arrived at, whereby the clerics who had taken part in the Assembly of 1682, having expressed their regret to the Pope for their action, were appointed to the bishoprics for which they had been nominated, while the king informed the Pope (1693) that the decrees issued by him insisting on the acceptance of the Gallican Articles would not be enforced. But in spite of this royal assurance, Gallicanism had still a strong hold upon France. The younger men in the Sorbonne could be relied upon to support the Articles, and the influence of writers like John de Launoy (1603 1678) and of Dupin helped to spread Gallicanism among the clergy and laymen of the rising generation. Throughout the whole controversy, Bossuet, who had shown himself too accommodating to the crown, though at the same time he was not unfriendly to the claims of the Holy See, nor inclined to favour such extreme measures as most of his episcopal colleagues. Acting on the request of the king, he prepared a defence of the Gallican Articles, which was not published till long after his death. During the 18th century, when the crown and the Parliament of Paris interfered constantly in all religious questions, the bishops and clergy of France had good reason to regret their defence of the so-called Gallican liberties. The Concordat concluded by Napoleon with Pius VII, and the action taken by the Pope with the approval of Napoleon for the carrying out of the Concordat dealt a staggering blow to Gallicanism, despite the attempt made to revive it by the Organic Articles. The great body of the bishops of the 19th century had little sympathy with Gallican principles, which disappeared entirely after the definition of papal infallibility at the Vatican Council. End of section 26. Section 27 of History of the Catholic Church from the Renaissance to the French Revolution, Volume 1, by Rev. James MacCaffrey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Febronianism and Josephism. The spirit of opposition to the Holy See soon spread from France to the various states of the Holy Roman Empire. The violent onslaughts of the Reformers and the imminent danger of heresy had driven the Catholics of Germany to cling more closely to the Holy See, and had helped to extinguish the anti-Roman feeling that had been so strong in the early years of the 16th century. But once the religious wars had ended without a decisive victory for either party, and once the theory of imperial neutrality had been sanctioned formally by the Peace of Westphalia (1648), the Catholic rulers of Germany, not excluding even the spiritual princes, showed more anxiety to increase their own power than to safeguard the interests of their religion. The example of the Protestant states, where the rulers were supreme in religious as in temporal affairs, could not fail to encourage Catholic sovereigns to assert for themselves greater authority over the Church in their own territories, and utter disregard of the rights of the Pope and of the constitution of the Church. Frequently during the reigns of Leopold I (1657 1705), of Joseph I (1705 11), and of Charles VI (1711 40), the interference of the civil power in ecclesiastical affairs had given just cause for complaint. But it was only during the reign of Francis I. (1745 65), and more especially of Joseph II. (1765 90), that the full result of the Jansenist, Gallican, and liberal Catholic teaching made themselves felt in the empire as a whole, and in the various states of which the empire was composed. The most learned exponent of Gallican views on the German side of the Rhine was John Nicholas von Holtheim (1701 90), who was himself a student of Van Espen (1646 1728), the well-known Gallican and Jansenist professor of canon law in the University of Louvain. On the return of von Holtheim to his native city of Trier, he was entrusted with various important offices by the Prince Bishop of Trier, by whose advice he was appointed Assistant Bishop of the See (1740). He was a man of great ability, well versed especially in ecclesiastical and local history, and a close student of the writings of the Gallicans, Richard, Dupin, Thomassin, and Van Espen. At the time, the hope of a reunion between the Lutherans and the Catholics in Germany was not abandoned completely. It seemed to von Holtheim that by lessening the power of the Papacy, which was regarded by the Protestants as the greatest obstacle to reconciliation, Gallicanism provided a basis for a good reunion program that was likely to be acceptable to moderate men of both parties in Germany. With the object therefore of promoting the cause of reunion, he set himself to compose this remarkable book, De Statu Ecclesiae et de Legitima Potestate Romani Pontificis, published in 1762 under the assumed name of Justinus Febronius. According to Febronius, Christ entrusted the powers of the keys not to the Pope nor to the hierarchy, but to the whole body of the faithful, who in turn handed over the duty of administration to the Pope and the hierarchy. All bishops according to him were equal, and all were independent of the government of their own dioceses, though at the same time, for the purpose of preserving unity, a primacy of honour should be accorded to the successor of St. Peter. But this primacy was not necessarily the special prerogative of the Roman See. It could be separated from that church and transferred to another diocese. In the early ages of Christianity, the Roman bishops never claimed the power wielded by their successors in later times. These pretensions to supreme jurisdiction were founded upon the false decretals of Isidore and other forgeries, and constituted a corruption that should not be tolerated any longer in the Church. In reality, the Pope was only the first among equals, empowered no doubt to carry on the administration of the Church, but incapable of making laws or irreformable decrees on faith or morals. He was subject to a general council, which alone enjoyed the prerogative of infallibility. Febronius called upon the Pope to abandon his untenable demands and to be content with the position held by his predecessors in the early centuries. If he refused to do so spontaneously, he should be forced to give up his usurpations, and if necessary the bishops should call upon the civil rulers to assist them in their struggle. As a means of restoring the Papacy to its rightful position, Febronius recommended the convocation of national synods and of a general council, the proper instruction of priests and people, the judicious use of the royal plicat on papal announcements, the enforcement of the appellatio ab abusu against papal and episcopal aggression, and as a last resort the refusal of obedience. The book was in such complete accord with the absolutist tendencies of the age that it was received with applause by the civil rulers and by the court canonists, theologians, and lawyers, who saw in it the realization of their own dreams of a state church subservient to the civil ruler. The book was, however, condemned by Clement XIII. (1764), who exhorted the German bishops to take vigorous measures against such dangerous theories. Many of the bishops were indifferent, others of them were favourable to von Holtheim's views, but the majority suppressed the book in their dioceses. Several treatises were published in reply to Febronius, the most notable of which were those from the pen of Ballerini and Zaccaria. New editions of the work of Febronius were called for, and translations of the whole or part of it appeared in German, Italian, French, Spanish, and Portuguese. It was received with great favour in Austria, where the principles of Febronius were adopted by most of the leading court canonists. At a meeting held in Koblenz, 1769, the three prince bishops of Mainz, Trier, and Cologne presented a catalogue of complaints (Gravamina) against the Roman Curia, many of which were extracted from or based upon the work of Holtheim. After repeated appeals of the Pope to the Prince Bishop of Trier to exercise his influence upon von Holtheim, The latter consented to make a retraction in 1778, but his followers alleged that the retraction, having been secured by threats, was valueless. This contention was published by a commentary published by Hontheim in explanation of his retraction, in which he showed clearly enough that he had not receded an inch from his original position. Before his death in 1790 he expressed regret for the doctrine he put forward, and died in full communion with the Church. The teaching of Febronius, paving the way as it did for the supremacy of the state in religious matters, was welcomed by the Emperor Joseph II, by the Elector of Bavaria, as well as by the spiritual princes of the Rhine provinces. In Austria, especially, violent measures were taken to assert the royal supremacy. Joseph II was influenced largely by the Gallican and liberal tendencies of his early teachers and advisers. He dreamed of making Austria a rich, powerful, and united kingdom, and becoming himself its supreme and absolute ruler. During the reign of his mother, Maria Theresa, he was kept in check, but after her death in 1780, in conjunction with his prime minister, Kaunitz, he began to inaugurate his schemes of ecclesiastical reform. He insisted upon the royal placket on all documents issued by the Pope or by the bishops, forbade the bishops of his territories to hold any direct communication with Rome or to ask for a renewal of their faculties, which faculties he undertook to confer by his own authority. He forbade all his subjects to seek or accept honours from the Pope, insisted upon the bishops taking the oath of allegiance to himself before their consecration, introduced a system of state-controlled education, and suppressed a number of religious houses. In order that the clergy might be instructed in the proper ecclesiastical principles, he abolished the episcopal seminaries and established central seminaries at Vienna, Pest, Louvain, Freiburg, and Pavia for the education of the clergy in his dominions. Clerical students from Austria were forbidden to frequent the Collegium Germanicum at Rome, lest they should be brought under the influence of ultramontane teaching. Even the smallest details of ecclesiastical worship were determined by royal decrees. In all these reforms Joseph II was but reducing to practice the teaching of Febronius. By personal letters and by communications through his nuncio, Pius VI sought to induce Joseph II to abstain from such a policy as state aggression, but as all his representations were ineffective, he determined to undertake a journey to Vienna, in the hope that his presence might bring about a change in the policy of the Emperor, or at least stir up the bishops to defend the interests of the Church. 1782. He arrived at Vienna, had frequent interviews with the Emperor and with his minister Kaunitz, and was obliged to leave without any other result, except that he had assured himself of the fact that, whatever about the Emperor or the bishops, the majority of the people of Austria were still loyal to the head of the Catholic Church. The following year, 1783, Joseph II paid a return visit to Rome, when he was induced by the representations of the Spanish ambassador to desist from his plan of a complete severance of Austria from the Holy See. Joseph II had, however, proceeded too quickly and too violently in his measures of reform. The people and the large body of the clergy were opposed to him, as were also the Cardinal Archbishop of Vienna, the bishops of Hungary, and the bishops of Belgium under the leadership of Cardinal Frankenberg. The state of affairs in the Austrian Netherlands became so threatening that the people rose in revolt (1789), and Joseph II found himself obliged to turn to the Pope, whom he had so maltreated and despised, in the hope that he might induce the Belgian Catholics to return to their allegiance. He promised to withdraw most of the reforms that he had introduced, but his repentance came too late to save the Austrian rule in the Netherlands. He died in 1790 with the full consciousness of the failure of all his schemes. While Joseph II was reducing Febronianism to practice in the Austrian territories, the prince-bishops of Mainz, Trier, and Cologne hastened to show their anxiety for the suppression of ultramontanism in the Rhinelands. The list of grievances against Rome presented to the Emperor in 1769 indicated clearly their attachment to Gallican principles, and this feeling was not likely to be weakened by the erection of an apostolic nunciature at Munich in 1785. This step was taken by the Pope at the request of Karl Theodor, Elector of Bavaria, a great part of whose territory was under the spiritual rule of the prince-bishops. The prince-bishops of the West, together with the prince-bishop of Salzburg, all of whom were hostile already to the papal nuncio, were greatly incensed by what they had considered this new derogation of their rights, and sent representatives to a congress convoked to meet at Ems (1786). The result of the congress was the celebrated document known as the Punctuation of Ems. in which they declared that most of the prerogatives claimed by the Pope were unknown in the early centuries and were based entirely on the false decretals. They insisted that there should be no longer appeals to Rome, that papal ordinances should be binding in any diocese only after they had been accepted by the bishop of the diocese, that the oath of allegiance taken by all bishops before consecration should be changed, that no quinquennial faculties should be sought, as bishops already had such faculties by virtue of their office, and that religious orders should not be exempt from the authority of the ordinaries, nor be placed under the jurisdiction of foreign superiors. The punctuation of M's reduced the primacy of the Pope to a mere primacy of honour, and had it been acted upon it must have led inevitably to national schism. The bishops forwarded a document to Joseph II, who, while approving of it, refused to interfere. The Elector of Bavaria opposed the action of the bishops, as did also Pacca (1756 1854), the papal nuncio at Cologne. The latter issued a circular to the clergy warning them that the dispensations granted by the prince-bishops without reference to Rome were worthless. This circular gave great annoyance to the prince-bishops, particularly as they found themselves deserted by most of those on whose support they had relied. Even the Protestant ruler Frederick II of Prussia took the part of Rome against the archbishops. In face of the unfriendly attitude of the bishops and clergy, nothing remained for the prince-bishops but to withdraw from an untenable position. The Archbishop of Cologne, for reasons of his own, made a submission, and asked for a renewal of his quinquennial faculties (1787). The Archbishop of Trier made a similar application, not indeed as Archbishop of Trier but as Bishop of Augsburg. But their submission was meant only to gain time. They sought to have the matter brought before the Diet of Regensburg in 1788, but the action of the Elector of Bavaria produced an unfavourable verdict. Having failed in their design, they addressed a letter to the Pope asking him to put an end to the disedifying quarrel by withdrawing the papal nuncio from Cologne and by sending a representative to the Diet to arrange the terms of peace. The reply of Pius VI, covering as it did the whole ground of the controversy, contained a masterly defence of the papal rights and prerogatives (1789). The Archbishop of Trier publicly withdrew his adhesion to the punctuation and advised his Gallican colleagues to do likewise, but they refused, and in the election agreement of 1790 and 1792 they sought to pledge the emperors to support their policy. At last the Archbishops of Cologne and Salzburg made their submission, but the Archbishop of Mainz clung obstinately to his views until the storm of the French Revolution broke over his city and territory and put an end to his rule as a temporal prince. In Tuscany, where Leopold, brother of Joseph II, reigned (1765 90), a determined attempt was made to introduce Febronian principles as understood and applied in Austrian territory. Leopold was supported strongly in this attempt by Scipio Ricci, who, though a Jansenist at heart, had been appointed to the bishopric of Pistoia at the request of the Grand Duke. The Bishop of Pistoia set himself deliberately to introduce Jansenism and Gallicanism amongst his clergy. For this purpose he established a seminary at Pistoia and placed it in the hands of teachers upon whom he could rely for the carrying out of his designs. In 1786 the Grand Duke called a meeting of the bishops of the province and explained to them in detail his programme of ecclesiastical reforms. With the exception of the Bishop of Pistoia and 2 others, they refused to cooperate with him and his designs. This plan having failed, recourse was had to other measures. A synod was summoned at Pistoia, which was presided over by Scipio Ricci, and guided in its deliberations by Tabarini, the well-known Gallican professor of Pavia (1786). It was attended by over 200 priests, some of whom belonged to the diocese, while others were total strangers. As might be expected, the decrees of the synod were strongly Gallican and Jansenist. To ensure their introduction into the province of Tuscany, a provincial synod of the bishops was called, but the bishops expressed their strong disapproval, and the people attacked the palace of the bishop. He was obliged to retire from his diocese, though at the same time he remained the active adviser of Leopold until the death of Joseph II led to Leopold's election to the imperial throne (1790) and put an end to the disturbances in Tuscany. Pius VI appointed a commission to study the decrees of Pistoia, and in 1794 he issued the bull /Auctorem Fidei/, in which the principal errors were condemned. The unfortunate bishop refused for years to make his submission. It was only in 1805, on the return journey of Pius VII from from the coronation of Napoleon at Paris that he could be induced to make his peace with the Church. End of section 27. Section 28 of History of the Catholic Church from the Renaissance to the French Revolution by Rev. James MacCaffrey, Volume 1. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Jansenism. The Clementine peace, obtained as it was by trickery and fraud, was used by the Jansenists as a means of deceiving the public and of winning new recruits. They contended that Clement IX, regardless of the action of his predecessors, had accepted the Jansenist principle of respectful silence. Several who had signed the formulary of Alexander VII withdrew their signatures, and amongst the bishops, clergy, university graduates, and religious orders, particularly amongst the Oratorians and Benedictines of St. Maur, the Jansenists gained many adherents. Though outwardly peace reigned in France, yet the Jansenist spirit made great headway, as was shown by the opposition to several popular devotions and in the spread of rigorous opinions and practices in regard to confession and communion. The controversy on the Gallican liberties complicated the issue very considerably, and made it impossible for the Pope to exercise his authority. Even bishops like Bossuet, who were strongly opposed to Jansenism, were inclined to regard papal interference with suspicion, while Louis XIV was precluded from enforcing the decrees of the Pope as his predecessors had enforced them. The Jansenist party became much stronger, and only a slight incident was required to precipitate a new crisis. This incident was supplied by the publication of the /Reflexions Morales sur le Nouveau Testament/ by Pasquier Quesnel (1634 1719). The writer had been an Oratorian, but having been expelled from that society in 1684, he took refuge with Antoine Arnauld in Brussels. Upon the death of the latter in 1694, he became the recognised head or Grand Prior of the Jansenist party. An earlier edition of this work had been published, bearing the approbation of Viellart, Bishop of Chalons, and, though several editions had been made, this approbation was printed on the new edition side by side with the approbation of Louis Noailles, then Bishop of Chalons (1695). The following year Noailles, having become Archbishop of Paris, felt called upon by his new position to condemn a work closely akin in its ideas to those expressed in the /Reflexions Morales. He was accused of inconsistency by the Jansenist party, one of whom published the /Problème Ecclésiastique/, inquiring whether people were bound to follow the opinions of Louis Noailles, Bishop of Chalons in 1695, or of Louis Noailles, Archbishop of Paris in 1696. The controversy suddenly grew embittered. When a new edition was required in 1699, Noailles requested the judgment of Bossuet, who formulated certain changes that in his opinion should be made. In the end the edition was published without the suggested changes and without the approbation of the archbishop. While the controversy was raging round Quesnel's book, another incident occurred that tended to arouse all the old partisan feeling. A confessor submitted to the judgment of the Sorbonne the celebrated case of conscience. He asked whether a priest should absolve a penitent who rejected the teaching set forth in the 5 propositions of Jansenius, but who maintained a respectful silence on the question whether or not they were to be found in the book Augustinus. In July 1701 40 doctors of the Sorbonne gave an affirmative reply to this question. The publication of this reply created such a storm in France that Clement XI felt it necessary to condemn the decision of the Sorbonne (1703). The papal condemnation was supported by Louis XIV as well as by the great body of the bishops. 2 years later Clement XI issued the Bull /Vineum Domini/, confirming the constitutions of his predecessors Innocent X and Alexander VII, and condemned once more in an authoritative form the doctrine of respectful silence. The document was accepted by the king, by the assembly of the clergy, and by the majority of the bishops, though the attachment of some of the latter to Gallican principles led them to insist on certain conditions which the Pope could not accept. As the nuns of Port Royal still refused to submit, their community was broken up, the sisters being scattered through different convents in France (1709), and the following year the convent buildings were completely destroyed. Meanwhile the controversy regarding the /Reflexions Morales/ grew more bitter. Several of the bishops condemned the book as containing much in common with the writings of Jansenius and of his followers in France. Acting upon the demand of some of the bishops, Clement VII. Issued a brief condemning Quesnel's book (1708). The Jansenists refused to accept the papal decision, and the Parliament of Paris, then dominated to a great extent by Jansenist influence, adopted a hostile attitude. Cardinal Noailles, considering the verdict of the Pope as more or less a personal insult to himself, hesitated as to what course he should take, but at last he consented to accept the condemnation provided the Pope issued a formal sentence. On the application of Louis XIV. The Pope determined to put an end to all possibility of doubt or misunderstanding by publishing the Bull /Unigenitus/ (1713), in which 101 propositions taken from Quesnel's book were condemned. As is usual in such documents, the propositions were condemned /in globo/, some as rash, some as offensive to pious ears, and some as heretical. The Bull /Unigenitus/ was accepted immediately by 112 bishops of France, by the majority of the clergy, by the Sorbonne, and by the king and Parliament. The Jansenists refused to admit that it contained a final verdict, on the ground that, as it did not make clear which propositions were heretical and which only rash or offensive, it was only a disciplinary enactment and not a binding doctrinal decision. Cardinal Noailles wavered for a time, but in the end he allied himself with the 14 bishops who refused to accept the Bull /Unigenitus/. Louis XIV., though opposed strongly to the Jansenists, was unwilling to allow the Pope to take serious action against the Archbishop of Paris, lest the liberties of the Gallican Church should be endangered, while the Parliament of Paris sympathised openly with those who refused to accept the papal decision. The death of Louis XIV. (1714) and the accession of the Duke of Orleans as regent led to a great reaction in favour of Jansenism. Cardinal Noailles was honoured by a seat in the Privy Council, and became the principal adviser of the regent in ecclesiastical affairs. The Sorbonne withdrew its submission to the Bull /Unigenitus/ (1715), and its example was followed by the Universities of Nantes and Rheims. Many of the Jansenist chapters and priests rebelled against their bishops, and were taken under the protection of the Parliament. The Archbishop of Paris was encouraged by addresses from his chapter and clergy to stand out firmly against the tyranny of Rome. More than once the Pope remonstrated with the regent, who promised much but refused to take decisive action. The Sorbonne was punished by the Pope by the withdrawal of its power to confer theological decrees (1716), while many of the bishops refused to allow their students to attend its courses. As a last desperate expedient 4 of the bishops of France appealed solemnly to a general council against the Bull /Unigenitus/ (1717), and their example was followed by large numbers. The appellants, as they were called, created such a disturbance in France that they appeared to be much more numerous than they really were. Less than 20 of the bishops and not more than 3,000 clerics, 700 of whom belonged to Paris, joined the party, while more than 100 bishops and 100,000 clerics remained loyal to Rome. The fact, however, that Cardinal Noailles, Archbishop of Paris, placed himself at the head of the appellants made the situation decidedly serious. When private protests and remonstrances had failed, Clement XI. Issued the Bull /Pastorales Officii/, by which he excommunicated the appellants (1718). Undaunted by this verdict, a new appeal in solemn form was lodged by Cardinal Noailles, backed by his chapter and by a large number of the Paris clergy. Negotiations were opened up with Innocent XIII. And Benedict XIII. In the hope of inducing them to withdraw the Bull /Unigenitus/, or at least to give it a milder interpretation, but the Popes refused to change the decisions that had been given by their predecessors. The Parliament of Paris espoused the cause of the appellants and refused to allow the bishops to take energetic action against them, until at last the king grew alarmed at the danger that threatened France. The energetic action taken by the Provincial Council of Embrun against some of the appellant bishops (1727) received the approval of the court. In the following year (1728) Cardinal Noailles was induced to make his submission, and in a short time the Sorbonne doctors by a majority imitated his example. Though these submissions were not without good results, yet they served only to embitter still more the minds of a large party of the Jansenist body and to strengthen them in their opposition to the Bull /Unigenitus/. The Jansenists, having failed to secure the approval of Pope or king for their heretical teaching, appealed to the visible judgment of God. The deacon Francis of Paris, who was one of the leaders of the sect, and whose sanctity was vouched for, according to his friends, by the fact that he had abstained from receiving Holy Communion for 2 years, died in 1727 and was buried in the cemetery of St. Médard. Crowds flocked to pray at his tomb, and it was alleged that wonderful cures were being wrought by his intercession. One of the earliest and most striking of these miracles was investigated by the Archbishop of Paris and was proved to be without foundation, but others still more remarkable were broadcast by the party, with the result that hosts of invalids were brought from all parts of France in hope of procuring recovery. Many, especially women, went into ecstasies and violent convulsions round the tomb, and while in this state they denounced the Pope, the bishops, and in a word all the adversaries of Jansenism. Owing to the unseemly and at times indecent scenes that took place, the cemetery was closed by the civil authorities (1732), but the convulsionaries, as they were called, claimed that similar miracles were wrought in private houses in which they assembled to pray, and to which clay taken from the tomb of the Deacon of Paris had been brought. The great body of the people ridiculed the extravagances of the sect, and many of the moderate Jansenists condemned the convulsionaires in unsparing terms. Instead of doing Jansenism any good, these so called miracles, utterly unworthy as they were of divine wisdom and holiness, served only to injure its cause, and indeed to injure the Christian religion generally, by placing a good weapon in the hands of its rationalist adversaries. But even though Heaven had not declared in favour of the Jansenists, the Parliament of Paris determined to protect them. It defended bishops who refused to accept the Bull Unigenitus against the Pope, tried to prevent the orthodox bishops from suspending appellant priests, and forbade the exclusion of appellant laymen from the sacraments. The Parliament of Paris condemned the action of the clergy in refusing the last sacraments to the dying unless they could prove that they had made their confession to an approved priest. Though the Privy Council annulled this condemnation, Parliament stood by its decision, and challenged the authority of the Archbishop of Paris by punishing priests who refused the sacraments (1749 52). The bishops appealed to the king to defend the liberty of the Church, but the Parliament asserted its jurisdiction by depriving the Archbishop of Paris of his temporalities and by endeavouring to have him cited before the civil courts. Louis XIV. Annulled the sentence of the Parliament and banished some of the more violent of its members from the capital (1753). They were, however, soon recalled, and a royal mandate was issued enforcing silence on both parties. For infringing this order, de Beaumont, Archbishop of Paris, was banned from his see, and several other bishops and priests were summoned before the legal tribunals. The Assembly of the Clergy in 1755 petitioned the king to give more freedom to the Church and to restore the exiled Archbishop of Paris to his see. A commission was established to examine the whole question of the refusal of the sacraments, and as the commission could not arrive at any decision, the case was submitted to Benedict XIV., who decided that those who were public and notorious opponents of the Bull Unigenitus should be treated as public sinners and should be excluded from the sacraments (1756). The Parliament of Paris and some of the provincial parliaments forbade the publication of the papal decision, but a royal order was issued commanding the universal acceptance of the Bull Unigenitus, even though it might not be regarded as an irreformable rule of faith. According to this mandate, the regulation for allowing or refusing the administrations of the sacraments was a matter to be determined by the bishops, though any person who considered himself aggrieved by their action might appeal against the abuse of ecclesiastical power. This decree was registered by the Parliament (1757), whereupon the Archbishop of Paris was allowed to return. From that time Jansenism declined rapidly in France, but the followers of the sect united with the Gallicans of the Parliament to enslave the Church, and with the Rationalists to procure the suppression of the Jesuits, whom they regarded as their most powerful opponents. Many of the Jansenists fled to Holland, where the Gallicans were only too willing to welcome such rebels against Rome. The old Catholic hierarchy in Holland had been overthrown, and the Pope was obliged to appoint vicars apostolic to attend to the wants of the scattered Catholic communities. One of these, appointed in 1688, was an Oratorian, and as such very partial to Quesnel and the Jansenists. Owing to his public alliance with the sect, he was suspended from office in 1702 and deposed in 1704, but not before he had given Jansenism a great impetus in Holland. About 70 parishes and about 80 priests refused to recognise his successor and went over to the Jansenist party. In 1723 a body of priests calling themselves the Chapter of Utrecht elected Steenhoven as Archbishop of Utrecht, and a suspended bishop named Varlet, belonging formerly to the Society for Foreign Missions, consecrated him against the protests of the Pope. Supported by the Calvinist government, the new archbishop maintained himself at Utrecht till his death, when he was succeeded by others holding similar views. Later on the bishoprics of Haarlem (1742) and of Deventer were established as suffragan sees to Utrecht. The Catholics of Holland refused to recognise these bishoprics, as did also the Pope, whose only reply to their overtures was a sentence of excommunication and interdict. The Jansenist body of Holland, numbering at present about 6,000, have maintained their separate ecclesiastical organisation until the present day. They resisted the establishment of the hierarchy in Holland (1853), opposed the definition of papal infallibility, and allied themselves definitely with the old Catholic movement in Germany. Quietism. Mysticism, as implying the substantive union of the soul with God, was the distinguishing feature of the pantheistic religious creeds of India, as it was also of some of the Greek philosophical systems. In the Middle Ages, while many of the ablest exponents of Scholasticism were also distinguished mystics, yet more than once mysticism was a theology of the heart, unrestrained by the guiding influence of the theology of the intellect, fell into grievous errors akin to pantheism of the Buddhists and the Stoics. Many of these Middle Age mystics maintained that perfection consisted in the union of soul with God by quiet contemplation, so that those who reached that state had no need of external aids to sanctity, such as good works, the sacraments, or prayer; that they were under no obligation to obey any law, ecclesiastical or divine, since their will was united to God's will, and that they need make no effort to resist carnal thoughts or desires, as these came from the devil and could not possibly stain the soul. Such, however, was not the teaching of the great Spanish authorities on mystical theology, St. Teresa, St. John of the Cross, and Louis of Granada, whose works on spiritual perfection and on the ways that lead to it have never been surpassed. But side by side with this school of thought another and less orthodox form of mysticism manifested itself in Spain. Many of the sectaries, such as the Alumbrados or Illuminati, carried away by pantheistic principles, fell into error and put forward under the guise of mystical theology not a few of the extravagances that had been condemned by the Council of Vienne (1311) and by the judgment of the Universal Church. Closely akin to the errors of this Spanish school was the doctrine known as Quietism, taught by Michael de Molinos (1640 96), a Spanish priest who, having completed his studies at Valencia, took up his residence in Rome. He published a work entitled Guida Spirituale in 1675, the ascetical principles of which attracted so much attention that translations of the book appeared almost immediately in nearly every country of Europe. The teaching of Molinos was denounced to the Inquisition by the Jesuits and the Dominicans, and in 1687 Innocent XI issued the Bull Caelestis Pastor, in which he condemned 68 propositions put forward by Molinos. The author, having been arrested, was obliged to make a public recantation and remained a prisoner until his death (1696). According to Molinos, perfection consists in a state of self-annihilation in which the soul remains entirely passive, absorbed completely in the contemplation and love of God. By means of this passivity, or complete surrender of the human faculties to God, the soul of man is transformed, and is in a sense deified. While in this condition there is no need to act or to desire to act, to think of rewards or punishments, of defects or virtues, of sanctification, penance, or good works, nor is there any necessity to resist carnal thoughts or motions, since these are the works of the devil. Such a system, found nominally on the pure love of God and leading of necessity to the overthrow of law, morality, and religious authority, found great favour in Italy and Spain, where it required all the energies and powers of the Inquisition to secure its suppression. It was backed by the Oratorian Petrucci, afterwards created a cardinal (1686), whose books on the spiritual life were attacked by the Jesuit Paul Segnere and condemned by the Inquisition. Quietism found favour in France through the writings and teachings of Francis Malaval of Marseilles and of the Barnabite Pierre Lercom. The individual whose name is most closely identified with Quietism in France is, however, Madame Jeanne de la Monthe Gaillon, a young widow who on the death of her husband gave herself up to the practice of prayer and to the study of the principles of the spiritual life. Admitting as she did the fundamental doctrine of the system of Molinos, namely, that perfection consists in the state of self-abnegation in which the soul is wrapped up completely in pure love of God, she rejected most of the absurd and immoral conclusions that seemed to follow from it. According to her, and more especially according to her principal defender, Fenelon, Pure love of God without any thought of self-interest or of reward or punishment constitutes the essence of the spiritual life, and must be the principle and motive of all deliberate and meritorious acts. This teaching constitutes what is known as Semi-Quietism. Madame Guyon published several works and gave many conferences in various cities of France. The close connection between her teaching and the mysticism of Molinos attracted the unfriendly notice of the French authorities, particularly as Louis XIV. Was a strong opponent of Quietism. As a result, Madame Guyon and her spiritual director, Pierre Lacombe, were arrested in Paris (1688), but owing to the interference of Madame de Maintenon, Madame Guyon was released. Fenelon, then a priest and tutor to the Duke of Burgundy, grandson of Louis XIV. And prospective heir to the throne of France, was deeply interested in the teaching of Madame Guyon, whose acquaintance he had made in Paris. Fenelon, while rejecting the false mysticism of de Molinos, agreed with Madame Guyon in believing that the state of perfection in this life is that in which all righteous acts proceed from pure love, without any hope of reward or fear of punishment, and that all virtuous acts, to be meritorious, must proceed directly or indirectly from charity. This teaching found a strenuous opponent in Bossuet, Bishop of Meaux. A commission consisting of Bossuet, de Noailles, then Bishop of Chalons, and Tronson, superior of the Sulpicians, was approved to examine the whole question (1695). A little later Fenelon, who had just been promoted to the Archbishopric of Cambrai, was added to the list. The conference met in the Sulpician seminary at Issy, and as a result 34 articles were drawn up, all of which were accepted by Madame Guyon and Pierre Lacombe. The former, having returned to Paris, was arrested and forced to sign another recantation of her theories and to promise that she would never again attempt to spread them. From that time till her death in 1717 she took no further part in the discussions. But the controversy regarding Semi-Quietism was to be carried on between the two greatest churchmen and literary giants of their age, namely Bossuet, Bishop of Meaux, and Fenelon, Archbishop of Cambrai. Bossuet, not content with the partial victory that he had secured at the Issy conference, determined to expose the dangerous tendencies of Madame Guyon's teaching by a short statement of the Catholic doctrine on perfection and the spiritual life. This he did in his book /Instructions sur les états d'oraison/, which he submitted to Fenelon in the hopes of obtaining his approval. This Fenelon refused to give, partly because he thought Madame Guyon had been punished severely enough and should not be attacked once she had made her submission, and partly also because he believed the views of Bossuet on charity and self-interest were unsound. Before Bossuet's book could be published, Fenelon anticipated him in a work entitled Explication des Maximes des Saints sur la vie intérieure, in which he defended many of Madame Guyon's views. This book was submitted to the Archbishop of Paris, to Tronson, and to some of the theologians of the Sorbonne, from all of whom it received the highest commendations. The Bishop of Meaux, annoyed at the action of Fenelon, denounced the book to Louis XIV., who appointed a commission to examine it (1697). Fenelon, fearing that a commission, one of the members of which was his rival Bossuet, would not be likely to give an impartial judgment, forwarded his book to Rome for judgment. While the Roman authorities were at work, a violent controversy was carried on between Fenelon and Bossuet, which, however much it may have added to the literary reputation of the combatants, was neither edifying nor instructive. On the side of Bossuet especially it is clear that the personalities played a much greater part than zeal for orthodoxy. In Rome opinion was very much divided about the orthodoxy of Fenelon's work. Louis XIV. Left no stone unturned to secure its condemnation. In the end Innocent XII. Condemned 20 propositions taken from the book (1699). This sentence was handed to Fenelon just as he was about to mount the pulpit in his own cathedral on the Feast of the Annunciation. After mastering its contents, he preached on the submission that was due to superiors, read the condemnation for the people, and announced to them that he submitted completely to the decision of the Pope, and besought his friends earnestly neither to read his book nor to defend the views that it contained. End of chapter 7. End of section 28. Section 29 of History of the Catholic Church from the Renaissance to the French Revolution, Volume 1, by Rev. James MacCaffrey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8. Rationalism and its effects. Anti-Christian philosophy of the 18th century. In the Middle Ages, the theory that human reason was to be placed above faith found able exponents, and more than once men arose who questioned some of the fundamental principles of Christianity, or who went farther still by rejecting entirely the Christian revelation. But such views were expounded in an age when the outlook of society was markedly religious, and they exercised no perceptible influence on contemporary thought. Between the 14th century and the 18th, however, a great change had taken place in the world. Dogmatic theology had lost its hold upon many educated men. The Renaissance movement, ushering in the first beginnings of literary and historical criticism, the wonderful progress made in the natural sciences, revolutionizing, as it did, beliefs that had been regarded hitherto as unquestionable, and the influence of the printing press and of the universities, would in themselves have created a dangerous crisis in the history of religious thought, and would have necessitated a more careful study on the part of the theologians to determine precisely the limits where dogma ended and opinion began. But the most important factor in arousing active opposition to or studied contempt of revealed religion was undoubtedly the religious revolution of the 16th century, and more especially the dangerous principles formulated by Luther and his companions to justify them in their resistance to doctrines and practices that had been accepted for centuries by the whole Christian world. They were driven to reject the teaching authority of the visible Church, to maintain that Christ had given to men a body of doctrines that might be interpreted by his followers in future ages as they pleased, and to assert that Christians should follow the dictates of individual judgment instead of yielding a ready obedience to the decrees of popes and councils. These were dangerous principles, the full consequence of which the early reformers did not perceive. If it was true, as they asserted, that Christ had set up no visible authority to safeguard and to expound his revelation, that for centuries Christianity had been corrupted by additions that were only the inventions of men, it might well be asked what guarantee could Luther or Calvin give that their interpretation of Christ's doctrine was correct or binding upon their followers, and what authority could they produce to warrant them in placing any dogmatic restrictions upon the freedom of human thought? The very principles put forward by the reformers of the 16th century to justify their rejection of certain doctrines were used by later generations to prepare the way for still greater inroads upon the contents of Christianity, and finally to justify an attitude of doubt concerning the very foundations on which Christianity was based. Empiricism, sensualism, materialism, and skepticism in philosophy undermined dogmatic Christianity and prepared the way for the irreligious and indifferentist opinions that found such general favour among the educated and higher classes during the 18th century. The movement, that owed so much of its widespread popularity on the Continent to the influence of the French rationalistic school, had its origin in England, where the frequent changes of religion during the reigns of Henry VIII, Edward VI, Mary and Elizabeth, the quarrels between the Puritans and the High Church party, and the spread of revolutionary principles during the reign of Charles I, had contributed not a little to unsettle the religious convictions of a large section of the community. Many individuals, influenced by pantheistic teaching, did not believe in the existence of a personal God distinct from the world. Others, while holding fast to the belief in a personal Supreme Being, rejected the Trinity and the Incarnation, and a still larger section insisted on the subjection of Christian revelation to the judgment of reason, and as a consequence on the rejection of everything in Christianity that flavoured of the supernatural. The works of these men were imported from the Netherlands into France in spite of all restrictions that could be imposed by the police authorities, and their views were popularised by a brilliant band of littérateurs, until in a short time deism and naturalism became quite fashionable in the higher circles of French society. The principal writers of the English school were Lord Herbert of Cherbury (1581 1648), whose works tended to call in question the existence of a supernatural religion; John Hobbes (1588 1679), the apostle of absolute rule, who saw in religion only a means of keeping the people in subjection; John Locke (1632 1704), nominally a Christian himself, whose philosophy of empiricism and sensualism barred the way effectively against belief in a supernatural religion; Charles Blount (1630 93), who like Flavius Philostratus sought to discredit Christianity by setting up Apollonius of Tyana as a rival of Christ; Collins, the patron of freethinkers (1676 1729), John Toland (1670 1722), who, although originally a believer in Christian revelation, tended more and more towards pantheism, and Tyndale (1656 1733), who changed from Protestantism to Catholicism and finally from Christianity to Rationalism. In England, Deism and Naturalism secured a strong foothold amongst the better classes, but the deeply religious temperament of the English people and their strong conservatism saved the nation from falling under the influence of such ideas. In France, the religious wars between the Catholics and Calvinists, the controversies that were waged by the Jansenists and Gallicans, the extravagances of the Convulsionnaires, the flagrant immorality of the court during the rule of the Duke of Orleans and of Louis XV, and the enslavement of the Church, leading as it did to a decline of zeal and learning amongst the higher clergy, tended inevitably to foster religious indifference amongst the masses. In the higher circles of society, rationalism was looked upon as a sign of good breeding, while those who held fast by their dogmatic beliefs were regarded as vulgar and unprogressive. Leading society ladies, such as Ninon de l'Enclos (1615 1706), gathered around them groups of learned admirers, who under the guise of zeal for the triumph of literary and artistic ideals sought to popularize everything that was obscene and irreligious. Amongst some of the principal writers who contributed largely to the success of the anti-Christian campaign in France might be mentioned Peter Bale (1647 1706), whose Dictionnaire Historique et Critique became the leading source of information for those who were in search of arguments against Christianity; John Baptist Rousseau (1671 1741), whose life was in complete harmony with the filthiness to which he gave expression in his works; Bernard Le Boisvert de Fontenelle (1657 1757), who, though never an open enemy of the Catholic Church, contributed not a little by his works to prepare the way for the men of the Encyclopédie; Montesquieu (1689 1755), whose satirical books on both Church and State were read with pleasure, not only in France but in nearly every country of Europe; D'Alembert (1717 83) and Diderot (1713 84), the two men mainly responsible for the Encyclopédie; Helvetius (1715 1771) and the Baron de Holbach, who sought to popularise the irreligious views then current among the nobility by spreading the rationalist literature throughout the mass of the poorer classes in Paris. But the two writers whose works did most to undermine revealed religion in France were Francois Marie Arouet, better known as Voltaire (1694 1778), and Jean-Jacques Rousseau (1712 1778). The former of these was born at Paris, received his early education from the Jesuits, and was introduced while still a youth to the salon of Ninon de l'Enclos, frequented at this time by the principal literary opponents of religion and morality. His earliest excursions into literature marked him out immediately as a dangerous adversary of the Christian religion. He journeyed in England, where he was in close touch with the Deist school of thought; in Germany, where he was a welcome guest at the court of Frederick II of Prussia, and settled finally at Ferney in Switzerland, close to the French frontiers. Towards the end of his life (1778) he returned to Paris, where he received a popular ovation. Poets, philosophers, actresses, and academicians vied with one another in doing honour to a man who had vowed to crush l'infamie, as he termed Christianity, and whose writings had done so much to accomplish that result in the land of his birth. The reception given to Voltaire in Paris affords the most striking proof of the religious and moral corruption of all classes in France at this period. Jean-Jacques Rousseau was born at Geneva and reared as a Calvinist. Later on he embraced the Catholic religion, from which he relapsed once more into Calvinism, if indeed in his later years he was troubled by any dogmatic beliefs. His private life was in perfect harmony with the moral tone of most of his works. He had neither the wit nor the literary genius of Voltaire, but in many respects his works, especially Les Contrats Sociaux, exercised a greater influence on the France of his own time and on Europe generally since that time than any other writings of the 18th century. His greatest works were La Nouvelle Heloise (1759), a novel depicting the most dangerous of human passions; Emile, a philosophical romance dealing with educational ideas and tending directly towards Deism; and Les Contrats Sociaux, in which he maintained that all power comes from the people and may be recalled if those to whom it has been entrusted abuse it. The Confessions, which tells the story of his shameless life, were not published until after his death. To further their propaganda, without at the same time attracting the notice of the civil authorities, the Rationalist party had recourse to various devices. Pamphlets and books were published, professedly descriptive of manners and customs in foreign countries, but directed in reality against civil and religious institutions in France. Typical examples of this class of literature were the Persian Letters of Montesquieu, a description of the island of Borneo by Fontenelle, the Life of Mohammed by Henry de Bouillon Villiers, and a Letter on the English from the pen of Voltaire. The greatest and most successful work undertaken by them for popularising their ideas was undoubtedly the Encyclopædiae. The professed object of the work was to give in a concise and handy form the latest and best results of scholarship in every department of human knowledge, but the real aim of the founders was to spread their poisonous views amongst the people of France and to win them from their allegiance to the Catholic Church. In order to escape persecution from the government and to conceal their real purposes, many of the articles were written by clerics and laymen whose orthodoxy was above suspicion, and many of the articles referring to religion from the pen of the rationalistic collaborators were respectful in tone, though a careful reader could see that they did not represent the real views of the author. Sometimes references were given to other articles of a very different kind, where probably opposite views were established by apparently sound arguments. The originator of the project was d'Alembert, who was assisted by Diderot, Voltaire, Montesquieu, Condillac, Buffon, and de Holbach. The work was begun in 1750, and in spite of interruptions and temporary suppressions, it was brought to a successful conclusion in 1772. The reviewers in the learned world hailed it with delight as a veritable treasure house of information. New and cheap editions of it were brought out for the general public, and in a remarkably short time the influence of the encyclopedists had reached the lowest strata of French society. Many of those in authority in France favoured the designs of the encyclopedists and threw all kinds of obstacles in the way of those who sought to uphold the teaching of the Church, but soon they had reason to regret their approval of a campaign that led directly to revolution. The Aufklärung movement in Germany. In Germany, the religious formularies composed with the object of securing even an appearance of unity, or at least of preventing religious chaos, were not powerful enough to resist the anti-Christian Enlightenment that swept over Europe in the 18th century. At best these formularies were only the works of men who rejected the authority of the Church, and as works of men they could not be regarded as irreformable. With the progress of knowledge and the development of human society, it was thought that they required revision to bring them more into harmony with the results of science and with the necessities of the age. The influence of the writings imported from England and France, backed as it was by the approval and example of Frederick II of Prussia, could not fail to weaken dogmatic Christianity among the Lutherans of Germany. The philosophic teaching of Leibniz (1646 1710), who was himself a strong upholder of dogmatic Christianity and zealous for a reunion of Christendom, had a great effect on the whole religious thought of Germany during the 18th century. In his great work /Theodicy/, written against Baal to prove that there was no conflict between the kingdoms of nature and grace, greater stress was laid upon the natural than on the supernatural elements in Christianity. His disciples, advancing beyond the limits laid down by the Master, prepared the way for the rise of theological rationalism. One of the greatest of the disciples of Leibniz was Christian Wolff (1679 1754), who was not himself an opponent of supernatural religion. The whole trend of his arguments, however, went to show that human reason was the sole judge of the truths of revelation, and that whatever was not in harmony with the verdict of reason must be eliminated. Many of his disciples, like Reimarus, Mendelssohn, and Garve, developed the principles laid down by Wolff until the very mention of dogma was scouted openly, and theism itself was put forward as only the most likely among many possible hypotheses. In the revulsion against dogmatic beliefs, the party of the Pietists, founded by Spener towards the end of the 17th century, found much support, while the Conscientiarians, who maintained that man's own conscience was the sole rule of faith, and that so long as man acts in accordance with the dictates of conscience, he is leading the life of the just, gained ground rapidly. Some of its principal leaders were Matthew Knutzen and Christian Edelman, who rejected the authority of the Bible. The spread of rationalism was strengthened very much by the appearance of the Allgemeine Deutsche Bibliothek, founded in 1764 by Nicolai in Berlin, through the agency of which books hostile to Christianity were scattered broadcast amongst a large circle of readers. These rationalistic principles, when applied to the Bible and the interpretation of the Bible, helped to put an end to the very rigid views regarding the inspiration of the sacred writings entertained by the early Lutherans. Everything that was supernatural or miraculous must be explained away. to do so without denying inspiration, the accommodation theory, namely that Christ and his apostles accommodated themselves to the mistaken views of their contemporaries, was formulated by Simier (1725 1791). But more extreme men, as for example Lessing (1729 1781), who published the Wolfenbüttler Fragments written by Reimarus, in which a violent onslaught was made upon the biblical miracles, more especially on the resurrection of Christ, attacked directly the miracles of Christianity, and wrote strongly in favour of religious indifference. The rationalistic dogmatism of Wolff, when brought face to face with the objections of Hume, did not satisfy Immanuel Kant (1720 1804), who in his Critique of Pure Reason (1781) denied that it was possible for science or philosophy to reach a knowledge of the substance or essence of things as distinguished from the phenomena, and that consequently the arguments used generally to prove the existence of God were worthless. In his own Critique of Practical Reason (1788), however, he endeavoured to build up what he had pulled down, by showing that the moral law implanted in the heart of every human being necessarily implied the existence of a supreme lawgiver. For Kant, religion was to be identified with duty and not with dogmatic definitions. Such a line of defence, attempting as it did to remove religion from the arena of intellectual discussion, thereby evading most of the objections put forward by the rationalistic school, was a dangerous one. It led gradually to the rejection of external revelation and to dogmatic indifference. Such a theory in the hands of Herder, and above all of Schleiermacher (1768 1834), meant an end to Christian revelation as generally understood. For Schleiermacher, religion was nothing more than the consciousness of dependence upon God. Given this sense of dependence, variations in creeds were of no importance. Between the religion of Luther and the religion of Schleiermacher there was an immense difference, but nevertheless it was Luther who laid down the principles that led to the disintegration of dogmatic Christianity, and in doing what he did Schleiermacher was but proving himself the worthy pupil of such a master. The unrestrained liberty of thought claimed by so many Protestant reformers and theologians, and ending as it did in the substitution of a natural for a supernatural religion, could not fail to have an influence in Catholic circles. Many Catholic scholars were close students of the philosophical systems of Wolff and Kant in Germany, and of the writings of the Encyclopedists in France. They were convinced that Scholasticism, however valuable it might have been in the 13th century, was antiquated and out of harmony with modern progress, that it should be dropped entirely from the curriculum of studies, and with it should go many of the theological accretions to which it had given rise. Catholicism, it was thought, if it were to hold the field as a world-wide religion, must be remodelled so as to bring it better into line with the conclusions of modern philosophy. Less attention should be paid to dogma and to polemical discussions, and more to the ethical and natural principles contained in the Christian revelation. The spread of Gallicanism and Febronianism, and the adoption of these views by leading rulers and politicians, thereby weakened the authority of the Pope and of the bishops, helped to break down the defences of Catholicity, and to make it more easy to propagate rationalistic views, especially amongst those who frequented the universities. As a result, it was only the higher and middle classes that were affected by the Aufklärung. Everywhere throughout Europe, in France, in Spain, in Portugal, in Germany, and in Austria, this advanced liberalism made itself felt in the last half of the 18th century, particularly after the suppression of the Jesuits had removed the only body capable of resisting it successfully at the time, and had secured for their opponents a much stronger hold in the centres of education. It was in Germany and Austria that the Aufklärung movement attracted the greatest attention. The scholastic system of philosophy had been abandoned in favour of the teaching of the Leibniz-Wolff school and of Kant. The entire course of study for ecclesiastical students underwent a complete reorganization. Scholasticism, casuistry, and controversy were eliminated. Their places were taken by patrology, church history, pastoral theology, and biblical exegesis of the kind then in vogue in Protestant schools. The plan of studies drawn up by Abbot Rothenstrach, rector of the University of Vienna, 1774, for the theological students of that institution, meant nothing less than a complete break with the whole traditional system of clerical education. In itself it had much to recommend it, but the principles that underlay its introduction and the class of men to whom its administration was entrusted were enough to render it suspicious. The director of studies in Austria, Baron von Swieten, Himself in close contact with the Jansenists and the Encyclopedists, favoured the introduction of the new plan into all the Austrian universities and colleges, and took good care, besides, that only men of liberal views were appointed to the chairs. In the hands of professors like Jahn and Fischer, scriptural exegesis began to partake more and more of the rationalism of the Protestant schools. Church history, as expounded by Dannenmayr, Royko and Gmeiner, became in great part an apology for Gallicanism. The moral theology taught by Danzer and Reyberger was modelled largely on a purely rational system of ethics, and the canon law current in the higher schools was in complete harmony with the views of Febronius and Joseph II. The prince-bishops of Mainz, Trier, and Cologne spared no pain to propagate these liberal views amongst those who were to be the future priests in their territories. In the University of Mainz, Isenbiel's views on Scripture brought him into conflict with the Church. Blau, the professor of dogma, denied the infallibility of the Church and of general councils, while Dorsch, the professor of philosophy, was an ardent disciple of Kant. A similar state of affairs prevailed at the University of Trier, at Bonn, which was established for the express purpose of combating the ultramontanism and conservatism of Cologne, and to a more or less degree at Freiburg, Würzburg, Ingolstadt, and Munich. By means of the universities and by the publications of various reviews, these liberal theories were spread throughout Germany. An attempt was made to reform the discipline and liturgy of the Church so as to bring them into harmony with the new theology. Many advocated the abolition of popular devotions, the substitution of German for the Latin language in the Missal and in the Ritual, and the abolition of clerical celibacy. In Bavaria matters reached a crisis when Weishaupt, a professor of canon law in Ingolstadt, founded a secret society known as the Illuminati for the overthrow of the Church and the civil authority, to make way for a universal republic to which the only religion would be the religion of humanity. His speculative views were borrowed largely from the Encyclopedists and his plan of organisation from the Freemasons. At first the society was confined to students, but with the accession of Freiherr von Knigge it was determined to widen the sphere of its operations. Every effort was made to secure recruits. The Freemasons gave it strong support, and Ferdinand of Brunswick became one of its members. It had its statutes, ritual, and decrees. Fortunately the members quarrelled and were foolish enough to carry their controversies into the public press. In this way the Bavarian government became acquainted with the dangerous character of the sect of the Illuminati, and a determined effort was made to secure its suppression. 1784 to 1785. End of section 29. Section 30 of History of the Catholic Church from the Renaissance to the French Revolution, Volume 1, by Rev. James MacCaffrey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Freemasonry. Whatever about the value of the fantastic legends intended to explain the origin of Freemasonry, it is certain that the first Grand Lodge was formed in London on the feast of St. John the Baptist, 1717. That before this date there were a few scattered lodges in England, Scotland, and Ireland, and that these lodges were the sole remaining relics of a peculiar trade guild composed of Masons and of some of the higher classes as honorary members, there can be little doubt. The society spread rapidly in England, Scotland, and amongst the Protestant colony in Ireland. From Great Britain its principles were diffused throughout the rest of Europe. Freemason lodges were established in Paris 1725 to 1732, in Germany 1733, Portugal 1735, Holland 1735, Switzerland 1740, Denmark 1745, Italy 1763, and Sweden 1773. The Freemasons were bound together into a secret society, the members of which were obliged by oath and by the threat of severe penalties to obey orders and to maintain silence regarding its affairs. The society had its ritual, its degrees of apprentice, fellow, and master, and its passports and signs. The particular lodges in each country were united under a national Grand Lodge, and though the various attempts that have been made to bring about an international organization have failed, yet there can be little doubt that Freemasons throughout the world maintain the closest relations, and at least in general policy act usually as one man. Freemasonry was patronized by members of the royal family in England, by Frederick II of Prussia, Francis I of Austria, the Grand Duke Francis Stephen of Tuscany, and by Philip, Duke of Orleans, who accepted the office of Grand Master in France. Its members were recruited principally from the higher and middle classes, as the entrance fees and expenses made it impossible for anybody except the comparatively wealthy to become members. At the time when the society was formed it was the nobility and middle classes who formed public opinion in most countries, and it was thought that if these classes could be won over to support the principles of Freemasonry, they in turn could influence the mass of the people. Freemasonry was established at a time when Deism and Naturalism were rampant in England, and it secured a foothold in most of the continental countries in an age noted for its hostility to supernatural religion. In the first article of the Old Charges (1723) it is laid down that "a Mason is obliged by his tenure to obey the moral law, and if he really understands the art he will never be a stupid atheist or an irreligious libertine." The precise meaning of this injunction has been the subject of many controversies, but it is clear from the continuation of the same article that the universal religion on which all men are agreed, that is to say, a kind of natural Christianity, was to be the religion of Freemasonry. The society professed to be non-sectarian in its objects, but the whole tendency of the rules and of the organisation in its practical working has been to promote contempt for dogmatic orthodoxy and for religious authority, and to foster a kind of modified Christianity from which specifically Catholic doctrines have been eliminated. In France and in Austria, Freemasons and Rationalists worked hand in hand for the overthrow of the established Church and for the spread of atheistical views. The society professed also to forbid political discussions, but here too the articles of the Constitution are intentionally vague, and it is fairly evident that in most of the revolutions that have disturbed the peace of Europe during the last 100 years, Freemasons have exercised a very powerful influence. For many reasons the anti-religious and revolutionary tendencies of Freemasonry have been more striking in the Latin countries, France, Spain, Portugal, and Italy, than in England or Germany. In 1877 the Grand Orient of France abolished the portions of the Constitution that seemed to admit the existence of God and the immortality of the soul, and remodelled the ritual so as to exclude all references to religious dogma. This action led to a rupture between the Grand Orient and the lodges of England, Germany, and America. Yet many of the Freemasons in these latter countries sympathised with the attitude of their French brethren, and insisted on interpreting after their own fashion the very ambiguous formula by which the existence of a Grand Architect is recognised. There can be no doubt that even in England a man may be a Freemason, accepting loyally all its articles, and yet refuse to believe in the existence of a personal God, distinct from the world. Freemasonry aims at establishing a spirit of comradeship and brotherhood among its members. They are bound to aid one another in every possible way, and practically in all conceivable circumstances. However objectionable such a practice, and however dangerous to the public weal and to the interests of the state it may be, it is precisely this feature of the society that won for it its greatest number of adherents. Freemasonry was condemned by Clement XII. in 1738. In the Constitution In Eminenti, in which this condemnation was promulgated, he explained the reasons that induced him to take this step. These were the anti-religious tendencies of the society both in its theory and practice, the oaths of secrecy and obedience to unknown superiors, and the danger to Church and State involved in such secret combinations. This condemnation has been renewed by several of his successors, as for example Benedict XIV. 1751, Pius VII. 1821, Gregory XVI. 1832, Pius IX. 1865, and Leo XIII. 1884. Since 1738 Catholics have been forbidden under penalty of excommunication to become members of the society or to promote its success. According to the Constitution Apostolicae Sedis 1869, which is in force at the present time, excommunication is levelled against those who join the Freemasons or similar bodies that plot against the Church and established authority, as well as against those who favour such organizations and do not denounce their leaders. The suppression of the Society of Jesus. From its foundation by St. Ignatius of Loyola and its approval by Paul III, the Society of Jesus had remained true to the teaching and spirit of its holy founder and loyal to the Holy See. In the defence of the Church, especially in Germany, Austria, Poland, Hungary, and France, in the domain of education and of literature, in the work of spreading Christianity amongst the races and peoples in India, China, Japan, and America, the Jesuit Fathers took the foremost place. They laboured incessantly to stay the inroads of heresy, to instil Catholic principles into the minds of the rising generation, and to win new recruits to take the place of those who had gone over to the enemy. But their very success was sufficient to arouse the wrath of their adversaries and jealousy of their rivals. Lutherans and Calvinists, enraged by the success of the Counter-Reformation, denounced the Jesuits as enemies of progress and enlightenment, whose very existence was a danger to the peace and liberty of Europe. These charges were re-echoed by Jansenists and Gallicans, by infidel philosophers and absolutist politicians, and, stranger still, by many whose orthodoxy could not be questioned, but whose judgment was warped by their annoyance at the wonderful success of a comparatively young organisation. The Jesuits were accused of favouring laxity of morals on account of the support given by some of them to probabilism, of sympathising with Pelagianism on account of the doctrine of Molina, of supporting tyrannicide on the strength of the work of Mariana, and of upholding absolutism on account of their close relations with the rulers of France and Spain, and of seeking to undermine governments and constitutions by their secret political schemes and their excessive wealth. Garbled extracts taken from the works of individual Jesuits were published as representing the opinions of the body, and the infamous Monita Secreta, purporting to contain the instruction of Aquaviva to his subjects, was forged (1612) to bring discredit upon the society. More than once the combined assaults of its enemies seemed on the point of being crowned with success. During Aquaviva's tenure of office as general (1585 1615), the society was banished from France and from Venice, while the demands of the Spanish Jesuits for a Spanish superior, backed as it was by the influence of the court, threatened to destroy the unity of the society. Again in the time of Paul Oliva (1664 1681) and Charles Noailles (1682 1686), controversies regarding Jansenism, probabilism, the Regalia, and the Gallican Declaration of the French clergy (1682) endangered the existence of the society in France, and threatened to lead to misunderstandings with the Holy See. But under the providence of God these dangers were averted, and the 18th century found the Jesuits still vigorous in Europe, and not less vigorous in their labours among the heathen nations. But their opponents, though beaten time and again, were not disheartened. The infidel philosophers of the 18th century recognised in the Jesuits the ablest defenders of the Catholic Church. If only they could succeed in removing them, as Voltaire declared, the work of destroying the Church seemed comparatively easy. Hence they united all their forces for one grand assault upon the society as the bulwark of Christianity. They were assisted in their schemes by the Jansenists, eager to avenge the defeat they had received at the hands of the Jesuits, and by the absolutist statesmen and rulers of Europe, who aimed at the enslavement of the Church, and who feared the Jesuits as the ablest exponents of the rights of religion and of the Holy See. The Jesuits controlled to a great extent Catholic education, both lay and clerical, and it was hoped that by installing teachers devoted to state supremacy and enlightenment in their place, the future of Absolutism and of Rationalism might be assured. The attack on the Jesuits was begun in Portugal during the reign of Joseph Emmanuel (1750 1777). He was a man of liberal views, anxious to promote the welfare of his country as well as to strengthen the power of the crown. In accomplishing these objects he was guided by the advice of the Prime Minister, Joseph Sebastian Carvalho, better known as the Marquis of Pombal. The latter had travelled much and was thoroughly imbued with the liberal and rationalistic spirit of the age. He regarded the Catholic Church as an enemy of material progress, and the Jesuits as the worst teachers to whom the youth of any country could be entrusted. A treaty concluded with Spain, according to which the Spaniards were to surrender to Portugal 7 of the reductions of Paraguay in return for San Sacramento, afforded him the long-desired opportunity of attacking the Jesuits (1750). The Indians on the reductions, who had been converted by the Jesuits, were to be banished from their lands to make way for mining operations in search of gold, and though the Jesuits tried hard to induce their people to submit to this decree, the Indians, maddened by the injustice and cruelty of the treatment of the Portuguese, rose in revolt. The Jesuits were blamed for having fomented the rebellion. By orders of Pombal they were arrested and brought to Portugal, where the most extravagant charges were published against them in order to damage them in the eyes of the people. The Portuguese government appealed to Benedict XIV to take action against the society. The Pope appointed Saldanha, an apostolic visitor, to examine into the charges that had been made. Though the instructions laid down for the guidance of the visitor were precise in every detail, Saldanha, unmindful of the restrictions imposed by the Pope, and without hearing any evidence that might favour the accused, decided against the Jesuits and procured the withdrawal of their faculties in Lisbon (1758). In September of that year a plot directed against one of the royal officials, but supposed to have for its object the murder of the king, was discovered and attributed without any evidence to the Jesuits. They and many of their supposed allies among the nobility were arrested and thrown into prison. Their schools were closed, and various fruitless attempts were made to induce the younger members to disown the society. Finally, in September 1759, a decree of banishment was issued against the Jesuits. Most of them were arrested and dispatched to the Papal States, while others of them, less fortunate, were confined as prisoners in the jails of Portugal. Father Malagrida, one of the ablest and most saintly men of the Society, was put to death on a trumped-up charge of heresy (1761). Clement XIII. (1758 1769) made various attempts to save the Society and to prevent a breach with Portugal, but Pombal determined to push matters to extremes. The Portuguese ambassador at Rome suddenly broke off negotiations with the Holy See and left the city, while the nuncio at Lisbon was escorted to the Spanish frontier (1760). For a period of 10 years (1760 1770) friendly relations between Rome and Portugal were interrupted. In France the Jesuits had many powerful friends, but they had also many able and determined enemies. The Jansenists, who controlled the Parliament of Paris, the Rationalists, the Gallicans, and not a few of the doctors of the Sorbonne, though divided on nearly every other issue, made common cause against the Society. They were assisted in their campaign by Madame de Pompadour, the king's mistress, for whom the Jesuit theology was not sufficiently lax, and by the Duc de Choiseul, the king's prime minister. The well-known Jesuit leanings of Louis XV. And of the royal family generally imposed a certain measure of restraint upon the enemies of the Society, until the famous La Valette lawsuit offered its opponents an opportunity of stirring up public feeling and of overcoming the scruples of the weak-minded king. The Jesuits had a very important mission in the island of Martinique. The natives were employed on their large mission lands, the fruits of which were spent in promoting the spiritual and temporal welfare of the people. La Valette, the Jesuit superior on the island, had been very successful in his business transactions, and encouraged by his success he borrowed money in France to develop the resources of the mission. This money he could have repaid without difficulty had it not been that during the war between France and England some vessels bearing his merchandise were seized by the English (1755). La Valette was in consequence of this unable to pay his creditors, some of whom sought to recover their debts by instituting a civil process against the procurator of the Paris province. For several reasons the Jesuits, though not unwilling to make a reasonable settlement, refused to acknowledge any responsibility. The creditors insisted on bringing the case to trial, and the court at Marseilles decided in their favour. The Jesuit procurator then appealed to the Parliament of Paris, at that time strongly Jansenist in its tendencies. The Parliament, not content with upholding the verdict, took advantage of the popular feeling aroused against the Society to institute a criminal process against the entire body (1761). A commission was appointed to examine the constitutions and privileges of the Jesuits. It reported that the Society was dangerous to the state, hostile to the Gallican liberties, and unlawful. The writings of Bellarmine and Busenbaum were ordered to be burned, and the famous Extrait des Assertions, a kind of blue book containing a selection of unpopular views defended by Jesuit writers, was published to show the dangerous tendencies of the Society and to prejudice it in the eyes of the people. The Provincial of the Jesuits offered for himself and his subjects to accept the declaration of the French clergy and to obey the instructions of the bishops. But the offer, besides being displeasing to the Roman authorities, did not soften the wrath of the anti-Jesuit party, who sought nothing less than the total destruction of the Society. Louis XV. Endeavoured to bring about a compromise by procuring the appointment of a vicar for France. With this object he called a meeting of the French bishops (1761), the vast majority of whom had nothing but praise for the work of the Jesuits and wished for no change in the constitution of the Society. Similar views were expressed by the Assembly of the French clergy in 1762. Clement XIII. Laboured energetically in defence of the Jesuits, but in open disregard of his advice and his entreaties the decree for the suppression of the Society was passed by Parliament in 1762, though its execution was delayed by orders of the king. Meanwhile proposals were made to the Pope and to the General Ricci for a change in the constitution so as to secure the appointment of an independent superior for France, which proposal was rejected by both Pope and General. In 1763 the Jesuit colleges were closed, members of the society were required to renounce their vows under threat of banishment, and, as hardly any members complied with this condition, the decree of banishment was promulgated in 1764. Clement XIII. Published a bull defending the constitution of the society and rejecting the charge against its members (1765), while the French bishops addressed an earnest appeal to the king on its behalf (1765). The example of Portugal and France was soon followed by Spain. Charles III. (1759 1788) was an able ruler, anxious to restore the former greatness of his country by encouraging the establishment of industries and by favouring the introduction of foreign capital and foreign skill. He was by no means irreligious, but he was influenced largely by the liberal tendencies of the age, as were also in a more marked degree his two principal ministers, Aranda and de Roda. Popular feeling was aroused by the favour which the king showed towards French capitalists and artisans, and in some places ugly commotions took place. The ministers suggested to the king that the Jesuits were behind this movement and were the authors of certain dangerous and inflammatory pamphlets. Secret councils were held, as a result of which sealed instructions were issued to the governors of all towns in which Jesuit houses were situated that on a fixed night the Jesuits should be arrested (1767). These orders were carried out to the letter. Close on 6,000 Jesuits were taken and hurried to the coast, where vessels were waiting to transport them to the Papal States. When this had been accomplished, a royal decree was issued suppressing the society in Spain, owing to certain weighty reasons which the king was unwilling to divulge. Clement XIII. Remonstrated vigorously against such violent measures, but the only effect of his remonstrances was that the bishops who defended the papal interference were banished. Those who would seek to favour the return of the society were declared guilty of high treason, and the punishment of death was levelled against any Jesuit who attempted to land in Spain. In Naples, where Ferdinand, son of Charles III. of Spain, then ruled, the suppression of the Jesuits was planned and carried out by the Prime Minister, Tanucci, a man hardly less unfriendly to the society than Pombal. The Jesuits were arrested without any trial and were sent across the frontier into the Papal States (November 1767). Much the same fate awaited them in the territories of the Duke of Parma and Piacenza, where the minister Dutelat had pursued for years a campaign against the rights of the Catholic Church. In 1768 Clement XIII. Issued a strong protest against the policy of the Parmese government. This aroused the ire of the whole Bourbon family. France, Spain, and Naples demanded the withdrawal of this monitorium under threat of violence. The Papal States of Avignon and Venaissin were occupied by French troops, while Naples seized Benevento and Pontecorvo. Various attempts were made to secure the support of the Empress Maria Theresa and to stir up opposition in the smaller kingdoms of Italy. But Clement XIII., undaunted by the threats of violence of the Bourbons, refused to yield to their demands for the suppression of a society against which nothing had been proved, and against which nothing could be proved except its ardent defence of the Catholic Church and its attachment to the Holy See. In January 1769 an ultimatum was presented by the ambassadors of France, Spain, and Naples, demanding the suppression of the society. The Pope refused to agree to it, but before the threats it contained could be carried into execution, Clement XIII. Passed away (February 1769). In the conclave that followed, the Bourbon rulers made every effort to secure the election of a Pope favourable to their views. Their representatives were instructed to use the veto freely against all cardinals known to be favourable to the Jesuits. After a struggle lasting 3 months, Cardinal Ganganelli was elected and took the title Clement XIV. 1769 to 1774. He restored friendly relations with Parma, opened negotiations with Portugal, created the brother of Pombal a cardinal, appointed Pereira, one of the court theologians, to a Portuguese bishopric, dispatched a nuncio to Lisbon, and brought about a formal reconciliation (1770). It is not true that before his election Clement XIV. Had bound himself formally to suppress the Jesuits. Hardly, however, had he been crowned when demands were made upon him by the representatives of France and Spain, similar to those presented to his predecessor. Clement XIV. Promised to agree to the suppression, 1769, but asked for time to consider such a momentous step. In the hope of satisfying the opponents of the Jesuits, the Pope adopted an unfriendly attitude towards the Society and appointed apostolic visitors to examine into the affairs of the seminaries and colleges under its control, for most of which, as a result of the investigation, the Jesuits were dismissed. He offered to bring about a complete change in the constitution of the Society, but this offer too was rejected. Charles III of Spain forwarded an ultimatum in which he insisted upon the instant suppression of the Society under threat of recalling his ambassador from Rome. This ultimatum had the approval of all the Bourbon rulers. Faced with such a terrible danger, the courage of Clement XIV failed him, and he determined to accept the suppression as the lesser of two evils (1772). In July 1773, the brief /Dominus ac Redemptor Noster/, decreeing the suppression of the Society in the interests of peace and religion, was signed by the Pope. The houses of the Jesuits in the Papal States were surrounded by soldiers, and the general, Ricci, was confined as a prisoner in the castle of St. Angelo. The decree was forwarded to the bishops to be communicated by them to the Jesuits resident in their dioceses. In most of the countries of Europe the decree of suppression was carried out to the letter, the Jesuits as a body submitting loyally to the decision of the Pope. Catherine II. Of Russia, however, and Frederick II. Of Prussia were impressed so favourably by the works of the Jesuits as educators that they forbade the bishops to publish the decree in their territories. In 1776 an agreement was arrived at between Pius VI. And Frederick II., according to which the Jesuits in Prussian territory were to be disbanded formally and were to lay aside their dress, but they were permitted to continue under a different name to direct the colleges which they possess. The Empress Catherine II. Of Russia continued till her death to protect the Society. In 1778 she insisted upon the erection of a novitiate, for which oral permission seems to have been given by Pius VI. In the other countries many of the Jesuits laboured as secular priests, others of them united in the congregation known as the Fathers of the Faith (1797), and others still in the Congregation of the Fathers of the Sacred Heart. In 1803 the English Jesuit community at Stonyhurst was allowed to affiliate with the Russian congregation. In 1804 the Society was re-established with the permission of Pius VII. In Naples, and in 1814 the Pope issued the Bull Sollicitudo Omnium Ecclesiarum, formally re-establishing the Society. Strange to say, the very next year, 1815, a persecution broke out against the Jesuits in St. Petersburg, and in 1820 they were expelled from Russian territory. It was the fear of the Bourbon rulers that forced Clement XIV. To agree to the suppression of the Jesuits. By sacrificing a society that had been noted for its loyal defence of and submission to the Pope, he had hoped to restore peace to the Church and to avert the many calamities that threatened its very existence in France, Spain, Portugal, and Naples. But he lived long enough to realise that his weakness led only to new and more exorbitant demands, and that the professors who had taken the chairs vacated by the Jesuits were only too ready to place their voices and their pens at the disposal of the civil power and against the Holy See. The suppression of the Society was hailed as a veritable triumph by the forces of irreligion and Rationalism. The schemes that this party had been concocting for years were at last crowned with success. The strongest of the outposts had been captured, and it only remained to make one last desperate assault on the fortress itself. The civil rulers, who had allowed themselves to be used as tools for promoting the designs of the Rationalists and the Freemasons, had soon reason to regret the cruelty and violence with which they treated the Society of Jesus. In a few years the Revolution was in full swing. The thrones of France, Spain, Portugal, and Naples were overturned, and those members of the royal families who escaped the scaffold or the dungeon were themselves driven to seek refuge in foreign lands, as the Jesuits had been driven in the days of Clement XIV. End of section 30. Section 31 of History of the Catholic Church from the Renaissance to the French Revolution, Volume 1, by Rev. James MacCaffrey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Failure of attempts at reunion. Protestant sects. Whatever hopes there might have been of restoring unity to the Christian world during the early years of the Reformation movement the prospects of a reunion became more and more remote according as the practical results of the principle of private judgment made themselves felt. It was no longer with Luther or Calvin or Zwingli that Catholic theologians were called upon to negotiate, nor was it sufficient for them to concentrate their attention upon the refutation of the Confessio Augustana or the Confessio Tetrapolitana. The leading followers of the early Reformers found themselves justified in questioning the teachings of their masters for reasons exactly similar to those that had been alleged by their masters in defence of their attack on the Catholic Church. The principle of religious authority having been rejected, individuals felt free to frame their own standard of orthodoxy, and were it not for the civil rulers who interfered to preserve their states from the temporal dangers of religious anarchy and to supply by their own power some organisation to take the place of the Catholic hierarchy, Calvinism and Lutheranism would have assumed almost as many forms as there were individuals who professed to accept these religious systems. As it was, despite the religious formularies drawn up for the most part at the instigation and on the advice of the civil rulers, it proved impossible for man to replace the old bulwarks established by Christ to safeguard the deposit of faith. As a consequence, new sects made their appearance in every country that accepted the Reformed doctrine. In France, some attempt was made by Cardinal Richelieu to bring about a reunion between the Catholics and the Calvinists. In taking these steps he was influenced more by considerations of state than by zeal for the welfare of the Church, but the gulf separating the two parties was too wide to be bridged over even by French patriotism. In Poland, where unity was particularly required and where the disastrous consequences of religious strife were only too apparent, Ladislas V. determined to summon a conference at Thorn in 1645 to discuss the religious differences. But though it was attended by representatives from several states of Germany, it produced no good results. In Germany, the work that had proved too great for the theologians was undertaken by the princes in 1644 with no better results. Later on, at the instigation of the Emperor, Christopher Royas de Spinola, an Austrian bishop, spent the last 20 years of his life, 1675 to 1695, in a vain effort to put an end to the religious dispute. Heedless of repeated rebuffs, he passed from court to court in Germany, till at last at Hanover he saw some prospect of success. Duke Ernest August assembled a conference of Lutheran theologians (1679), the principal of whom was Molanus, a Protestant abbot of Lucum. The Lutheran theologians were willing to agree that all Christians should return immediately to their obedience to the Pope, on condition, however, that the decrees of the Council of Trent should be suspended, and that a new General Council, composed of representatives of all parties, should be assembled to discuss the principal points in dispute. On his side, Royas was inclined to yield a good deal in regard to clerical celibacy and the authority of secular princes in ecclesiastical affairs. Innocent XI, while not approving of what had been done, praised the bishop for the efforts he had made to bring about a reunion. Leibniz, the librarian and archivist of the Duke of Brunswick, having taken already some part in the work of bringing about a reconciliation, entered into a correspondence with Bossuet, the Bishop of Meaux. He favoured a compromise on the basis of acceptance of the beliefs of the first 5 centuries, and published his /Systema Theologicum/ as a means of bringing the Catholic standpoint before the minds of the co-religionists. Bossuet and the French historian Pelisson reciprocated his efforts, but the schemes of Louis XIV. And the hopes of the English succession entertained by the House of Brunswick put an end to all chances of success. From the beginning, though Luther and Zwingli were at one in their opposition to Rome, they were unable to agree upon a common religious platform. The Sacramentarian controversy, confined at first to Luther and Karlstadt, grew more embittered after Zwingli had espoused openly the side of the latter. Several German princes having embraced the views of Zwingli, it was felt necessary to preserve some kind of unity amongst the Reformers, especially in view of the threatening attitude assumed by Charles V. A conference was called at Marburg (1529), at which Luther, Melanchthon, Osiander, and Agricola agreed to meet Zwingli, Oecolampadius, Blitzer, and other Swiss leaders. The conference failed to arrive at a satisfactory agreement, but in 1536 the Concord of Wittenberg was concluded, whereby it was hoped that peace might be restored by the adoption of a very ambiguous formula. Luther, however, refused to allow himself to be bound by the agreement, and the controversy went on as violently as before. In the meantime Calvin had undertaken to preach doctrines on the Eucharist entirely different from those put forward by either Zwingli or Luther, with the result that Zurich found itself in conflict with Geneva as it had found itself previously in conflict with Wittenberg. To restore some semblance of unity among the Swiss reformers, Bullinger, the recognised head of the Zurich party, entered into communication with Calvin, and a doctrinal agreement was arrived at known as the /Consensus Tigurinus/, the Zurich Concord, in 1549. Later on this was confirmed by the /Confessio Helvetica/ 1564. After the death of Luther in 1545, Melanchthon became the acknowledged head of the Lutheran party. On many questions he was inclined to disagree with the doctrine of his master. His teaching in regard to the Eucharist began to approximate more closely to the views of Calvin, so that the impanation and companation theories of Luther lost favour in Germany. The Philippists, or Crypto-Calvinists, gained ground rapidly in the country, with the result that the German Protestants were split up into hostile sections. A conference was held at Naumburg in 1561, but it broke up without having done anything to restore religious unity. At last in 1576 the Elector August of Saxony summoned an assembly of theologians to meet at Torgau for the discussion of the differences that had arisen between the orthodox followers of Luther and the Crypto-Calvinists or followers of Melanchthon. Jacob Andrea, Chancellor of the University of Tübingen, was the life and soul of the reunion movement. Taking the plan of agreement that had been formulated by him as a basis for discussion, the conference drew up the /Book of Torgau/, copies of which were dispatched to the Lutheran princes and theologians for an expression of their opinion. When this had been received, the /Book of Torgau/ was revised (1577), and a Formula of Concord (Formula Concordiae) was compiled, embodying the Confession of Augsburg, Melanchthon's apology for this confession, the Articles of Smalcald, and the two catechisms issued by Luther (1577). But as there was no authority to enforce this formula, several of the states refused to accept it. In Saxony under Christian I. (1586 91), the Philippists in favour at court triumphed over their adversaries. But on the death of Christian the orthodox Lutherans secured the upper hand, and Nicholas Crell, the Prime Minister and Chancellor of Saxony during the previous reign, was thrown into prison, and later on he was put to death (1601). Calvinism continued to make steady progress in Germany. It was introduced into the Palatinate during the reign of Frederick III. (1583), and though suppressed by his son and successor, it gained the upper hand. Similarly in Hesse-Kassel, in Leip, Brandenburg, and Anhalt, it gained many new adherents. All attempt at peace among the warring sects having failed, Calvinism was recognised formally at the Peace of Westphalia (1648). Violent controversies broke out among the Lutheran party in Germany on many other matters besides the Eucharist. One of the early followers of Luther, named Agricola, afterwards a professor at Wittenberg (1539), in his efforts to emphasise the teaching of his master on good works, proclaimed that the spirit of fear, so characteristic of the Old Testament, had given way to the mildness and love of the New, and that, therefore, Christians who had received justification were no longer under the obligations of the law. This was what was known as Antinomism, a form of error not unknown amongst the early Gnostics and amongst some of the heretical sects of the Middle Ages. Agricola was assailed violently by Luther (1538 40), fled to Berlin (1540), and returned at a later period to make his submission, but Luther refused all his attempts at reconciliation. Melanchthon, however, adopted a more friendly attitude. The controversy continued for years, and Antinomism, of a much more exaggerated form, spread into other countries, particularly into England, where Parliament was obliged to legislate against its supporters during the reign of Charles I. Closely associated with the antinomist controversy was another known as the Osiandrist, from the name of one of its principal participants, Andrew Osiander. The latter, a professor of Hebrew at Nuremberg, perceiving the dangerous results of Luther's teaching on good works, sought to introduce some modifications that would obviate the danger involved in the latter's apparent contempt for good works. For this reason he condemned the general absolution that had been introduced to replace auricular confession, and insisted upon the elevation of the Host as a profession of belief in the doctrine of the Real Presence. Having become involved in a sharp dispute with his colleagues at Nuremberg, he left the university and accepted a professorship at Königsberg in Prussia, 1549, where he was supported by the ruler Duke Albert. In regard to justification, he taught that forgiveness of sin and satisfaction should not be confounded with justification, that the latter is effected by the indwelling of God in the person of the justified, that though the human nature of Christ is a necessary condition for redemption, it is by the divine nature that the indwelling of God in man is effected, and that on account of this indwelling the holiness of God is imputed to the creature. This teaching aroused considerable opposition. Osiander was denounced by Merlin and others as Antichrist. Duke Albert sought the views of leading theologians, only to find that as they were divided themselves they could lay down no certain rules for his guidance. Osiander died in 1552, but the quarrel continued, and for a time it seemed as if it would lead to rebellion. Finally the adversaries of Osiander triumphed when they secured the insertion of their views in the Prussian Corpus Doctrinae, 1567, and the execution of Funk, the leading supporter of Osiandrism, 1601. Another professor of Königsberg at this period, Stancarus, maintained that redemption is to be attributed to the human nature rather than to the divine nature of Christ, but he was expelled from the university and denounced on all sides as an Nestorian. On this question of good works a violent controversy broke out after the Leipzig interim, 1548. Luther had depreciated entirely the value of good works as a means to salvation. On this point, however, Melanchthon was willing to make considerable concessions to the Catholics, as indeed he did in 1535 and 1548, when he admitted that good works were necessary for acquiring eternal happiness. This view was supported warmly by Major, a professor at Wittenberg, who was denounced by Amsdorf as an opponent of Luther's doctrine of justification, 1551. Arnsdorf, Flacius, and others maintained that good works were a hindrance rather than an aid to salvation, while Major clung tenaciously to the position that good works were meritorious. Majorism, as the new heresy was called, was denounced in the most violent terms because it involved a return to the doctrine of the Papists. Major was suspended from his office as preacher, 1556, and was obliged to make a recantation, 1558. The Adiaphorist controversy broke out in connection with the Leipzig interim, 1548. In this attempt at reconciliation, Melanchthon was not unwilling to yield in many points to the Catholic representatives, and to agree that several of the doctrines and practices of the Church that had been assailed by Luther were at least indifferent, and might be admitted. For this he was attacked by Matthias Flacius, surnamed Illyricus, on account of the place of his birth, a professor of Hebrew at Wittenberg since 1544. The latter protested against the concessions made by Melanchthon, denounced as impious the union of Christ with Belial, and returned to Magdeburg, where he was joined by Amsdorf and others who supported his contention. He was driven from the city and at last died at Frankfurt in 1575. The question of man's cooperation in his conversion gave rise to what was known as the Synergist controversy. Luther had laid it down as a first principle that man contributed nothing to the work of his own conversion, but though Melanchthon agreed with this view in the beginning, he was disposed at a later period to attribute some activity to the human will, at least in the sense that it must struggle against its own weakness. This view was strengthened and developed by John Pfeffinger, a professor at Leipzig, who taught publicly the necessity of man's cooperation, 1550, and published a treatise in defense of this position, 1555. Pfeffinger's doctrine aroused the opposition of Amsdorf, Flacius, and other leaders of the Orthodox Lutheran party. Leipzig and Wittenberg joined hands to support the doctrine of cooperation, while the majority of the professors at Jena took the opposite side. One of the latter, however, Strigel, supported Pfeffinger, and a public disputation was held at Gotha under the presidency of Duke John Frederick. The Lutheran party demanded the punishment of Strigel and his supporters so vigorously that the Duke was obliged to arrest them. But annoyed by the attempt of the Lutherans to set up a religious dictatorship to the detriment of the supremacy of the civil ruler, he established a consistory composed of lawyers and officials whose duty it was to superintend the religious teaching in his territory. The anti-synergists, having protested against this measure as an infringement of the rights of the spiritual authority, were expelled, and Jena entered into line with Wittenberg and Leipzig for the defence of synergism. With the change of rulers came once more a change of doctrine. The princes, alarmed by the violence of the controversy, assembled a conference at Altenburg in 1568, which lasted 4 months. On the accession of the Elector August, the leading opponents of the synergists, including a large number of the superintendents and preachers, were deprived of their offices. By his lectures and teaching at the University of Helmstadt, George Calixt gave rise to a new and prolonged discussion known as the Syncretist controversy. The Duke of Brunswick having refused to accept the formula of Concord, the professors at the university which he had founded felt themselves much more free in their teaching than those in the other centres of Lutheranism. Calixt denied the ubiquity of Christ's body and the attribution of divine qualities to Christ's human nature. Though a strong opponent of several distinctly Catholic or Calvinist beliefs, he saw much that was good in both, and he longed for a reunion of Christendom on the basis of an acceptance of the beliefs and practices of the first 6 centuries. He was charged with aiming at a confusion of all religions, and in proof of this charge it was alleged that he rejected the Lutheran teaching on original sin and on man's natural powers of doing good even before justification, that he defended the meritorious character of good works, the supremacy of the Pope, at least de jure ecclesiastico, and the sacrifice of the Mass, 1639. In 1643 a disputation was held in which Hornagius, a colleague of Calixt, supported his doctrine especially on the meritoriousness of good works. The appearance of Calixt at the conference summoned by the King of Poland in Thorn, 1645, to promote a reunion with Rome, and the friendly attitude which he had adopted towards the Catholics and the Calvinists helped to increase the suspicions of his adversaries. Calixt died in 1656, but for years after his death the spirit of toleration that he had done so much to foster was one of the distinguishing features of the University of Helmstadt. It was during this controversy that the branch theory, namely that Catholicism, Lutheranism, and Calvinism formed 3 divisions of the one true Church, was formulated clearly for the first time. Amongst the Calvinists, the extremely crude doctrine on predestination taught by Calvin soon proved too much for the faith of many of his followers. Several of them, holding fast by Calvin's teaching, contended that regardless of original sin, God had created some for glory and others for damnation, that Christ had died only to save the elect, and that to these alone is given the grace necessary for salvation, supralapsarians. Others, horrified by the cruelty of such a doctrine, maintained that the decree predestining some to hell followed the provision of original sin, infralapsarians. This view had been put forward by Theodor Kühnhort and had found considerable support, but it was attacked by the majority of the Calvinist ministers, and a bitter controversy ensued. The orthodox party summoned to their assistance Arminius Hermanzoon, a distinguished young Calvinist preacher who had attended the lectures of Beza and Geneva, but whose strict views were modified considerably by a sojourn in Italy. Instead of supporting the supralapsarians, his sympathies were entirely on the side of the milder doctrine, and after his appointment to a professorship at Leyden, 1603, he became the recognised head of the infralapsarians. His chief opponent was Gomar, also a professor at Leyden, who accused Arminius of semi-Pelagianism. Arminius, while repudiating such a charge as groundless, rejoined by pointing out that according to his adversaries God was the author of sin. Both appeared before an assembly of the States in 1608 to defend their views, and though the majority were inclined to favour Arminius, silence was imposed upon the 2 principals and upon their followers. In the next year Arminius himself died, 1609, but his doctrines were upheld by Episcopius, supported by the learned jurist Oldenbarneveld and the humanist Grotius. In replying to the charge of heresy brought against them, the followers of Arminius presented to the States a remonstrance embodying their doctrines, 1610, and on this account they were styled Remonstrants. The States adopted a neutral attitude at first, but as the Gomarists or anti-Remonstrants violated the injunction of silence by founding separate communities, the authorities were inclined not merely to tolerate but to support the Remonstrants. Maurice, Prince of Orange, Stadtholder of Holland, anxious to strengthen his position by allying himself with the orthodox Calvinists, began a bitter campaign against the Arminians. Oldenbarneveld and Grotius were arrested and brought before the Synod of Dordrecht, 1617, at which the former was condemned to death, while Grotius was imprisoned for life, though he succeeded in escaping after 2 years. Another synod was held at Dordrecht, November 1618 to April 1619, to which representatives came from all parts of Holland, the Palatinate, England, and Scotland. From the beginning the followers of Arminius were admitted only as accused persons, and were called upon to defend themselves against the charge of heresy. Against them the authority of Calvin was urged as if it were infallible. As the Arminians were suspected of republican principles, William of Orange and his supporters were decidedly hostile. The Remonstrants, despairing of getting an impartial hearing, left the synod. The 5 articles contained in the Remonstrance were discussed, and decrees were issued regarding those portions of Calvin's doctrine that had been called in question. It was agreed that faith is the pure gift of God to be given by God to those whom He has predestined by His own mercy and without any reference to their merits for election, that Christ died only for the elect, that man's will does not cooperate in the work of his conversion, and that the elect are exempted from the dominion of sin, so that although they may be guilty of serious crimes, they can never become enemies of God or forfeit the glory to which they were predestined. The decrees of the Synod of Dordrecht were received generally in Holland, Switzerland, France, in the territory of the Elector of Brandenburg, and in Hesse. But in the other portions of Calvinist Germany and in the greater part of England they met with serious opposition. Anabaptists. The belief that baptism could not be conferred validly on infants who have not arrived at the use of reason was held by many of the middle-aged sectaries, and was revived at the time of the Reformation. Its supporters, claiming for themselves the liberty of interpreting the Scriptures according to their own judgment, maintained that they had divine sanction for their teaching. The leaders of the sect in Saxony and Thuringia were Thomas Munzer and Nicholas Storch. They represented the extreme left of the Lutheran party, maintaining the equality of men and the community of property. In Zwickau, where the movement originated, violent disturbances broke out, and the leaders retired to Wittenberg, where they were joined by Karlstadt. It required the presence of Luther himself to prevent the city from falling completely into their hands. Owing to the dangerous character of the radical principles defended by the Anabaptists, several princes of Germany joined hands for their suppression. They were defeated at the Battle of Frankenberg (1525), and Munzer was arrested and put to death. Before his execution he returned to the Catholic Church. Despite this defeat, the party made considerable progress in West Germany and in the Netherlands, where the people were so disgusted with their political and social conditions that they were ready to listen to semi-religious, semi-social reformers like the Anabaptists. They took possession of the city of Münster in Westphalia. The 2 principal leaders were John of Leyden, a tailor, and John Matthias or Mattheson, a baker, the former of whom was appointed king. The city was besieged and captured in 1535, and the principal Anabaptists were put to death. In Switzerland the movement made considerable progress. From Switzerland it spread into southern Germany, but the triumph of the princes during the Peasants' War destroyed the hopes of the extreme Anabaptists and forced the sect to discard most of its fanatical tendencies. The leader of the more modern Anabaptist sect was Menno Simonis, a priest who joined the society in 1535, and after whom the Anabaptists are called frequently Mennonites. The latter rejected infant baptism and Luther's doctrine of justification by faith alone. They protested against oaths even in courts of law and capital punishment. Schwenkfeldians. This sect owes its origin to Caspar von Schwenkfeld (1489–1561), a native of Silesia, who, though attached to many of the doctrines of Luther, believed that Luther was inclined to lay too much stress on faith in external organizations to the exclusion of real religion. He thought that more attention should be paid to the mystical and devotional element, in other words, to the personal union of the individual soul with God. According to him, this should be the beginning and end of all religion, and if it could be accomplished, organization and dogma were to be treated as of secondary importance. He rejected infant baptism, regarded the sacraments as mere symbols, denied the real presence of Christ in the Eucharist, and maintained that in the Incarnation the human nature of Christ was in a sense deified. Schwenkfeld held several interviews with Luther in the hope of winning him over to his opinions, but without success. Owing to his quarrel with the master, Schwenkfeld was banished from Strasbourg in 1533 and condemned by a Lutheran assembly at Schmalkald in 1540. His doctrines found considerable support in Silesia and in the states of several German princes, though it was only after Schwenkfeld's death that his followers began to organize themselves into separate communities. Owing to persecution, many of them fled to America, where they settled in Pennsylvania (1634). In 1742 the sect was tolerated in Prussia. Socinianism. The doctrine of the Blessed Trinity found many opponents in Latin countries about the time of the Reformation. Michael Servetus, Gentilis, Campanus, and Blandrata attacked the Trinity from different points of view, but by far the most dangerous adversaries of the doctrine were Laelius Socinus (1525 1562) and his nephew Faustus Socinus (1539 1604). The former of these became a member of a secret society founded at Vicenza (1546) for the discussion and propagation of anti-Trinitarian views (1546). The principal members of this body were Gentilis, Blandrata, Alciatus, and Laelius Socinus, a priest of Siena, and a man who stood in close relationship with some of the leading Lutherans and Calvinists. When the Society of Vicenza was suppressed, several of the prominent members fled to Poland for asylum. Laelius Socinus, though he remained at Zurich, was looked up to as the guiding spirit of the party till his death in 1562. His nephew Faustus Socinus then stepped into the place vacated by his uncle. The anti-Trinitarians in Poland, who had begun to style themselves Unitarians since 1563, had established themselves at Rakow. In 1579 Faustus Socinus arrived at Poland at a time when the anti-Trinitarians were divided into opposing factions, but in a short while he succeeded in winning most of them over to his own views. The doctrines of Socinus and of his principal disciples were explained in the Catechism of Rakow, first published in 1605, and in the numerous theological works of Socinus. In 1638 the Socinians were banished from Poland and violent measures were taken against them by most of the Catholic and Protestant princes of Europe. Though Socinus professed the greatest respect for the sacred scriptures as the one and only source of all religion, he claimed the right of free interpretation, even to the extent of rejecting anything in them that surpassed the powers of human understanding. In this respect he was as much a rationalist as any of the extreme rationalists who fought against Christianity in the 18th century. God, he maintained, was absolutely simple, and therefore there could be no Trinity. He was infinite, and therefore could not unite himself with human nature, as was assumed in the doctrine of the Incarnation. The Holy Ghost was not a person distinct from the Father, but only the energy and power of the Father as manifested in the sanctification of souls. Christ was not God. He was merely the Logos, born miraculously, and deputed by God to be a mediator for men. He ascended into heaven, where he was in some sense deified and endowed with supreme dominion over the universe. Hence, in opposition to the Unitarians, Socinus maintained that Christ should be worshipped as God. He died on the cross according to the command of the Father, but it was by his example of obedience and by his preaching rather than by the vicarious sacrifice of his life that man's redemption was effected. The work of redemption which Christ began on earth is continued in heaven through his intercession with the Father. From this notion of the redemption it followed as a logical consequence that the sacraments could not be regarded as channels of grace or as anything more than external signs of union with the Christian body. The Socinian doctrine was condemned by Paul IV. (1555) and by Clement VIII. (1603). Pietism. This movement among the Lutherans resembled closely some of the developments of mysticism in the Catholic Church during the 14th and 15th centuries. Its object was to direct attention to the spiritual and ethical side of religion, regardless of dogma and external organization. One of its greatest leaders was Spener, a student at Geneva, and later on a preacher at Frankfurt. In his endeavours to bring religion to bear on the daily lives of the people and to awaken in them a sense of their personal relations to God, he founded the Collegia Pietatis, private assemblies for the study of the Scriptures, for the discussion of the means of redemption, and for a general revival of religious zeal. With the same object in view he wrote the Pia Desideria (1567), which was much prized as a spiritual reading book by the devout Lutherans of Germany. He emphasised the idea of a universal priesthood, which he thought had been somewhat neglected by the leaders of the Lutherans, advocated for those who were destined for the ministry a training in spiritual life rather than in theological lore, encouraged good works as the best means of securing eternal bliss, objected to polemical discussions, and welcomed the establishments of private societies for the promotion of Christian perfection. About the same time Frank and Anton undertook a similar work in Leipzig by founding the Collegium Philobiblicum, principally for students and members of the university. The society was suppressed at the instigation of the Lutheran faculty of theology, and the two founders of it were dismissed. In a short time Spener was appointed to an office in Berlin, and was received with great favour at the court. By his influence, three of his leading disciples, Frank, Anton, and Breithaupt, were appointed professors in the University of Halle, which from that time became the leading centre of Pietism in Germany. Students flocked to Halle from all parts of Germany, from Denmark, and from Switzerland. An attempt was made to explain away Luther's teaching on good works, and to insist on the practical as distinct from the intellectual aspect of Christianity. This relegation of dogma to a secondary place and the establishment of private assemblies to supplant the ecclesiastical organization and the established liturgy led to the development of separatist tendencies and ultimately to the promotion of dogmatic indifference. It is a noteworthy fact that Semler was one of the students most sincerely attached to Pietism at Halle. Herrnhuters. This sect was only a development of the Moravian Brothers, founded in 1457 by one of the Hussite leaders. It owes its development in the 18th century to Count Zinzendorf (1700 1766), a wealthy nobleman and a pietist of the school of Spener. A number of the Moravian or Bohemian Brethren having appealed to him for a suitable place to establish a settlement, he offered them a portion of his own estate at Hutberg (1722). As they were inclined to quarrel amongst themselves, he undertook in person the work of organisation. He appointed a college of elders to control the spiritual and temporal affairs of the community, together with a college of deacons to superintend specially the temporal wants of the brethren. Like the Pietists, generally he paid little attention to dogmatic differences, allowing the Lutherans, Calvinists, and Moravians to have their own separate elders. As he was anxious to undertake missionary work, he received holy orders and wished to preach in Bohemia, but the Austrian government refused to allow him to continue his work in that province, and even secured his banishment from Saxony. He went through Europe visiting Holland and England, and established some of his communities in both these countries, after which he returned to Herrnhut in 1755. During his lifetime Zinzendorf was looked upon as the head of the whole community, but after his death it was much more difficult to preserve unity. The Herrnhuters made some progress in Germany, but their greatest strength at the present day is to be found in England and the United States. Swedenborgians. The founder of this sect was Emanuel Swedenborg (1688 1772), who was born at Stockholm and educated at the University of Uppsala. He was a very distinguished student, especially in the department of mathematics and physical science, and after an extended tour through Germany, France, Holland, and England, he returned and settled down in Sweden, where he was offered and refused a chair at Uppsala. From 1734 he began to turn to the study of philosophy and religion. After 1743, when he declared that our Lord had appeared to him in a vision, had taught him the real spiritual sense of Scripture, and had commanded him to instruct others, he abandoned his mathematical pursuits and turned entirely to religion. As Judaism had been supplanted by Christianity, so too, he maintained, the revelation given to Christ was to be perfected by that granted to himself. He rejected the justification theory of Luther, the predestination teaching of Calvin, the doctrines of the Trinity, of original sin, and of the resurrection of the body. The one God, according to him, took to himself human flesh, and the name Son of God was applied properly to the humanity assumed by God the Father, while the Holy Ghost was but the energy and operation of the God-man. The New Jerusalem, that was to take the place of the Christian Church, was to be initiated on the day he completed his great work, Vera Christiana Religio, 1770. He claimed that the Last Judgment took place in his presence in 1755. During his own life he did little to organize his followers, except by establishing small societies for the study of the Bible. But after his death the organization of the New Jerusalem was pushed on rapidly. From Sweden the sect spread into England, where the first community was established in Lancashire in 1787, and into America and Germany. For a long time the Swedenborgians were persecuted as heretics in Sweden. End of chapter 8. End of section 31. Section 32 of History of the Catholic Church from the Renaissance to the French Revolution, Volume 1, by Rev. James MacCaffrey, This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9. The Papacy. Difficult as had been the situation with which the popes were confronted during the 16th century and the first half of the 17th century, when heresy was rampant throughout Europe and when Catholic nations were obliged to fight for their very existence, it was not a whit more difficult or more critical than that created by the increasing and selfish demands of Catholic rulers, which confronted their successors during the age of absolute government. The Peace of Westphalia (1648), by giving official sanction to the principle of state neutrality, meant nothing less than a complete revolution in the relations that had existed hitherto between Church and State. So long as the Christian world was united in one great religious family, acknowledging the Pope as the common father of Christendom, it was not strange that in disputes between princes and subjects, or between the rulers of independent states, the authority of the Pope as supreme arbitrator should have been recognized, or that his interference even in temporal matters should not have been regarded as unwarrantable. But once the religious unity of Europe was broken by the separation of entire nations from the Church, and once the political religious constitution of the Holy Roman Empire was destroyed by the acceptance of the principle of religious neutrality, the popes felt that their interference, even indirectly in temporal matters, however justifiable it might be in itself, could produce no good results. Hence, apart from their action as temporal sovereigns of the Papal States, a position that obliged the popes to take part in political affairs, the whole tendency was to confine themselves strictly to spiritual matters and to preserve harmony, if possible, between Church and State. This policy did not, however, satisfy the selfish designs of rulers who had determined to crush all representative institutions and to assert for themselves complete and unlimited authority. Catholic rulers, jealous of the increased powers secured by Protestant princes through the exercise of supreme ecclesiastical jurisdiction, determined to assert for themselves a somewhat similar authority over the Catholic Church in their own territories. It was no longer the supposed inroads of the Church upon the domain of the State, but the attacks of the State upon the rights of the Church, that were likely to disturb the good relations between Catholic princes and the Pope. These rulers demanded an overwhelming voice in all ecclesiastical appointments. They insisted upon exercising the royal placet, upon papal documents, and episcopal pronouncements. They would tolerate no longer the privileges and exemptions admitted by their predecessors in favour of clerics or of ecclesiastical property. They claimed the right of dictating to the cardinals who should be Pope, and of dictating to the Pope who should be cardinals, of controlling education in their own dominions, of determining the laws and rules concerning marriages and matrimonial dispensations, and of fixing the constitutions of those religious orders, the existence of which they were willing to tolerate. Unfortunately, in their designs for transferring ecclesiastical jurisdiction from the popes to the crown, the princes were favoured by many of the bishops, who were annoyed at the continual interference of Rome, and who failed to realise that the king was a much greater danger to their independence than the Pope. By a large body of clerics and laymen who looked to the civil authority for promotion, by the Jansenists who detested Rome because Rome had barred the way against the speculative and practical religious revolution which they contemplated, by the philosophers and rationalists, many of whom, though enemies of absolute rule, did not fail to recognise that disputes between Church and State, leading necessarily to a weakening of Church authority, meant the weakening of dogmatic Christianity, and by liberal-minded Catholics of the Aufklärung school, who thought that every blow dealt at Rome meant a blow struck for the policy in modernising the discipline, government, and faith of the Church. The 18th century was a period of transition from the politico-religious views of the Middle Ages to those of modern times. It was a period of conflict between two ideas of the relations that should exist between Church and State. The popes were called upon to defend, not indeed their right to interfere in temporal matters, for of that there was no question, but their right to exercise control in purely spiritual affairs. It is necessary to bear this in mind if one wishes to appreciate the policy of those upon whom was placed the terrible responsibility of governing the Church during the 150 years that elapsed between the Peace of Westphalia and the outbreak of the French Revolution. In the conclave that followed the death of Innocent X, Cardinal Chigi, who had been nuncio at Cologne, envoy extraordinary of the Holy See during the negotiations that ended in the Peace of Westphalia, and afterwards Secretary of State, was elected and took the title of Alexander VII. (1655 67). At first the people were rejoiced because the new Pope had shown himself so determined an opponent of that nepotism which had dimmed the glory of so many of his predecessors. But at the request of the foreign ambassadors and with the approval of the cardinals, he changed his policy after some time, brought some of his relatives to Rome, and allowed them too much influence. His election had been opposed by Cardinal Mazarin in the name of France, and throughout his reign he was doomed to suffer severely from the unfriendly and high-handed action of Louis XIV, who dispatched an army to the Papal States to revenge an insult to his ambassador, the Duc de Crequi, and forced the Pope to sign the disgraceful Peace of Pisa (1664). Alexander VII. Condemned the Jansenistic distinction between law and fact by the bull Ad Sanctam Petri Sedem (1665), to enforce which he drew up a formulary of faith to be signed by the French clergy and religious. He observed an attitude of neutrality in the disputes between Spain and Portugal, secured the return of the Jesuits to Venice, and welcomed to Rome Queen Christina of Sweden, who abandoned Lutheranism to return to the Catholic Church. His successor, Cardinal Rospigliosi, formerly nuncio at Madrid and Secretary of State, was proclaimed Pope as Clement IX. (1667–69). He was deeply religious, generous in his donations to the poor and to hospitals, and uninfluenced by any undue attachment to his relations. He put an end to the religious disorders that had reigned in Portugal since 1648, when that country seceded from Spain, to which it had been united since 1580, and proclaimed the Duke of Braganza king under the title of John IV. Matters had reached such a crisis that many of the bishoprics in Portugal and the Portuguese colonies were left vacant. In 1668, after the conclusion of the Peace of Lisbon, the Pope appointed those who had been nominated to the vacant sees. Deceived by the false representations made to him from France, he restored the French bishops who had adhered publicly to the distinction between law and fact. He offered generous assistance to Venice, more especially in its defence of Crete against the Turks. During his reign he canonized Mary Magdalene de Pazzi and Peter of Alcantara. On the death of Clement IX. the cardinals could not at first agree upon any candidate, but finally as a compromise they elected, much against his own will, Cardinal Altieri, then an old man, 80 years of age. He was proclaimed as Clement X. (1670–76). Unable to transact much business himself, he left too much in the hands of others, especially to Cardinal Paoluzzi. He encouraged and assisted the Poles in their struggles against the Turks, and resisted the demands of Louis XIV. Concerning the Regalia. He canonized John Cajetan, Philip Benitius, Francis Borgia, Louis Bertrand, and Rose of Lima. In the conclave that followed the demise of Clement X., Cardinal Odescalchi, against whom France had exercised the veto on a previous occasion, was elected and took the name of Innocent XI. (1676–1689). He was zealous for religion, charitable to the poor, economic and prudent in the administration of the Papal States, anxious for an improvement in clerical education, and a strong opponent of everything that savoured of nepotism. His whole reign was troubled by the insolent and overbearing demands of Louis XIV. In regard to the Regalia, the right of asylum, and the declaration of the French clergy (1682). But Innocent XI. maintained a firm attitude in spite of the threats of the king and the culpable weakness of the French bishops. He encouraged John Sobieski, King of Poland, to take up arms against the Turks, who had laid siege to Vienna, and contributed generously to help Hungary to withstand these invaders. After the short and by no means glorious reign of Alexander VIII., Cardinal Ottoboni (1689–91), the cardinals were divided into two parties, the French and the Spanish-Austrian. When the conclave had continued 5 months without any result, they agreed finally to elect a compromise candidate, Cardinal Pignatelli, who took the name of Innocent XII. (1691–1700). In every respect he showed himself worthy of his holy office. Nepotism was condemned in the bull /Romanum Decet Pontificum. Better arrangements were made for the administration of justice throughout the Papal States. The disputes with Louis XIV. Regarding the declaration of the French clergy were settled when the bishops who signed these articles expressed their regret for their conduct (1693), and several propositions taken from the Maxims of Fenelon were condemned. The Pope was involved in a serious dispute with the Emperor Leopold I. concerning the right of asylum attached to the imperial embassy in Rome and the aggressive policy of Martinitz, the imperial ambassador. As a result of this quarrel, the Pope, without consulting Charles II. Of Spain, who had no heirs, favoured the pretensions of Philip, Duke of Anjou (Philip V.), to the throne of Spain, in preference to the Emperor's son, the Archduke Charles. In the conclave that assembled after the death of Innocent XII., the majority of the cardinals favoured Cardinal Mariscotti, but as his election was vetoed by France they concentrated their votes on Cardinal Albani. For 3 days he refused to accept the onerous office, but at last he gave way to the earnest entreaties of the cardinals and allowed himself to be proclaimed as Clement XI. (1700–21). His election was acclaimed in Rome, in Italy, and throughout the Catholic world. He was a man of great sanctity of life, devoted to prayer and labour, who set an example to others by preaching and hearing confessions regularly in St. Peter's. While he was Pope there was no danger of nepotism at the papal court, and no prospect for unworthy or greedy officials in the Papal States. During his entire reign he was involved in disputes with the Catholic powers. The death of Charles II. Of Spain led to a conflict between Louis XIV., who claimed the crown for his grandson Philip of Anjou, Philip V., and the Emperor Leopold I., who supported the cause of his son, the Archduke Charles III. Clement XI. Endeavoured at first to maintain an attitude of neutrality, but as Philip had been crowned and had established himself apparently on the throne of Spain, the Pope was obliged to acknowledge him. This action gave great offence to Leopold I. and to his successor Joseph I., who retaliated by interfering in ecclesiastical affairs and by dispatching an army against the Papal States. Clement XI., abandoned by Louis XIV. And by Philip V., was obliged to come to terms with the Emperor and to acknowledge Charles III. As King of Spain. Immediately Louis XIV. And Philip V. were up in arms against the Pope. The nuncio was dismissed from Madrid, and relations between Spain and Rome were interrupted for a long period. The papal representatives were excluded from the negotiations preceding the Peace of Utrecht (1713), and feudal territories of the Holy See were disposed of without consulting the wishes of the Pope, Sicily being handed over to Victor Amadeus of Savoy (1675–1713), with whom Clement XI. was then in serious conflict. To put an end to difficulties with the foreign bishops who exercised jurisdiction in portions of his territory, the Duke of Savoy had demanded full rights of nomination to episcopal sees. When this demand was refused he recalled his ambassador from Rome (1701) and took upon himself the regulation of ecclesiastical affairs. He appointed an administrator to take charge of the revenues of vacant sees, enforced the royal placket on episcopal and papal documents, and forbade the publication of Roman censures (1710). A partial agreement was arrived at when the royal administrator consented to accept his appointment from the Pope, but the transference of Sicily to the Duke of Savoy led to a new and more serious quarrel. The latter attempted to revive the privileges known as the Sicilian monarchy, accorded formerly to the ruler of Sicily. The Pope refused to recognise these claims, and as the king remained stubborn nothing was left but to place the island under interdict. To this the king replied by expelling those priests who observed the interdict. This state of affairs lasted until Sicily passed into the hands of the King of Spain (1718). The Turks were active once more and threatened Europe by land and sea. Clement XI. Sent generous supplies to Venice to equip its fleet, encouraged Stanislaus Augustus of Poland, who had joined the Catholic Church, granted tithes upon ecclesiastical property to help him in the struggle, and allowed Philip V. of Spain portion of the revenues derived from the benefices in Spain and in the Spanish American colonies, on condition that the Spanish fleet should be sent into the Mediterranean to take part in the war against Turkey. The victories of Prince Eugene (1716–18) dealt a severe blow to the power of the Sultan, but the Spanish fleet, instead of assisting the Christian forces, was used for the capture of Sardinia from the Emperor. As evidence of the difficult position of Clement XI in face of the powers of Europe, it is sufficient to point to the fact that at one time or another during his reign his nuncios were driven from Vienna, Turin, Madrid, and Naples. The conclave that followed was, as might be expected, a stormy one, but in the end Cardinal Conti, who had been nuncio in Lucerne and Lisbon, was elected and took as his title Innocent XIII (1721–24). He granted the kingdom of Naples to the Emperor, who in turn, without consulting the Pope, bestowed the papal fiefs of Parma and Piacenza on Prince Charles of France. Peace was restored between the Holy See and Spain (1723), and Innocent XIII, yielding very unwillingly to the importunate demands of France, conferred a cardinal's hat on Du Bois, the prime minister. His successor was Benedict XIII (1724 30). Cardinal Orsini, as he was known before his election, belonged to the Dominican order, and at the time of the conclave held the Archbishopric of Benevento. As archbishop he was most zealous in the administration of his diocese, and as Pope he followed the same strict, simple life to which he had been accustomed when a Dominican friar. He made peace with the Emperor by granting him practically all the rights contained in the Sicilian monarchy, reserving to the Holy See only the final decision of important cases (1728), and with the King of Savoy by acknowledging his title over Sardinia and by granting him the right of episcopal nomination in the island. With the demand of King John of Portugal, namely that Portugal should enjoy the privilege of presenting candidates for appointment to the College of Cardinals, Benedict XIII refused to comply, and as a consequence the Portuguese ambassador was recalled from Rome and communications with the Holy See were interrupted. The extension of the feast of Gregory VII. Hildebrand to the whole Church gave great offence to many rulers, both Catholic and Protestant, because such a step was interpreted as a direct challenge to the new theories of secular intervention in ecclesiastical affairs. Benedict XIII was a saintly ruler, whose only misfortune was that he relied too much on unworthy counsellors, like Cardinal Coscia and Cardinal Lercari, who deceived him in their negotiations with the governments of Europe and in the administration of the Papal States. A rebellion against these men broke out in Rome when the news of the Pope's death became public. Cardinal Coscia was deprived of his dignity and imprisoned, while many of his associates and subordinates were punished no less severely. Cardinal Corsini, who succeeded as Clement XII. (1730 1740), was faced with a very difficult situation in Rome and in the Papal States. The treasury was empty, the finances were in disorder, and the discontent was general. The Pope, though very old, delicate, and almost completely blind, showed wonderful energy and administrative ability. The financial affairs of the government were placed upon a proper footing. Instead of a deficit there was soon a surplus, which was expended in beautifying the city, in opening up the port of Ancona, and in the drainage and reclamation of the marshes. Like his predecessors, Clement XII had much to suffer from the Catholic rulers of Europe. He was engaged in a quarrel with the King of Savoy because he tried to limit the privileges that had been conceded to this sovereign by his predecessor. Philip V. of Spain demanded that the Pope should confer a cardinal's hat together with the Archbishoprics of Seville and Toledo on his son, then only 9 years of age. The Pope endeavoured to satisfy the king by granting the temporal administration of Toledo until the boy should reach the canonical age for the reception of orders (1735), but owing to an attack made upon the Spanish ambassador in Rome during a popular commotion, the courts of Naples and Madrid dismissed the papal ambassador and broke off relations with the Holy See. Peace, however, was restored with Spain in 1737 and with Naples in the following year. Clement XII condemned the Freemasons (1738). He canonized Vincent de Paul, John Francis Regis, and Juliana Falconeri. The conclave that followed lasted 6 months before any of the candidates could secure the required majority. At last Cardinal Lambertini was elected and proclaimed under the title of Benedict XIV. (1740 58). In many particulars, but more especially as a scholar and a writer, he may be regarded as one of the greatest popes of modern times. He was born in 1675, was educated at Rome and Bologna, and even as a very young man he was looked upon as a leading authority on canon law and theology. He rose steadily from position to position in Rome, till at last he found himself Cardinal and Archbishop of Bologna. As Archbishop he was most successful in the discharge of all the duties that appertained to his office. He held diocesan synods regularly, visited the most distant parishes of his diocese, superintended the education of his clerical students, for whom he drew up a new plan of studies, and above all he strove to maintain most friendly relations with both priests and people. But notwithstanding his cares of office he found time to continue his studies and to prepare learned volumes on canon law, theology, and history that placed him amongst the leading scholars of his time. Nor did he change his policy or his course of life after his election to the papal throne. Benedict XIV. Was convinced that a better training would help to strengthen the influence of the clergy and would enable them to combat more successfully the rising spirit of unbelief. Hence he was anxious to introduce into the colleges more modern educational methods. He founded 4 academies, one for Christian archaeology, one for canon law, one for church history, and one for the special study of the history of the councils. He gave every encouragement to priests who wished to devote themselves to literary pursuits, and in his own person he showed how much could be done in this direction without any neglect of duty. His instruction and encyclicals were learned treatises, in which no aspect of the subject he handled was neglected. His decrees on marriage, especially on mixed marriages, Magna Nobis Admirationis (1748), on penance and on the Oriental rites were of vital importance. Both before and after his elevation to the papacy he published many learned works, the most important of which were the Institutiones Ecclesiasticae, De Synodo Diocesana, De Servorum Dei Beatificatione, et De Beatorum Canonizatione, Thesaurus Resolutionum Sacrae Congregationis Concilii, and the Casus Conscientiae. In his administration of the Papal States, Benedict XIV. Was no less successful. The enormous expenses incurred by his predecessor had depleted the papal treasury, but the schemes of retrenchment enforced by Benedict XIV. Produced such good results that in a few years money was available for the development of agricultural industries and commerce. With the civil rulers of Europe he had a difficult part to play. Convinced that disputes between the civil and ecclesiastical authority resulted only in promoting the schemes of the enemies of religion, he was determined to go to the very limits of concession for the sake of peace and harmony. For a time at least he was able to secure a partial reconciliation, and had his overtures been met in the proper spirit, a working arrangement might have been established that would have enabled both powers to combine against the forces at work for the overthrow of Church and State. The title of King of Prussia, assumed by the Elector of Brandenburg, was recognised by the Pope. Peace was made with Portugal by granting to the crown rights of patronage over bishoprics and abbeys (1740), and to set the seal on this reconciliation the title of Rex Fidelissimus was bestowed on the King of Portugal. With the Court of Turin the Pope had still greater difficulties, but an agreement was arrived at whereby the king was to have the right of nomination to ecclesiastical benefices, the foreign bishops having jurisdiction in the territory of Savoy were to appoint vicar generals for the administration of these portions of their dioceses, and the administrator of vacant benefices appointed by the king was to act as the deputy of the Pope (1741). With Spain a formal concordat was concluded in 1753. The dispute in Naples regarding the Sicilian monarchy was settled by the appointment of a mixed tribunal composed of laymen and clerics, presided over by a cleric for the settlement of ecclesiastical affairs. The Pope's decision that only those who refused publicly to accept the papal condemnation of Jansenism were to be excluded from the sacraments helped to ease considerably the situation in France. He condemned the Freemasons (1751) and reduced the numbers of holidays for Spain in 1742 and for Austria, Tuscany, and Naples in 1748. His successor, Clement XIII. (1758–69), found himself in a peculiarly unhappy position. Despite the friendly policy adopted by Benedict XIV. Towards the civil rulers, or as some would say as a result of the concessions that he made, their demands became more exorbitant. The Rationalists, Liberal Catholics, Jansenists, and Freemasons united their forces for a grand attack upon the Society of Jesus, the suppression of which they were determined to secure. Already rumblings of the storm had been heard before the death of Benedict XIV. His successor, who had the highest admiration for the Jesuits, stood manfully by the Society and refused to yield to the threats of the Bourbon rulers, thirsting for its destruction. His sudden death was attributed, not without good reason, to the ultimatum demanding the immediate suppression of the Jesuits, addressed to him by the ambassadors of France, Spain, and Naples. In the conclave the cardinals were divided into 2 parties, the Zelanti, who stood for resistance to the demands of the civil rulers, and the moderate men who supported the policy of conciliation. The representatives of France, Spain, Portugal, and Naples left no stone unturned to prevent the election of a Zelanti, and the veto was used with such effect that the choice of the cardinals was at last limited to only 3 or 4. Threats were made that, if a candidate was elected against the wishes of the Bourbons, Rome might be occupied by foreign troops, and obedience might be refused to the new Pope. In the end, a Franciscan friar, Cardinal Ganganelli, who was not an extreme partisan of either party among the cardinals, received the required majority of votes, and was proclaimed as Clement XIV. 1769 74. The new Pope was not unfriendly to the Jesuits, nor had he any evidence that could induce him to reverse the very favourable judgment delivered in their favour by his immediate predecessor. He endeavoured to avert the storm by making general concessions to the Bourbons and to Portugal, by adopting an unfriendly attitude towards the Society, and by offering to effect serious changes in its constitution. But these half-way measures failed to put an end to the agitation, and at last Clement XIV. Found himself obliged to make his choice between suppression and schism. In the circumstances he thought it best for the sake of peace to sacrifice the Society (1773), but he was soon to realise that peace could not be procured even by such a sacrifice. His weakness led only to more intolerable demands from France, Spain, and Naples. The cardinals assembled in conclave after his death found it difficult to agree upon any candidate, but finally, after a conclave lasting more than 4 months, they elected Cardinal Braschi, who took the title of Pius VI. 1775 99. The new Pope was a zealous ecclesiastic, anxious to promote a policy of conciliation, but immovable as a rock when there was a question of the essential rights of the Church. He withstood manfully the Febronian policy of Joseph II. And of the Prince Bishops of Germany, and condemned the decrees of the Synod of Pistoia (1794). He endeavoured to maintain friendly relations with Portugal, Spain, Naples, and Sardinia, though the old policy of state supremacy was still the guiding principle of the rulers and politicians. The storm that had been gathering for years broke over Europe during the latter years of his reign. The Bourbon throne in France was overturned, and no man could foretell when a similar fate awaited the other royal families of Europe. Pius VI., though not unwilling to recognise the new order, was stern in his refusal to permit the constitution of the Church to be changed. For this reason his capital was occupied, his cardinals were dispersed, and he himself was brought as a prisoner to Valencia, where he died in exile 1799. The enemies of religion could not conceal their delight. They declared triumphantly that with him the long line of Peter had ceased to exist. But the conclave at Venice and the election of Pius VII. 1800 soon showed the world that though kingdoms and dynasties might disappear, the Papacy still survived, as Christ had foretold it should survive. End of section 32. Section 33 of History of the Catholic Church from the Renaissance to the French Revolution by Rev. James MacCaffrey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10. Theological Studies, Religious Life. The great theological revival that began with the Council of Trent, and that made itself felt in the Latin countries, died away gradually, to be followed in the 18th century by a period of decline. Scholars like Bellarmine, de Lugo, and Suarez had passed away without leaving anybody behind them worthy to take their places. Except in the field of ecclesiastical history and of historical theology, the whole tendency was downwards. The principal causes that paved the way for this universal decline were the spread of Gallicanism and Jansenism, with the consequent waste of energy to which these controversies led. The state of lethargy produced by the enslavement of the Church, the withdrawal of ecclesiastical students, the suppression of the Society of Jesus, and the rejection of the scholastic system of philosophy in favour for the vagaries of Descartes or of the Leibniz Wolff school in Germany. The rise of the Rationalist school in France, threatening as it did the very foundations of Christianity, called for the activity of a new group of apologists who would do for Christianity in the 18th century what had been done for it against the pagan philosophers of old by men like Justin Martyr and Lactantius. Unfortunately, however, though many able works were produced at the time, few if any of them could lay claim to the literary charms of vigour of expression that characterized the works of the enemies of religion. The principal apologists in France at this period were Huet, died 1721, Sommières, died 1737, the Oratorian Hudeville, died 1742, Baltzius, S.J., died 1743, Boulette, professor in the University of Besançon, died 1775, Bergier, one of the most distinguished of Boulette's pupils, died 1790, Guény died 1803, the able opponent of Voltaire, and Feller, S.J., died 1802, whose /Catechismae Philosophicae/ and /Dictionaire Historique/ enjoyed a widespread popularity long after the writer had passed away. In dogmatic theology the leading representatives of the Thomistic school were without doubt Vincent Louis Gotti (1664 1742) and Charles René Billiart (1685 1757). The former of these was born at Bologna, entered the Dominican novitiate at an early age, was the author of several polemical works directed against the Lutherans and Calvinists, and was created cardinal 1728. On account of his ability, prudence, and sanctity of life he exercised a wonderful influence both within and without his order in France, so much so that in the conclave of 1740 his election to the Papacy was favoured by a large body of his colleagues. Cardinal Gotti's greatest work was his commentary on St. Thomas, entitled /Theologiae Scholastico-Dogmatica Juxtamentem Retome/ (1727 1735). Billiart was born at Ardines in Belgium, and on the completion of his classical studies he became a novice in the Dominican convent at Lille. For the years during which he held several positions in Dominican houses in Belgium, his abilities as a writer, professor, and preacher attracted so much attention that on the petition of Billiart's colleagues at Douay, the general of the order decided to entrust him with the work of preparing an exhaustive and authoritative commentary on the Summa of St. Thomas. After 5 years' hard work the edition was completed and was published at Liège in 19 volumes (1746 51). A compendium was issued in 1754. The best known and ablest exponent of the theological system of Duns Scotus was Claude Fresson (1621 1711). He was born at Péronne, joined the Franciscans, and was sent to Paris, where he taught theology for years. His great work is his /Scotus Academicus/, a commentary or explanation of the theological system of Duns Scotus. Both on account of its faithful exposition of the views of Scotus and of the excellent method and style in which it is composed, this work enjoyed and enjoys a considerable reputation. Of the theologians of the Augustinian school, the two best known were Lorenzo Berti (1696 1766), whose De Theologiis Disciplinis (1739 45) led to an imputation of Jansenism, from which the author was cleared by the verdict of Benedict XIV, and Cardinal Noris (1631 1704), for a long time professor of ecclesiastical history at the University of Padua, against whose books /Historia Pelagiana/ and /Vindiciae Augustanae/ a prohibition was levelled by the Spanish Inquisition, but reversed on appeal to Benedict XIV. The endless controversies to which Jansenism gave rise had lowered the reputation of the Sorbonne. The greatest representative of this centre of theological learning at this period was Honoré Tonelli, the steadfast opponent of Jansenism, whose /Praelectiones Theologicae/ (1738 40) was regarded as one of the most important works of the time. In the defence of the Holy See against the attacks of Febronius the greatest writers were Zaccaria (1714 95), who wrote voluminously on theology, ecclesiastical history, and canon law; Alfonso Mazzarelli (1749 1813), the Dominican; Cardinal Orsi (1693 1761), and Cardinal Gerdau (1718 1802), whose election to the Papacy on the death of Pius VI was vetoed by the Emperor. The /Theologiae Wurzburgiensis/, published by the Jesuits of Wurzburg (1766 71), contained a complete and masterly summary of the entire theological course. Though Billiart and many of his contemporaries, following in the footsteps of St. Thomas, dealt with both dogmatic and moral theology, the tendency to treat the latter as a distinct department and to give more attention to what may be termed the casuistical side of moral theology became more marked. To a certain extent, at least in manuals intended for the use of the clergy, such a method was rendered necessary by the frequent and more comprehensive character of the confessions. Yet it furnished some apparent justification for the onslaughts of the Jansenists, who thought that they detected in the new method a degradation of theology, a divorce between religion and casuistry, and a return to the unholy hair-splitting of the Pharisees. Closely allied with the opposition to the new method adopted by the moral theologians was a controversy on probabilism that divided the schools during the greater part of the 17th and 18th centuries. In the practical solution of doubtful obligations, probabilism had been applied for centuries, but it was only towards the end of the 16th century that the principle was formulated definitely by the Dominican de Medina. It was accepted immediately by a great body of the Jesuits as well as by nearly all writers on moral theology. The Jansenists, however, in their eagerness to damage the reputation of their Jesuit opponents, charged them with having introduced this novel and lax system of morals with the object of catering for the depraved taste of their degenerate clients, and this charge, when presented in a popular and telling style by their opponents, created a distinctly unfavourable impression against the Society. The condemnation of probabilism by the University of Louvain (1655) and the outcry raised against it by the rigorist party led most of the religious orders and the secular clergy to abandon the system. Two incidents that took place shortly afterwards helped to strengthen the anti-probabilist party. One of these was the condemnation by the Holy See of certain very lax principles put forward by some theologians who labelled themselves probabilists (1679), and the other was the decision given by Innocent XI in the case of the defence of probabiliorism written by Therese Gonzalez (1624 1705), afterwards general of the Jesuits. His superiors refused him permission to publish his work, and on appeal to the Pope this prohibition was removed (1680). But though the Pope certainly favoured probabiliorism, it is not clear that his decision gave any practical sanction to this opinion. Rigorism was dealt a severe blow by the condemnation issued by Alexander VIII (1690), and in the end the influence and writings of St. Alphonsus put an end to both extremes. Among the great theologians of the time were the Jesuit Lacroix (1652 1714), Paul Gabriel Antoine, S.J. (1679 1743), professor at the Jesuit College of Pont-à-Mousson; Billiart (1685 1757), Eusebius Amort (1692 1775), and the Salmantensen says, the Jesuit authors of the series on moral theology begun in Salamanca in 1665. But by far the most remarkable writer on moral theology during the 18th century was St. Alphonsus de Liguori (1697 1787), the founder of the Redemptorists. A saint, a scholar, and a practical missionary with a long and varied experience in the care of souls, he understood better than most of his contemporaries how to hold the scales fairly between laxity and rigorism. Though his views were attacked severely enough in his own time, they found favour with a great body of theologians, and the approbation given to them by the Church helped to put an end to the rigorist opinions that remained even after their Jansenistic origin had been forgotten. The spread of indifferentist or rationalist theories could not fail to weaken the reverence that had been inculcated by the early reformers for the Bible as the sole source of God's revelation to men. Acting upon Luther's principle of private judgment, others, regardless of their inspiration and infallibility, undertook to subject the Scriptures to the authority of human reason. Faustus Socinus (1539 1604), one of the founders of the Socinian sect, insisted that everything in the Scriptures that seems opposed to reason could not have come from God and should be eliminated. For some time, while religious fervour was at its height, both Lutherans and Calvinists held fast by their religious formularies and refused to accept the scriptural views of Socinus. But once dogmatic religion had been assailed by the new philosophical rationalist school in England, Germany, and France, the way was prepared for the acceptance of more liberal views. On the one hand, many of the extreme opponents of Christianity set themselves to point out the errors of the Bible as a proof that it could not have come from God, while on the other, many of the Protestant scholars who still held by a divine Christian revelation endeavoured to eliminate from it the supernatural without rejecting openly the authority of the Scriptures. It was with this design that Jacob Semler (1725 91) formulated the accommodation theory, according to which Christ and his apostles accommodated their actions and their language to the erroneous notions prevalent among the Jews in their time, and for this reason all that bordered upon the mysterious should be regarded merely as a surrender to contemporary superstition. Another method of arriving at a similar conclusion was adopted by Kant, who maintained that the Bible was written only to inculcate morality and to strengthen man's moral sense, and that all that is recorded in it must be interpreted by reason in the light of the object which its authors had in view. With such liberal theories about the authority and inspiration of the Scriptures in the air, it was almost impossible that the Catholic exegetists could escape the contagion. One of the ablest Catholic writers of the time, the French Oratorian Richard Simon (1638 1712), was accused by his contemporaries of having approached too closely to the Rationalist system in his scriptural theories. He was a man well versed in the Oriental languages and well able to appreciate the literary and historical difficulties that might be urged against the inspiration and inerrancy of the Old Testament. He maintained that the Bible was a literary production, and that, as such, it should be interpreted according to the ideas and methods of composition prevalent in the country or at the time in which the various books were written. His views were contained in his /Historiae Criticae de Vieux Testament/ (1678) and his /Historiae Criticae de Texte du Nouveau Testament/ (1689), both of which, though undoubtedly able works that have considerably influenced scriptural study amongst Catholics since that time, were severely criticised and were condemned by the Congregation of the Index. Another French Oratorian of the period, Bernard Lemay (1640 1715), dealt with the introduction to the Scriptures in his two books, Apparatus ad Biblia Sacra (1687) and Apparatus Biblicus (1696). As a professor of philosophy at Lemay had stirred up already a strong opposition owing to his evident leanings towards Cartesianism, nor was he less unhappy in his scriptural studies. He questioned the historical character of the narrations contained in the books of Tobias and Judith, and contended that, notwithstanding the decrees of the Council of Trent, less authority should be attributed to the deuterocanonical than to the proto-canonical books of the Bible. Amongst the leading scriptural commentators were Le Maistre de Sacy, died 1684, a Jansenist who published translations of the Old and the New Testament, the latter of which was put upon the Index, Piconio, Henry Bernardin de Picquigny (1633 1709), a Capuchin whose Triplex Exposito in Sacrosancta D.N. Jesu Christi Evangelii (1726) has not been surpassed till the present day. Louis de Carriez (1622 1717), whose La Sainte Bible in Francos avec un commentaire littéral, founded on de Sacy's translation, was recognised as one of the simplest and best commentaries on the Scriptures. Charles Francos Hobingant (1686 1783), also an Oratorian, who published an edition of the Hebrew Bible and the Greek text of the deuterocanonical books, together with a Prolegomena and Dom Calmet (1672 1757), a Benedictine who published in 23 volumes a commentary on the Old and New Testament, accompanied by an introduction to the various books (1707 1716). In no department of theological science were greater advances made during the 17th and 18th centuries than in that of ecclesiastical history and historical theology. This was due largely to the labours and example of the Benedictines of St. Maur. Men like Luc d'Archery (1609 1685), Stephen Balouse (1630 1718), Jean Mabillon (1632 1704), Edmond Martinet (1654 1739), Runart (1657 1709), Muratori (1672 1750), Bouquet (1685 1754), Jean Hardouin, S.J. (1646 1729), Domenico Manzi (1692 1769), and the Orientalist Joseph Simeon Assimani (1687 1768), and his brother Joseph Aloysius (1710 82), laid the foundations of modern historical research by their publications of correct editions of the early and middle aged writers and of the decrees of the various general, national, and provincial councils, as well as by the example which they set in their own scholarly dissertations of how historical materials should be used. In addition to the publication of collections of original sources, works like the /Gallia Christiana/, begun in 1715 by the Benedictines of St. Maur and continued by them till the Revolution, Hispana Sagrada, begun by the Augustinian Enrique Flores in 1747, and the Italia Sacra (1643 1662) of Ferdinand Ughelli, contained a veritable mine of information for future historians. Of the historical writers of this period the ablest were Louis Sebastian Lenain de Tillemont (1637 1689), the author of the Historiae des Empereurs pendant les 6 premiers siècles, and Memoras por server a la historia ecclesiae des 6 premiers siècles, 1693. Claude Filary, 1640 to 1725, whose great work Historia Ecclesiasticae, dealing with the period from the Ascension till the Council of Constance, 1414, is marred only by the Gallican tendencies of its author, and Natalis Alexander, Noël Alexandre, 1639 to 1724, a French Dominican, who published an exceedingly valuable church history under the title Selecta Historia Ecclesiae Capita, etc., but which was condemned by Innocent XI, 1684, on account of the markedly Gallican bias under which it was composed. Amongst some of the most noted authorities on canon law during the 17th and 18th centuries were Benedict XIV, 1675 to 1758, many of whose treatises were regarded as standard works till the present day. Perhing, 1606 to 1679, a Jesuit, professor at Dillingen in Ingolstadt, and well known as a theologian and canonist. Riefenstuhl, 1641 to 1703, a Bavarian Franciscan, for some time professor at Freising, the author of several theological works, and unequalled as a canonist in his own day. Van Espen, 1649 to 1728, professor at Louvain, a strong supporter of Gallicanism and Jansenism, whose great work, Jus Canonicum Universum, is marred by the pro-Gallican proclivities of its author. Schmalzgruber, 1663 to 1735, a Bavarian Jesuit, professor of canon law at Dillingen and Ingolstadt, who in addition to treatises on such subjects as trials, espousals, matrimony, and the regular and secular clergy, published a work covering the entire canon law, Jus Ecclesiae Universum, and the Italian Lucius Ferraris, died 1763, whose Prompta Bibliotheca Canonica went through several editions in the author's own lifetime, and has been republished more than once since his death, latest edition 1899. In the department of the sacred oratory, the palm must undoubtedly be awarded to the French Church. Jacques Benin Bossuet, 1627 to 1704, in many senses the greatest of the French preachers, was the son of a lawyer at Dijon. Even in his early youth he was remarkable for his mastery of the Bible and classical authors. He studied at the University of Paris, and after remaining 2 years under the spiritual education of St. Vincent de Paul, was ordained a priest in 1662. He returned to Metz, in the cathedral of which he held a canonry, and where his abilities as a preacher and a controversialist soon attracted attention. He was appointed preceptor to the Dauphin of France, an office which he held from 1670 to 1681, when he was consecrated Bishop of Meaux. As bishop he took part in the Assembly of the French Clergy, 1681 to 82, and, though himself not such an extreme defender of Gallicanism as many of his contemporaries, he is credited generally with having been the author of the famous Declaration of the Clergy, known as the Articles of the Gallican Church. At the invitation of Louis XIV. He composed a treatise in defence of these articles, Defensio Declarationis, etc., published after his death, 1730. As an orator, Bossuet was far ahead of the preachers of his time, and as a writer and controversialist he had few equals. His untiring energy and ability are vouched for by the number of able works that proceeded from his pen. Of these the most instructive and best known are the Discourse sur Historiae Universale, 1681, and the Historia des Variations des Eglises Protestantes, 1688-89. His want of firmness, however, in his relations with the court, leading him as it did to show a sympathy which he could not have felt in his heart towards Gallicanism, his failure to move a finger to stay the ravages of Jansenism, his want of zeal for the spiritual care of his diocese, in marked contrast with the energy which he displayed when seeking to score a personal triumph over Fenelon and other less known adversaries, cannot be forgotten by any one who wishes to arrive at an impartial estimate of Bossuet's character. Fenelon (1651 to 1715), the great contemporary and rival of Bossuet, was sent as a youth for his education to the universities of Cahors and Paris. Later on he returned to the seminary of St. Sulpice, then presided over by M. Tronson, the superior of the Sulpicians, to whose wise and prudent counsels the future Archbishop of Cambrai was deeply indebted. After the revocation of the Edict of Nantes he was sent to preach to the Huguenots, upon whom his kindness and humility made a much more lasting impression than the violence resorted to by some of the officials of Louis XIV. Later on he was appointed preceptor to the Duke of Burgundy, grandson of Louis XIV., for whose education he composed the Fables, Telemaque, etc., and on the completion of his work as tutor he was nominated Archbishop of Cambrai (1695). Hardly had he received this honour than he was involved in a controversy on Quietism, which controversy cost him the friendship of Bossuet and the patronage of Louis XIV., by whom he was banished from the French court. But Fenelon found much at Cambrai to console him for what he had lost in Paris. In every sense of the word he proved himself a model bishop, visiting his parishes regularly, preaching in his cathedral and throughout his diocese, and always affable to those who came in contact with him, whether they were rich or poor. Unlike Bossuet, he never feared to speak out boldly against Jansenism and Gallicanism. As a preacher and a master of French literary style he was inferior to Bossuet, but as a man and as a bishop he was incomparably his superior. In addition to his works on literary and political questions, he wrote voluminously on theology, philosophy, and the spiritual life. The opposition to scholasticism that manifested itself in the writings and teaching of so many Humanists grew more accentuated in the universities, especially after the establishment of ecclesiastical seminaries had led to the withdrawal from the universities of a great body of the clerical students. For centuries philosophy and theology had gone hand in hand, the former supplying the rational basis for the acceptance of revelation, the latter providing the necessary restraint upon the vagaries of human thought. The principle of individual judgment proclaimed by the early reformers and received so enthusiastically by their followers had as its logical consequence an exaggeration of the powers of the human mind at the expense of authority. With the result that scepticism, atheism, and materialism found favour in learned circles. In face of such evident proofs of the limitations of the human mind, and with the object of preserving in one way or another the Christian revelation, a reaction against the supposed infallibility of reason set in both amongst Protestant and Catholic scholars. Catholic philosophers were inclined to distrust reason entirely and to rely solely on divine authority as a guarantee of truth. In other words, they accepted traditionalism, while Protestants, equally suspicious of reason, proclaimed that in judging the value of revelation the human will and sentiment must be heeded as well as the intellect, that is to say, they accepted sentimentalism. The attempt to replace scholasticism by some new philosophic system gave rise to various schools of thought, most of which can be traced back ultimately to Bacon and Descartes, the former a partisan of the inductive, the latter of the deductive method. René Descartes (1596 1649) was born at Touraine and received his early education with the Jesuits. In his desire to see the world for himself, he took service as a soldier in the army of Prince Maurice of Nassau, and later on in that of the Elector of Bavaria. He retired from active life to give himself up to the study of mathematics and philosophy. At first he found a quiet retreat in Holland, from which he migrated to Stockholm at the invitation of Queen Christina. Here, after a few months' residence, he died. Throughout his life Descartes remained a sincere and practical Catholic. Putting aside revelation, with which he did not profess to deal, Descartes, by an application of his principle of methodic doubt, arrived at the conclusion that the foundation of all certainty lay in the proposition cogito ergo sum, I think, therefore I exist. From an examination of his own ideas of a most perfect being he arrived at the conclusion that God exists, and from the existence of a good and wise supreme being who has given men reason, sense, and perception in order to acquire knowledge, he argued that these faculties could not lead men into error, and that consequently the veracity of God was the ultimate basis of certitude. The theories of Descartes were pushed to their logical conclusion by those who succeeded him. Blaise Pascal (1623 1662) was influenced largely by the false mysticism of the Middle Ages. He distrusted reason and exalted faith as the only means of answering the difficulties that pure intellectualism could not solve. Arnold Geulincx (1625 1669), at first a Catholic and afterwards a Calvinist, arguing from the antithesis supposed by Descartes to exist between mind and matter, maintained that since matter was inert it could not produce the sensations and volitions which men experienced, and that therefore these must be caused by God. In other words, he propounded the theory of occasionalism. This doctrine of occasionalism, as furnishing an explanation of sensations, was extended by Malebranche (1638 1715), a student of the Sorbonne, so as to explain the origin of human ideas. These, he maintained, could not come from outside, because there can be no contact between mind and matter. They could not come from the mind itself, because creation is an attribute only of the infinite Being, and therefore they must come from God. Hence, according to him, it is in God or in the divine essence that we see all things. Ontologism. If all activity and all knowledge come directly from God, it was only natural to conclude, as did Spinoza (1632–77), that there exists only one substance endowed with the two attributes of thought and extension, monism, pantheism. From this brief sketch it will be seen that the rejection of the scholastic system and the divorce between theology and philosophy led to dogmatic chaos, and ultimately to the rejection of divine revelation. By his attacks on the old proofs given for the existence of God and the motives of credibility, by the emphasis which he placed upon methodic doubt as the only safe way to certainty, and by the suspicions raised by him against the reliability of human reason, Descartes unwittingly paved the way for scepticism and atheism. Though his system was condemned by Rome and forbidden more than once by Louis XIV, it was taken up by the Oratorians and by most of the leading scholars in France. The spirit of the 18th century was distinctly unfavourable to the religious orders. The Rationalists, the Freemasons, and the friends of Absolutism joined hands in opposing the foundation of new establishments and in securing the suppression of the houses that had already been founded. In Austria, in Naples, in Spain, and in France, a violent campaign was carried on to bring about the dissolution of several of the religious orders and congregations, or at least to so alter their rules and constitutions that they should be cut adrift from Rome and subject to the authority of the secular rulers. During the campaign many houses were suppressed in Austria and in the other territories of the empire, but by far the greatest victory of which its authors could boast was the suppression of the Society of Jesus. Yet in spite of the enemies of the Church the religious orders held their ground, and apostolic men arose to lay the foundations of new bodies that were destined to take a glorious part in the religious revival of the 19th century. One of the most remarkable of these was St. Alphonsus Marie de Liguori (1696–1787). He was born near Naples, adopted at first the profession of a lawyer, but he soon forsook the bar to give himself entirely to God, and was ordained a priest in 1726. In 1732 he laid the foundation of a new religious society, the Congregation of the Most Holy Redeemer, which was approved by Benedict XIV. In 1749. After having refused various honours he was compelled to accept the bishopric of St. Agatha (1762), from which he retired in 1775 to devote himself to prayer and to the composition of those spiritual treatises which have given him such a leading place, not merely as a moral theologian, but as a master in the ascetic life. In 1744 he issued his notes on Busenbaum's Moral Theology, which notes form the basis of the Theologia Moralis, published in 1753–55, and which went through 9 editions during his own lifetime. He was declared venerable (1796), canonized (1839), and recognized as a Doctor of the Church (1871). The Congregation of the Most Holy Redeemer, the Redemptorists, was founded by St. Alphonsus at Scala, near Amalfi, in the Kingdom of Naples (1732), and was approved in 1749. The aim of its members was to imitate the virtues and example of Jesus Christ, our Redeemer, by consecrating themselves especially to preaching the Word of God to the poor. The opposition of the Neapolitan Prime Minister, Tanucci, was a source of great trouble to the holy founder. On the fall of Tanucci, St. Alphonsus thought that a favourable opportunity had come for securing the approval of the government, but he was betrayed by his friends into accepting a modification of the constitution, the Regolamento (1779–80), which led to a separation between the Redemptorist houses in Naples and those situated in the Papal States. The dispute was, however, healed in 1793. The society spread rapidly in Italy, in Germany, where its interests were safeguarded by Father Hofbauer, and during the 19th century houses were established in every country in Europe, in America, and in Australia. The Passionists, the congregation of discalced clerics of the Most Holy Cross and Passion of our Lord Jesus Christ, were founded by St. Paul of the Cross (1694–1775). The latter was born at Ovada, near Genoa, was ordained by Pope Benedict XIII (1727), who at the same time gave his approval of the rules drawn up for the new society, founded his first house at Argentaro, and thereby laid the foundation of the Congregation of the Passionists. The new society received the formal sanction and approval of Clement XIV. 1769, and of Pius VI. 1775. Before the death of the founder, several houses had been established in Italy, all of which were suppressed during the disturbances that followed in the wake of the French Revolution. The congregation was, however, reconstituted by Pius VII. 1814, and spread rapidly in Europe, in the United States, and in South America. The first house of the Passionists in England was established by the celebrated Father Dominic at Aston Hall in Staffordshire (1842), and the first house in Ireland was opened in Mount Argus in 1856. End of Chapter 10. End of Section 33. Recording by Maria Therese. End of History of the Catholic Church from the Renaissance to the French Revolution, Volume 1, by Rev. James MacCaffrey.